Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 13th of September. I'd like to welcome all members and members of the public to the meeting, and to those who are attending via Zoom, Teams or any other online method. Just some housekeeping for those in the chamber. In the case of the fire alarm, we're not expecting the alarm to go off today, but if it does, please exit the doors in the building through the main doors and make your way to the far end of the car park. For those who are in the room, the toilets are outside the door on the left and water is available outside the door on the right. To remind everybody, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. As I said, we are live webcasting today, so can I remind all members to use their microphones and to remember to turn them off when not speaking. Also, can I ask everybody in the room to please silence or switch off their mobile phones so that there is no disturbance? In the terms of how items are presented today, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer, the planning officer will present their report, the objector will speak, the supporter, any supporter will speak, then the parish council representative will speak, then we will have ward member or members will be able to speak. Members of the committee will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, members will vote and come to a decision. At this stage, I'd like officers to introduce themselves at the top table. Firstly, I'll do it myself, Mark Long. I am chairman of the DM committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Taylor. I am the Vice Chairman of the DM Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer and the legal advice to the committee this morning. At this point, I will make an apology. The council is currently has a matter in the Crown Court in Bristol, and I'm waiting phone calls from council, so I may have to disappear at short notice. So apologies if I just suddenly get up and go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Hall. I'm a Principal Planning Officer and the lead Planning Officer this morning.
Good morning, I'm Chloe Allen. I'm the Planning Officer for the first item for the planning applications.
Morning, everyone. I'm Amanda Urmson. I'm the Landscape Specialist at Southounds West Devon. I'm present for the first application.
Thank you, everybody. Could I ask for any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillors O'Callaghan, McKay and Carson, no substitutes. Councillor Bonham will be joining us on Teams and Councillor Panel will be arriving later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the agenda. Item 1, the minutes. Can I, the minutes have all been circulated. Can I have somebody to move and second those minutes? Thank you. Item 2, urgent business. There are no items of chair's business. Item 3, division of the agenda. I'm not aware of any reason to divide the agenda. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, do anybody have any declarations of interest with regard to the plans before? I will at this point inform the committee that I will be speaking on the first 2 planning applications. So for those, once before they start, I will vacate the chair and move over to the chamber, but then return for item 3 on the agenda. But I'll hand over to my Vice Chairman to take those 2 planning applications. Item 5, public participation. The list of speakers has been circulated to members. And at this point, we move on to item 6, which is the first planning application. At this point, I will hand over to Councillor Taylor, who's Vice Chairman, to chair these. Thank you.
Microphone again. Good morning. Yeah, the first application is 091522 Full, land off Bantam Beach Road, Bantam. And I will ask the officer to present her case, which is Miss Allen.
Thank you. So, as Councillor Taylor has advised, the application is for land off Bantam Beach Road, and it contains 4 main aspects. So, the first being the installation of an ANPR system, including a camera to be installed at the entrance and 3 pay stations, the construction of a new car park for mooring holders, local residents, estate office staff and permit holders, the installation of a new sewage treatment plant to replace the existing, and the erection of a replacement toilet and shower block. By way of an update, new plans and information has been received following the committee site visit on Monday when some further information was requested. This will be referred to throughout the presentation. The details generally relate to the levels of the car park and the type of sewage treatment plant to be installed. As of 9:30 this morning, approximately 70 further objections have been received. The majority of the applications refer to concerns regarding the loss of versailles parking, which is used outside of opening hours of the main car park, including that this is contrary to the vision set out in the SHDC Better Lives for All document, which includes increasing access to our wonderful countryside. I understand that one objection from Save Bantam has been sent directly to ward members, and the main points are listed below. Many of the points raised are addressed in the officer's report. However, updates and additional information will be provided on new points, particularly those highlighted in blue on the screen, as necessary throughout this presentation, and officers are happy to answer any questions following the presentation on such. Moving on to some of the plans, this is the site location plan. So you've got the River Avon to the north, Bantam Village to the east. The red outline is the site location. The access to the car park is here. Sewage treatment plant to the south, down here. Existing larger main beach car park is here, and the toilet block is here. This shows it in a bit better detail. So aerial photograph of the site. Again, the entrance to the site, ticket hut is here. The ANPR camera would be installed on the ticket hut, replacing an existing camera. That's shown as a blue dot on the screen. This shows the existing sewage treatment plant, the estate office, which was granted planning permission from a 2020 application. The existing residence car park is shown here. The red dots are the 3 proposed pay stations, and the existing toilet block is shown here. The site is in the AONB, the Undeveloped Coast and Heritage Coast. This shows some of the constraints of the site. So the area in purple to the left-hand side is Bantam Ham's Scheduled Ancient Monument. The red lines are the public footpath network, and the purple buildings are listed buildings. So showing the wider public footpath network. So across the River Avon, you have got public footpaths with views of the site and from the south as well. This is the proposed drawing for the western area of the site. So the plans will go through areas of the site from west to east with some site photos of each area, so you're aware of the different aspects of the proposal. So this is the most western area of the site, which shows the existing main beach car park. This area here is where one of the pay stations would go. So it would be mounted to an existing bin store. This plan shows trenches which would be required to lay power cables to the pay station that is in the main beach car park. It has been provided to Historic England and they've raised no objections, and the applicant's aware that scheduled monument consent would also be required from Historic England. Officers have requested that a solar pay station is considered instead of connecting to a power supply. The agent has advised that they do not consider solar will be 100% reliable during long periods of poor weather and have been unable to find a supplier who is comfortable with such solution for a car park of this size. That's a photograph of the bin store where one of the pay stations will be mounted to. And this is a photo standing in the western area looking east across the main beach car park. This plan shows the location of the replacement toilet block, so it's in the same position as the existing toilet block. It would retain the floor slab of the existing and be built off that. Sorry. There is also a pay station which is proposed to be mounted to the toilet block rather than being ground mounted. And the red hashed area you can see here is where laneside parking would be removed and a grass verge restored as part of the landscaping proposals. These are the existing elevations of the toilet block. The height is 3.08 metres and the dimensions are also shown here. The area is 36.38 square metres approximately. These show the existing floor plan, of the toilet block. It provides 8 toilets, including 1 accessible toilet. These are the proposed elevations for the replacement toilet block and shower block. The materials include vertical timber boards, powder-coated aluminium windows, painted timber doors, and a coastal green roof with local plant species. In terms of the design, the building would be cantilevered off the existing substructure to remove the need for any new groundworks in the area where the Scheduled Ancient Monument is located. And the proposed dimensions are shown here. The height is 3.2 metres, width 5.3, length 12.5, and area 66.25 square metres. These are the proposed floor plans and roof plan. So it provides 14 toilets, including 1 accessible toilet and internal showers. And some photographs showing the main beach car park and the toilet block on the left hand side. And further pictures of the elevations of the existing toilet block. This is the verge approaching the main beach car park, so the gate into the main beach car park is here. This area is to be restored to a grass verge with the parking removed. And to provide an update on the toilet block, the justification is considered in paragraph 1.5 of the officer's report. Some questions were raised on the committee site visit regarding drainage. So officers can confirm that the existing toilet block drains to a septic tank, and it's proposed that the replacement toilet block also connects to that septic tank. The planning agent and applicant have confirmed that it's got sufficient capacity, and environmental health have been consulted and raised no objections to the proposal, subject to condition 14 being imposed, which requires full details of a foul water drainage strategy prior to installation of the new sewage treatment plant and prior to any works above slab level of the toilet block. In terms of management of the toilet block, there's no conditions currently recommended for opening times, as this isn't considered to be reasonable, as there's no current planning restrictions on the existing toilet block with regard to their opening times. This plan shows another area of the laneside parking which would be removed as part of the landscape scheme and proposals, which will be restored to a grass verge. And some photos of that area. This plan shows the proposed car park and also the new sewage treatment plant which is proposed. The new sewage treatment plant will be located south of the existing, and a temporary track is proposed to wrap around the site to the rear of the existing sewage treatment plant, and the purpose for that is to allow the existing sewage treatment plant to continue to be in use and not affected by the installation of the new one. After the new sewage treatment plant is installed, the existing will be decommissioned and removed, and the temporary track would be restored as part of the landscaping scheme, as you can see on this plan. There is a new timber access gate to the track for the sewage treatment plant, which is here. There is a further plan showing that in more detail. The existing sewage treatment plant track, so the access track here, would be maintained after the temporary one has been removed. It would need to be extended slightly to reach the new sewage treatment plant, and that area would be seeded with low maintenance grass seed. There is also a proposal to reinstate part of this stone wall at the access into the proposed car park, which there is a following plan on that too. This is the access down to the existing sewage treatment plant. So down here is where it's located currently. And a photo of the existing sewage treatment plant. This is to the rear boundary of the sewage treatment plant and looking south. This is stood to the east of where the proposed sewage treatment plant would be, looking towards the car park area, and the estate office is here. It is at a lower land level, so you can't see too much from that angle. So the replacement sewage treatment plant, the justification is considered in paragraph 1.5 of the officer's report. It was requested during the committee site visit that confirmation of the likely sewage treatment plant that would be installed is provided. So the plan shown here is what's been provided as an update. So it's a new disc sewage treatment plant. There would be a condition recommended for full details prior to installation. This plan shows the proposed car park for the mooring holders, local residents, permit holders and estate office staff. It will provide 42 spaces in total, including 39 spaces, 2 accessible spaces and 1 EV bay. The car park is proposed to be surfaced with loose local aggregate with the perimeter edged with reclaimed granite sets. 2 pulling spaces would also be constructed on the area north of the proposed car park, just here. And that area would be constructed with reinforced grass surface. And next to that would be a ground-mounted pay station for a pulling area for 2 cars. The ANPR camera is to replace the existing camera on the ticket hut at the entrance to the site. And this plan also shows the landscaping scheme proposed, although further details would be required by a pre-commencement condition prior to installation, prior to any works commencing on the car park. It also shows the installation of an EV charging point, and that is the top right bay here. And by way of an update, this property here is known as Zealand's Corner. In the officer's report, it is referred to as a holiday unit, as the original planning permission was for that purpose, but it has been confirmed it is a residential unit that has been used for a sufficient period of time that it's resulted in it being immune from enforcement action. The planning agents confirmed that Zealand's Corner is currently occupied by an estate worker, and the residential use of the property does not change the conclusion set out in paragraph 4.3 of the officer's report, in that the proposed development is not considered to harm residential amenities. Some further information on the levels of the car park. So the agent has confirmed that the existing levels are to be retained wherever possible, with the site gently sloping. The drawing shown below has been provided to show the levels changing from 18.25 metres AOD at the eastern end and 15.50 metres AOD at the western end, and full details of the existing and proposed levels are recommended to be secured by condition prior to any works to construct the car park being commenced. If members are minded to approve the application subject to conditions, they may wish to include removal of the previous plan, which only showed one of the datum points for the levels, and replacement with this plan shown on the screen, which shows the additional levels and an annotation that the existing levels will be retained wherever possible, with full details to be agreed with the LPA prior to works commencing. With regard to the EV charger that's proposed within the car park, the planning agent has confirmed that this will be a twin unit. The image on the right is shown in the design and access statement. The proposed plans show one EV charger to be installed, and a condition is recommended to secure that. However, if members are minded to approve, subject to conditions, they may wish to include a requirement for condition 23 to be amended to include a requirement for the EV charger to specifically be a twin unit. This plan shows the location of the stone wall which would be restored and the timber access gate to the sewage treatment plant. And this is a further detailed plan of that stone wall being restored and the timber access gate. Then moving to some photographs of the site. So the ticket hut can be seen here, the blue building. So the ANPR camera will be installed on there, replacing an existing camera. It's a different angle of the ticket hut. Here you can see the existing residence car park on the left hand side, and then the access down to the main beach car park on the right. This is the existing estate office that's being constructed following the 2020 planning permission. And this is stood behind the estate office, looking west across the area where the proposed car park is located. Also looking west across the site where the proposed car park is located, you can see Zealand's Corner here, and this boundary hedge is the south boundary of the existing residence car park. So this is stood in the middle of the site looking north, along from the south boundary, just to show the level change between the existing residence car park and the extended area which is proposed to be incorporated in the new car park. This is stood at the western area to the east of Zealand's, looking east across the area proposed for the car park. And looking at the access into the car park area, the proposed car park area. This is the existing verge side parking north of the proposed car park. So this is where the 2 pull-in spaces would be provided and 1 ground-mounted pay station. And looking from the road at the entrance into the car park. So with regard to the proposed car park, it's important for members to be aware of the history of the site. So it was originally a greenfield site, as you can see on the below images. The top image is from 2002 and the second image is from 2009. So you can see the access gate here. The sewage treatment plant is down this lane, and then this is the area proposed for the car park extension, and you can just see the cars there, the existing residence car park. So planning permission was granted in 2006 for a car park to be used by residents, which is what you can see on site currently, and it's here. In 2017 and 2018, temporary planning permissions were granted to allow areas to the west and south of the existing residence car park to be used as a construction compound in connection with a construction project at Clock Cottage in Bantham. Both planning permissions included conditions to require the land to be restored to its original condition within 3 months of the date of removal of the compound. In 2020, planning permission was granted for an estate office and for use of an area to the west of the existing residence car park as the construction compound. And there's a section of the site location plan for that application shown below. It's the square to the left-hand side was granted as the compound, and the area to the right is where the new estate office has been constructed. Condition 2 of the 2020 permission requires the compound to be removed by the 5th of September 2022, and condition 3 requires the land to be restored in accordance with the below plan. The restoration scheme has not yet been implemented, and to the right, this is what the proposed landscaping scheme includes. And this plan is from the 2020 application also, just showing the detailed landscaping scheme which is being approved for the estate office. By way of an update for the proposed car park, officers do acknowledge that paragraph 1.5 of the officers' report refers to questionnaire responses forming part of the neighbourhood plan evidence base and their support for a single new car park on a greenfield site. Just to confirm that, to make members aware that the support for a new car park is for within or adjoining Thurlestone, and policy TP25 of the neighbourhood plan refers to such. The justification for the car park has been considered in section 1.5 of the officer's report. In terms of the landscape proposals, the initial, sorry, just grab a drink. So the initial landscape officer objections were withdrawn, following revised landscape details being provided. These included increased landscaping within the car park, removal of laneside parking spaces and reinstatement of a grass verge, removal of a pay station, additional details on the entrance to the car park, and a revised landscape and visual impact assessment to consider the baseline of the car park as the restoration scheme approved under the 2020 permission for the estate office. The landscape officer has liaised with the AONB unit throughout considerations of the proposal, and the AONB unit have confirmed that they agree with the landscape officer comments. A condition is recommended to secure full landscape details. However, the LVIA technical note provides the following breakdown of the landscaping to be incorporated within the proposed scheme. Sorry. It's a long presentation, bear with me. So, on review of the recommended conditions with the landscape officer, if members are minded to approve the application subject to conditions, it's recommended that condition 3 for the landscaping scheme and 4 for the landscape and ecological management plan are amended to require maintenance of the landscape proposals for a specified period of 25 years. This is recommended due to the landscape sensitivities of the site and to make sure that the proposals are retained for a sufficient period of time. Concerns have been raised regarding the loss of laneside parking, which is used by visitors during times when the beach car park is closed. The removal of the laneside parking was incorporated within the scheme proposal to provide the landscape mitigation and enhancement measures which are required by policy. It's important for members to be aware that the car park is privately owned and there are no planning requirements for the laneside parking to be retained. Concerns have been raised regarding the impacts of other developments as well as the current proposal, including an application which is currently being considered and has not yet been determined for a proposed agricultural storage building. If the current application being considered were to be approved, the cumulative impacts of the current application being considered today would also be considered as part of that planning application. There's also reference in representations to potential future housing sites and campsites. However, no planning applications have been received for the housing and campsite referred to, and officers can't consider potential future developments and have to deal with the proposals that are in front of us. With regard to the ANPR system, again, the justification is considered in paragraph 1.5 of the officer's report. Regarding the management of the ANPR system, such as the opening hours, the car park again is privately owned and there are no planning conditions controlling the opening hours of areas of parking. Management of the car park opening hours would be the responsibility of the owner. The applicants confirmed that the ANPR system will operate 24/7, but the existing ticket hut, will be manned during the day to provide assistance and information where required. With regard to signage, the original design and access statement does refer to some signage which would be required. However, it cannot be considered in this application, and if advertisement consent was required, there would need to be a separate application for that. In terms of the key issues, one is the principal of development and the justification for the development in the AONB, undeveloped and heritage coast, and outside the settlement boundary identified in the neighbourhood plan. The policies listed are considered to be the key policies of the JLP and the neighbourhood plan, and section 1.0 of the officers' report considers the principle of development and concludes that officers consider such to be acceptable. Another key issue is the landscape, character and appearance of the development within the undeveloped coast, heritage coast and South Devon AONB. Again, the policies that are relevant are listed, and following revisions to the proposal to ensure that the development provides both landscape mitigation and enhancement measures. No objections are raised from the landscape officer, subject to conditions to secure full landscape details and levels of the car park. It's considered the proposed development will conserve and enhance the character and appearance of the area, and the AONB unit agree with the comments from the landscape officer. A further key issue is the heritage impacts of the development, including the impacts on the setting of heritage assets, including the listed buildings in close proximity to the site and areas of archaeological interest, including Bantham Ham Scheduled Ancient Monument. The relevant policies are listed, and to confirm, Historic England have raised no objections to the development, and DCC Historic Environment Officer and South Hams Heritage Officer have been consulted and have raised no objections, subject to conditions being imposed again. The following matters have also been considered as set out in the officer's report. It's considered that the impacts of the proposed development is acceptable in relation to such matters, subject to the recommended conditions being imposed. In terms of the recommendation, on balance, it's considered that the proposed development is acceptable, particularly due to the landscape mitigation and enhancement measures which have been incorporated. Therefore, the application is recommended for conditional approval, subject to conditions set out in the officer's report. As discussed throughout the presentation, if members are minded to approve the application, they may wish to make the revisions to conditions as listed below. There's 3 potential revisions, one being removal of reference to the previous plan for the proposed car park landscaping plan, and replacement with a plan which is the same but has an annotation on, confirming that levels will be retained as existing wherever possible, and showing 2 level points, one at the eastern end and one at the western end. It's recommended that conditions 3 and 4 are amended to require maintenance of the landscaping scheme for a specified period of 25 years, and an amendment to the wording of condition 23 is recommended to require the EV charging unit to be a twin unit, and the wording below is what's recommended. It's revised to. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chloe, for that comprehensive report, and rather long, so I can understand where you needed a drink.
Sorry.
Can I ask a couple of questions before I go to the members? First of all, you referred to as a septic tank early in the report, but it's actually a treatment works and not a septic tank, as far as I can understand.
Yeah, so the toilet block, the existing toilet block connects to a septic tank, and the replacement toilet block will connect to the same septic tank, and the applicants advised that there is sufficient capacity, and environmental health have been considered and advised that that's an acceptable solution. But there is the replacement sewage treatment plant. That is a sewage treatment plant, not a septic tank.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But the new toilet will not connect to the treatment works, is that right? Treatment plant.
No, I think
No,
as raised on Monday during the committee site visit, says it's uphill. They'll be connecting to the existing septic tank.
Yeah, and kind of one more question before I move on here. Is the treatment works, does that include the village, or is that a village treatment works?
So it serves 10 properties. From it, in the officer's report, there is a further detailed response to it, but my understanding is that it serves 10 properties, the estate office and the sloop inn.
Okay, right, members. Any questions from the floor, please? Right, yeah. Yeah, Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, can I ask, the number of car parking spaces given in your report, does that include the existing The number in the existing car park?
Yes, so So the existing residence car park.
Mm.
Yes, so essentially the existing residence car park would be incorporated within the proposed car park. So there's a total of the 42 spaces with all users that it's proposed for.
So the net increase is,
So the existing residence car park isn't formally laid out, so it's difficult to identify the exact number of parking spaces in that area. It may be something that the gentleman Philip, who is here in support of the application, may be able to answer.
thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Obviously, one of the concerns would be what happens out of season, because if the current casual parking along the verge is taken away, is the car park going to be open all year to cover that? So otherwise, what do people do if they do want to go out of season? Car park would normally be shut. And secondly, just to make the point that my understanding is that a septic tank is a sewage treatment. It's a natural treatment system. It's a biodegradable system. So I think it needs to be maybe recognised like that. And I would suggest putting rebed on the end of it potentially, but that's out of the context of this.
Okay. So in terms of the opening hours for the car park, it is important to recognise that it is a privately owned car park. So unfortunately, there's no planning restrictions currently on what times that they can open different areas of the site. So it's not something that we can control.
Is there anyone else? Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms Allen, a few questions of clarification. The toilet, try and take them through the points. Toilet block, there's no indication of lighting, but obviously if one of the pay stations is there, power will be going into it. Is there any internal lighting proposed, because there are windows in there, and obviously it's a dark skies area, and is there no external lighting? There's no clarification on the plans.
So in terms of external lighting, there's nothing proposed, and there is a recommended condition to restrict external lighting unless details are submitted and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. With regard to internal lighting, there aren't any details. As you said, there are windows, but that has been recognised as part of the consideration, including both by DCC Ecology, who have provided comments, myself as the planning officer, and the landscape officer is aware of the design of the toilet block.
Thank you. Could we consider light reduction to those glazing areas? Because obviously it is, it's not like a normal residential, and I wonder whether that could be sort of conditioned.
Yeah, if I just come in there. So in terms of the plans that we've got, I think we need to assess it in terms of the windows and the size of openings that they're proposed. Yeah, we could potentially include a condition so we can secure the internal lighting.
Thank you. Moving to the sewage treatment plant, on one of the plans there are very lightly in grey trees are shown, and they seem very close to the track, but there's no indication whether those trees are actually being removed or retained, and I think it's important in that context.
The tree officer was consulted as part of this application, and they've raised no objections subject to a tree protection plan prior to commencement of the works, so that will come in as part of that. And the condition 3 recommended is for the landscaping scheme, which includes details of trees and hedges to be retained and those that are proposed.
Thank you. On to the car park, possibly not a question for you, but I'll ask it just in case you answer. The people supposedly using that would be local residents, mooring holders, staff and permit holders. No indication of who or what the permit holders are.
So we did ask the question to the planning agent, and they've advised it does include mooring holders and residents, so they could be granted a permit. It may be a further question for Philip, who's supported the application today.
Fair enough. There are conditions to control use. You're saying that, but you're indicating it's a private car park. Can we actually condition? You're saying the use opening is not something that we as a planning authority can do, but there is a condition that's saying to control the use of that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think it would be unreasonable for us to put propose conditions on the wider car park. The conditions I understand in terms of use relate specifically to the car park extension.
That was my question, because obviously we're saying the wider use we can't as a planning authority, but we can on this one because it's a planning application.
Yes, and yeah, they are looking at a change of use of the land, so yeah, we can impose conditions on it.
There are a lot of conditions being imposed on this, and I was interested to see whether within this, whether there's some clarification sort of around, again, it could be for the person who's speaking for the applicant, as to the sort of main gate closure, because obviously there is that concern that's been raised about the loss of parking and the impact on the village. And I wonder whether there was any commentary on the potential impact within the village of parking that might occur due to the loss of that on-street parking. And I wonder if you could point out where the main gate is proposed to be that would be closed, or whether it's the gate at the pay box.
So while Chloe's just looking for that information, I just want to stress in terms of the existing verge parking. So this is on private land, and I know there's been lots of concerns, and I understand it's used when the main car park is shut, and it's used by the people visiting the pub and surfers and dog walkers, etc. This is on private land. There are no planning controls on it. You know, there is nothing to stop the landowner this evening deciding to terminate it and not allow residents or anybody else to use that land. But yeah, just wanted to make that point clear.
Just to add on to that as well. So, in terms of the removal of the grass verge, it has been incorporated as part of the landscaping scheme. So our JLP policies do require the proposals to conserve and enhance the landscape character when it's in a sensitive location such as this. And to be fair, generally all developments should do that. So that the removal of the grass verge has been incorporated to achieve those policy aims. So like Lucy said, although the objections are acknowledged due to the inability to control that area of parking, we can't restrict it, and the opening times are for the owner to control. The photo shown on the screen now does show it's quite a far away image, but that shows the existing gate into the main beach car park, so it is at the western end of the grass verge park parking. So if that was closed overnight, it would obviously not allow access into there, and if the laneside parking is removed, they wouldn't be able to park on there. But again, it is a private car park, so we can't require that to be retained.
Thank you. Just I suppose a point of clarification for me, for understanding, the removal of the roadside parking is included in this planning application. This is what we are considering. So we're considering the installation of a new car park area in an area that was previously conditioned to be returned to land. There is obviously landscaping to mitigate that. You're indicating that the sorry, I'm just trying to get the process here. You are saying that the filling in of those roadside parking bays are part of the mitigation, but there's extensive mitigation in landscaping, particularly with the 25 years, which I wholly support, because you know that I push for longer periods of maintenance of landscaping. But we are considering this as a planning application, and the removal of those are clearly indicated as part of that planning application. So we are, it is, excuse my sort of simplistic view of it, we are considering it is part of the planning application. So therefore, to me, there is some control here of by this committee or by this authority under this planning application. It's I seem to I find it hard that somehow it doesn't appear to be included or is not a part of, it is part of the planning application.
Yes, because it is included within the red line. I guess the point I was trying to say is if members wanted to refuse this application or, there is nothing to prevent the landowner removing the parking on the grass verge if he felt.
I appreciate that, but I think it's from my point of view and perhaps other members that this is what we are considering. It's what's before us, what the applicant wishes to do with his land, as long as it fits within planning permissions, planning approvals, is permitted development rights or whatever. But this is what we are considering, and this is what's before us. So the comments that I've seen, the vast number of comments I've seen, a lot of them go to this and access, and I think there is policy questions that come up as well. So I'm just trying to sort of get clarification, because obviously you're saying we don't have any control. To a certain extent we do, but beyond that, after this planning application, what the applicant wishes to do is up to the applicant or the state.
Thank you, Councillor Long. You never let us down when it comes to questioning and taking up a minute or two. Vic Abbott, Councillor Abbott, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to pursue the parking again, please. So the gate that gets shut is currently down the lane, and the access to the current residence parking and the extended parking is after the ANPR camera and in on the left, and I don't know whether it's access or egress only from the Zealand gate. So on the face of it, residence parking will still be open, but ANPR controlled in the new section, the current and the extended section. So although it's being removed against the road, they will be able to use it inside the new car park area. Is that right?
Just to clarify, are you referring to residents, mooring holders, the specified users?
Yes.
Yes, so residents, mooring holders, permit holders, estate office staff would be able to use this proposed car park. They wouldn't obviously use the grass verge. They would be in the designated area in this new proposed car park for them.
And they could be subject to ANPR control system because they're past that camera and then they turn left in there, as much as any member of the public using the further car park when the gate is open.
So that question was asked to the planning agent and applicant, and they've said the proposed users of the proposed car parks, the residents, mooring holders, permit holders, and estate office staff wouldn't be restricted by the ANPR system. There is a condition for a management strategy to be provided to explain how that is going to work and how many parking spaces will be allocated to mooring holders and the different users. It may be a further question that you would like to ask Philip, who's supporting the application as well. You may be able to provide some additional information, but we have asked that question and they've said they won't be restricted by the ANPR system.
Councillor Taylor, we've got Richard Jackson here from the Highway Authority. I don't know if it's worth inviting him for a comment.
Yeah, yes. Would you like to make a comment on this one?
The only thing I've really got to say is that the public highway only extend as far as the turning area before you enter the roadside parking area, which is, as mentioned, private land. All the existing public highway leading to the private land is restricted with parking restrictions, and therefore there's no reason to sort of have concerns over the operation of the public highway or the safety of the public highway. In terms of traffic generation, there have been some concerns, I know, raised in relation to the potential for the AMPR increasing traffic on the Bantham Road from the A road network. We don't perceive that that is the case as a result of, and we wouldn't wish to object to the application on those grounds as a highway authority.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, sorry.
I suppose the key point is, as mentioned previously, the owner of the site could do what they wanted tomorrow with the parking strategy, charging strategy on the site, without the need for an AMPR system, and by introducing it, it has no material impact on the highway.
Thank you very much. I'll come to Councillor Allen. Councillor Bonham, I haven't forgot you. I'll come back to you in a minute.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to ask about the verges as well. In terms of the mitigation policy and sort of replanting the verges, were any other areas of mitigation looked at? Do we have the power to say that the verges should be left as they are and we can ask for mitigation in other areas? Thank you.
We did ask whether they could kind of formalise the main beach car park and look at doing something in that area. It is a scheduled nature monument, so it's more difficult to do certain things in that area, and it has different requirements and opening times. The purpose of having the proposed car park in this location is the proximity to the access to the moorings. Originally, the scheme did include formalisation of the grass verges, and that was considered, and following landscape officer objections, that is why it was removed. We do have to deal with the application that's in front of us, so they have proposed the removal of that parking with the grass verges, so that's what we've had to consider, and whether that is sufficient along with all the other planting and wider landscaping scheme, whether that does conserve and enhance.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bonham, I'll call you in, but I will remind you that you can ask a question, but you cannot vote on this application because you're not in the room, okay?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I appreciate that, and I appreciate also being given the chance to ask questions, and apologies for not being there in person. Just a couple of quick points. It's the parking that I'm also concerned about. So as a matter of fact, I think it is in the document, but I couldn't find it this morning. Just how many car parking spaces will be lost, the spaces along the current grass verge when that's returned to a grassy area? How many will be lost? Because they are quite valuable in terms of public access, especially when outside the main season or in the evenings. And secondly, do we know how long those spaces have been available for parking? How many years? Thanks very much.
So in terms of the numbers of parking spaces along the grass verge, it is difficult to calculate. Again, maybe a question for the support of the application who's here today. It's informal parking, so there's no designated spaces, so it's difficult to say how many would be lost. From a general review of the cars parked along there during a busy period on Google Street Scene, it appears to be approximately 30. And it's lower 20s if it was formalised as actual bays as it was submitted originally.
Thank you, Chloe. One more question before we move on.
Sorry, the second part wasn't answered. The second part wasn't answered. Maybe people don't know the answer, but maybe it's not a planning question. But do we know how long those spaces have been available?
My understanding is many years. It is a significant period of time. Again, maybe a question for the support of the application, but they have been there for a long period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'll pass over to David.
Sorry, Chairman. I think that how long those spaces have been there is not a material planning consideration. So the spaces could or could not have been used, provided it's entirely within the gift of the landowner. It doesn't raise any planning considerations in terms of the actual being allowed to park there.
You okay with that, Councillor Bonham? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, thanks very much for clarification.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your questions. Right, and move on to, for the last one, to Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Very briefly, just for clarification, when we say residents in terms of the new car park, we're talking about a specific group of residents rather than the residents of Bantham generally. Am I right?
That would be part of the management strategy that's recommended by condition. Again, probably more of a question for the support for the application. It is just listed as residents, so it would be controlled and limited to residents.
Thank you. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you. Sorry to come back again. Two things. One is there any proposal for any bicycle racks in this car park? And secondly, surely as by what we're doing today, potentially giving an opportunity for increased income to a private concern, does that not give us any bargaining power on behalf of the people to actually sustain something that obviously has been used? And there's the point that was made by Councillor Bonham. You know, normally they would, you know, if it was a private situation, if somebody was using something regularly for a long time, they would have a kind of a more of a power to kind of continue that. Say, for example, what's been used, like the resident using the estate, one of the buildings there, which is because of the period of time, as an, you know, it's beyond enforcement opportunity. Do we not have any bargaining power because of given the unique area, which there's a lot of council and public resources go into maintaining the character and the ambience of the area, which actually enhances the opportunity for the private owner to make money? Does that not give us bargaining power to do, like we often would with a 106, say something needs to come back to the community? And I think this is, you know, for me, it feels like it's quite a difficult step forward that we're taking here, because we're taking away an opportunity for free use of a public amenity.
I think, oh, go on, sorry. I was just again going to highlight it is a private car park, as we've said, so it's difficult to control the loss of those parking spaces. They could do that if they wanted to without a planning application, and they could come in and do that. We have to deal with the application we have before us. So as much as it may bring extra revenue to the applicant, we can't control how they use that. It's not a material planning consideration, I don't believe. No, there's no bike parking proposed as part of this. It's purely the need for it has been justified by the amount needed for mooring holders, residents, local estate workers and permit holders for vehicle parking. So there's no bike parking proposed.
Thank you very much. Well, if that's all the questions, then I'll move on, if I may, to there's no objector, to supporter, Mr. Philip Fritz. And sorry about the pronunciation.
Fritz. Yeah. Fritz.
Fritz.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So when you're ready, you've got 3 minutes, and then I'm sure the buzzer will go if you go over that time, okay?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to address your committee today. My name is Philip Fritz, and I am a project manager for the Bantham Estate. The application before you tackles several problems which are all interlinked. First, the application seeks to replace a 1960s septic tank installation, which all the consultees recognise is at the very end of its usable life. With its proximity to the beach, it cannot make sense to hold this replacement up any further. We're all aware that we need the planning permission to provide for a modern, improved solution. Secondly, the application seeks to address the problems for residents of the village and mooring holders in the estuary, where there is simply not enough parking close to the houses and the moorings, and where residents and boat users are forced to regularly park in the beach car park, and then walk, often with heavy bags, oars or picnics, back up the lane into oncoming traffic. Thirdly, we seek to improve the outdated toilet block by providing, for the first time in Bantham, showers for beachgoers to use after swimming and surfing. In this day and age, having appropriate fit-for-purpose toilet and shower facilities should be something that this committee encourages and supports. Furthermore, there are a number of infrastructure services that require improvement, upgrading and extending, specifically electricity availability. Likewise, in line with many other beaches and similar tourist attractions, we need to move with the times and install an automated number plate recognition system for the car park. This will allow us to be more reasonable with our charging structure. At the moment, someone coming for an hour in the morning to walk their dog is charged a full day rate, for instance. But with an ANPR system, our visitors can accurately pay for the time that they're using the beach car park. This will not mean the end of our staff on the gate. They will still be at the entrance to help guide and advise visitors on their beach experience. It will also help keep traffic moving and avoid delays at the payment hut, backing traffic up through the village. These proposed improvements to the beach experience and the immediate facilities around the beach will help all the community and bring some of our facilities, like the sewage plant and beach toilets, into the 21st century, complying with the Environmental Agency legislation and health and safety guidelines. This is recognised by the supportive response from residents within the community, where we have 14 parishioners writing in support and 8 parishioners writing to object. For instance, I'm aware of the specific support of this application by Alex Williams, a very respected member of the Bantham community, who recognises the benefits of these proposals that these proposals bring to the whole community, and who also offered to speak in support of the application today. Finally, after a long period of consultation with stakeholders and professional consultees, most importantly, your planning officer recommends this application for your approval, with none of the statutory consultees raising an objection to the application. In this instance, I ask that you support your planning officer today and vote to approve the application. I'm happy to try and answer any questions I can in regard to this application, although I would point out I've had limited involvement in the formulation of the application, but I will be involved in the future delivery of this project if it is supported by your committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fritz. That was good timing. Any questions from members? No? Oh, yeah. Councillor Long.
Chairman, Councillor Hodgson was first before me.
Ladies before gents, is that it? Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
I just happened to have my hand up first, actually. You would have heard my question to the officer regarding cycle parking facilities. Obviously, you talked just then about moving into the 21st century. Yeah. A lot of people are cycling. A lot of visitors look for cycling, and having somewhere secure makes a big difference to encouraging people to use bikes rather than cars. Would that facility be available in the car park?
I'm sure that's something that we would consider. It's a decision that I can't make, but certainly something that I think that they would agree with.
Yeah, just coming back that this, ideally, if a lot of people use electric bikes when they're coming at that kind of distance, so somewhere that they could maybe plug into the EV charging system would be really helpful too. Just saying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Follow up on some of the questions I asked of Ms. Allen. You mentioned and you said that the changes will benefit is being made for residents, for villagers and mooring holders. It's a limited number of village residents that the new car park will assist. And can you clarify for us the car parking spaces that are provided, because there was some discussion about numbers, how many of the current village, because it's only for I think 1 to 10, the number of the cottages along there who have the ability to park in there, the breakdown of the number of sort of uses in there, how many residents, how many mooring holders and others, and clarification on the permit holders, how that applies.
So clarification on the permit holders, that includes residents and mooring holders, that they are the permit holders, and then people at the estate office as well. In terms of increase in numbers from the existing car park to the proposed car park, I'm not too sure, to be honest. It's there's no parking bays at the moment there, so the different numbers of cars that do actually park there. In terms of they've calculated in terms of the amount of residents and mooring holders that this is the suitable size for that, but I don't know the exact numbers.
Can I was pleased to see when you talked about the ANPR going into have a different pricing structure, which I think people recognise is needed there. And I think everybody sort of recognised improving in toilets is necessary there. A couple of questions with regard, I did raise the question obviously about the toilet block with regard to lighting and controlling lighting, because it is a dark skies area. I'm assuming that the toilets would be locked on closure of whenever the car park is closed, and I'm assuming lighting would go off in those periods. So, you know, that would, I hope, be part of the conditioning. Looking at one of the things, the ANPR, and you're looking at laying in power to the farther end of the car park. Was any consideration given, as it is, I'm assuming, ANPR payment on exit from the car park, as to whether that farther site where you're laying in power, whether that was considered to put 2 pay stations sort of near the toilet block, so that as people were leaving, so that you wouldn't have the need to trench and lay cabling in through the ancient monument site, and you wouldn't need that, whether that was considered, because it seems to me that there's an option there. And I just wondered whether that option had been considered.
I'm sure it has been considered. It's nothing that I've been involved with personally in terms of discussion. I'm sure it has been discussed. I think, like all these car parks, I think everyone can appreciate when you do go and park somewhere, it needs to be convenient. So having it in 3 stages of the car park makes it much easier for the people staying there. And I think you do find that in most car parks, they're well distributed across the entirety of the car park.
Thank you. Councillor next. If we can avoid asking questions that have already been asked, then I will speed things up a little bit, because we are hanging on this one. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I was a bit concerned about the previous planning, that some of the conditions weren't adhered to, things weren't put back, etc. So how can we be assured that the conditions, if we were minded to approve this today, would be put in place? You know, can you give us that assurance? And can...
Absolutely. In my opinion, you know, I'm going to be heavily involved in these future projects, and yes, we will. And I think, you know, things have been ongoing with various planning commissions across Bantham. Sometimes difficult for us to make those decisions, but I think that this is going to see through the final bits across there, and we will complete all the planning conditions and satisfy the planning conditions.
Councillor Allen.
Aye. I realise that this is not a material planning condition, but lots of concerns have been raised about a sort of development creep. So the idea that there's potentially a glamping site coming in the future, and that these shower blocks will be used by people there, and also the increased car parking. I was just, now that you're here.
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry.
If it's not a consideration, then why is the
I
question
can't
being
ask
asked?
about conditions.
Yeah, you can talk about conditions,
Yeah.
but not about a material.
No. I was just wondering about assurances that the increase of the parking area would be left completely open to the public, and at no point in the future would there be some cordoning off for a different enterprise. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as I'm aware, there's no future plans. So the answer to that is yes, it will be left open to the public.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask, have you considered what the likely pattern of usage of the new car park is, or will be over the course of the day? Because it seems that with the loss of the verge side parking, and in terms of representations we've had from the public, that is seen as a useful facility, albeit one that you provide as a gift. But if the new car park was standing empty after 6 p.m. and early in the morning, for instance, is there any way that your management strategy could make that available to the people who currently use the verge side parking?
That's a difficult question for me to answer. I don't have the sort of authority to answer that question, I guess. I think, you know, at night time, obviously the residents' vehicles will be there. and now residents, I think probably have 2 cars rather than 1 car. So I think there will be quite a few vehicles in that car park anyway. But yeah, I'm afraid I can't answer that on behalf of the Bantham Estate.
Right. One final question from Councillor Bonham. A quick one, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to follow on from Councillor Rake. Sorry, is that okay? The implication of what we're hearing is that the new car park will be for residents and boat holders, permit holders, and therefore not members of the public. So just to confirm, when the main car park is shut, there won't, and the verge side is lost for parking, there won't be anywhere for members of the public, users of the pub, or other people to park on that Bantham estate. That's what I'm hearing. Just want to check.
Yes, I guess that is correct. But what we've got to remember is that it was actually requested by the Southams landscape officer that the roadside parking was removed, not actually by the Bantham estate. So, yeah.
Would you like to come in, please?
Has anybody got any direct questions on the landscape justification for that? Councillor Long.
Chairman, thank you. As Ms Sampson is here, I think it's sort of appropriate, and I think there are some, sort of points within the report which, I'm grateful for a very considered approach on this, but there is the question about the removal of those and those parking sites, removal of the sort of roadside parking and that greening being an improvement in the landscaping. But I think there was some comments in here that as to whether it was a betterment. So I think it was, if it strikes me that it's a balance that you've taken on this, that it was not a definitive, and I'd like confirmation that whether you did request that they be removed or whether you saw it as a betterment. And I think because it's putting you in a place really.
So when the application first came in, it was for the new car park with 42 spaces in it and formalising the vergeside parking. People are referring to them as spaces. They're not spaces, it's a grass verge that's been eroded over time due to the increased use of for parking. We, in discussion with the applicant, went back to ask for justifications for why that amount of additional parking to the east of the land was required when there was such an extensive car park to the west, and they came back with additional information. And my view was that looking at the information in the LVIA as a whole, in terms of how they'd assess their application and the impacts that it would have on the landscape resource, the physical landscape, and the visual effects of that they'd done an accurate assessment to a point, but had assessed the baseline, as in what it is now, taking into account the proposed car parking area as the compound in a degraded state, which inevitably results in a view that the proposals with the landscape enhancements that they were putting around the car park would be an enhancement and an improvement. So we went back again and said, well, actually, there is an approval in place that hasn't been implemented for the restoration of that area to how it was before. We'd like you to update your appraisal based on that baseline, which is what our understanding is of what the landscape should be. And through further discussion, they did that piece of work, and I accepted the information that they provided as a fair and reasonable assessment of the landscape, the physical landscape changes and the visual changes. But as part of that discussion, we sought further enhancements to compensate or to balance out the fact that we were going to permanently lose a section of undeveloped land where the proposed car park will go. And so they came back with a suggestion that, well, would it help if we reinstated the grass verge and removed the parking spaces? And in terms of the visual effects of what happens at the moment, that is definitely considered to be an enhancement. The cars that are parked along the lane side are visible from quite a wide range of viewpoints around the vicinity, so including across the estuary and various places. And on a sunny day, you see the glint of the sun on the windscreens. So in terms of just looking at how they could meet the policy expectations of conserve and enhance, it was felt that the removal of the spaces would offer that additional benefit that enabled the planning balance to then to be weighed up just purely on whether or not the justification for the additional spaces was required. So from a landscape point of view, I was satisfied that the removal of the car parking spaces on the lane, in conjunction with the additional enhancements that they were providing around the rest of the scheme, will be acceptable.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's just some clarification from me. When looking at the impact of that roadside parking, yes, I accept when you come down the road, there's the impact. But do we not look at the overall? Because at the point when the car park, the overflow car park is full, you see a lot of vehicles, you see a lot of glinting. That area is there not a balance there with regard to sort of usage there, and could it not have been improved, still retaining that, still achieved some improvement to mitigate?
I'm not quite sure which bit. Are you referring to the main car park?
The obviously there is the main car park, the overflow car park, and there will be the existing, the new car park when it's in, which will be viewed from, still be able to see from distant views. Closer views, you see the roadway, but distant views, you will see the new car park, and you see the existing larger car park down towards the dunes and everything. So my sort of concern is that we are mitigating that, and have we really looked at the complete holistic view across the site?
It was referenced in discussions that we did look at the holistic view, but we were looking at a particular proposal that was placed in front of us for the new car park and the access road. There weren't any changes proposed to the amount of car parking and how that would happen in the main car park. We did ask about that, but there were the case officer received certain justifications back from the agent. So my concern initially was that we not only would have the main car park and the poor condition that is in terms of the landscape quality and the visual effects, and the verge parking, the poor landscape condition and the visual effects, and then also a new car park, which, although they were proposing a certain amount of landscape enhancement around that car park, it was still going to be a new development in addition to all of those other elements. So the later proposed removal of the verge side parking would offer an increased mitigation and enhancement for the proposal for the new car park. Does that make it a bit clearer? Yeah.
Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity for Ms. Urmson to step in.
Thank you, Amanda. Richard, Mr. Jackson, did you want to clarify something on highways?
All I was going to say was that obviously there are parking restrictions on the highway leading down the hill to the private land. Some of it is no waiting at any time, but there is sections of the road that have been dedicated because it's presumably been decided that those areas are suitable to park that in the evening, where the restrictions are 8 AM to 6 PM. So with the removal of the verge parking to enhance the landscape character of the area, the implications of that could be if residents are not permitted to park in the car park that's caught by the ANPR camera overnight or from 6 PM onwards, there'll be an intensification of demand on the public highway. And that's not necessarily a highway safety issue. That's just a fact that there will be a potential demand increase on the public highway. And if you cannot park, you're going to have to turn around and drive back to where you once came from. So that is an implication. So all I would say to the applicant is presumably that car park will be available for residents to buy long-term permits overnight. Is that not the case?
Well, yeah.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's for overnight stays.
Sorry, and or shorter stays for people that might want to come and walk their dog. Is that the case?
It's not the case at the moment, but I guess that Bantham would probably consider perhaps having a proportion of that car park that could accommodate that for the people that do come and walk their dogs. That could be considered, could be a condition under planning.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just come in, obviously the application in front of us is with the removal of the verge side parking, which we have deemed necessary in order to not object and satisfy our landscape policies. Without it, I'm sure the landscape response would have been different. Obviously, we have imposed a condition, number 12, that prior to the use of the car park, we want a management plan which sets out that it should only be used for residents, mooring holders and estate office staff. I think we would need to consider a change to the condition. That was what was proposed.
Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, Mr. Fitz. Oh, hang on, I got Alison. Got one question.
Just a really quick one. We were talking about, obviously it's on private land, so we can't dictate what hours the car park is open, but what hours do you see the car park, main car park, being open?
So absolutely nothing's going to change in that respect. It's the same gate and it's going to be closed at roughly the same time every day, which I believe at the moment is roughly 10 p.m. And again, that will then open in the early hours. I don't know exactly what time, but early enough for the surfers.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Right, we move on now to Councillor Lewis, who has some slides, I believe, Thurlestone Parish Council. I think you've been here before, madam, so you know the process. When you're ready, turn your mic on and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. Rosa Lewis, Parish Councillor, Thurlestone. As well as a blatant attempt to include 4 complex proposals under one application, there are also, frankly, some disingenuous claims the applicant must think that will satisfy concerns. A car park, landscaped, is better biodiversity than the 3.7 acre site that is being proposed, which is a greenfield site currently, into a 40-car car park. How you can possibly suggest this increases biodiversity, I have no idea. Do they also think we will fail to notice this has been no application for change of use from a greenfield site into a car park? This application already has 24 conditions on it, and I think I've heard this morning at least another 3 to be applied. This site was intended as a construction site for the construction of Clock House. It was there for 18 months. It has had an enforcement notice on it. It is still there 3 years later. It has been allowed to degrade into what looks like, and you've seen it, a brownfield site. It isn't. It was a 3.5 acre green field. The proposal for 40 car parks, the verge parking at the moment accounts for about 30. Of the mooring car parks, 10 of those will have to be permanently for the residents of number 1 to 10, the cottages, which leaves 30. We are losing 30 off the verge. There is no net gain. TP15 of the neighbourhood plan would not support this. It is not a net gain. There will be a clear loss of amenity. For decades, the spaces have been local surfers, walkers, visitors, and our community. The new spaces will only be for designated users of this new private car park. Plus, it will impact the sustainability of local businesses on the Sloop Inn, which for the overspill has to use this car park. It only has 5 of its own and at most 10 in the road. Refurbishment of the toilet block, that's manifestly clear it's needed. This increases it by 24 square metres, which is a 66% increase. Some of that are internal showers. Remove those, you shrink this building. The neighbourhood plan supports the refurbishment of this shower block, but says outside showers. Getting on to the APNR. The applicant requesting electric cabling through an historical monument for for only this one machine. Why can it not be solar? The RNLI site on the beach uses solar energy. Thurleston Golf Course uses solar energy. They're within miles of each other, very small distances. Right, the traffic survey, the highway traffic survey was taken place during November. Well, we all know what the traffic's like in November. Am I over time? Was taken in November. ANPR systems increase traffic movements. One space can turn over 3 or 4 times a day. This will impact the single lanes that are the ingress and the access of it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Questions for Councillor, please? Councillor Lewis, any questions? It looks as if you've done a good job, madam, and there's no questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ray.
2 questions, in fact. The first is, as has been repeatedly pointed out, the existing Vergeside parking is in the gift of the applicant. So, from that point of view, do you recognise that there's no, I mean, given that they could remove that tomorrow, you recognise that there's no net loss?
Thank you for that question. A little bit of a ransom goes on here, doesn't it? That verge site has been used for at least 50 years, which would be a net loss. The mooring car park does not accommodate anything to do with what the verge used to accommodate. The mooring car park, there are 149 moorings. Effectively, there will be 30 spaces in that car park. That's ignored, that's the 10 given to the residents. There are at the moment, I would think, thousands of permit holders. Those are the season ticket holders. I'm actually assuming the estate are going to create permits. It is an inadequacy on all fronts. Have I answered your question? I'm not sure I have.
Just asking for your view. And the second question is, you mentioned the increase in the size of the toilet block. What would you consider to be a reasonable increase, or should it stay the same size in your view?
I think I can speak on behalf of the Parish Council and all supporters, and we do support the refurbishment of the loo block. It is the internal showers, and I haven't looked at the measurement, but I would suspect they're about 3 metres in width. I think that's an unnecessary situation on a surfing car park. We are not a campsite. You know, it's not a changing room. And so if we could take that building down and put the external showers, how could anybody? You know, it would be a perfectly reasonable thing to do that. And it would keep it in that wonderful site as not being quite as large as it is. The cantilever is such a good idea, but it is a massive cantilever. It is a 66% increase. Anyway, did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry,
Lovely, thank you very much. Any further questions? No, thank you very much, madam. Right, move on now to Councillor Long, Salcombe and Thurlestone Ward. Please, Councillor.
Chairman, I'm not sure whether Councillor Dennis is intending to speak. Right, thank you, sir. Yeah, if I can, Chairman, just sort of say to everybody, thank those who attended the site visit on Monday, is to basically look at the impact of these, look at, you've heard the comments from the officer, you know, a full report, and from Ms. Sampson with regard to landscape. I think what you've got to look at is the fact that there are 4 applications here, some controversial in the terms of the objections that come in, some not, but to look at this and give consideration to landscaping, the improvements to the area, whether they are improvements, and I think people, most people assume that some of them are, particularly things like the sewage treatment plant, which I don't think anybody could disagree with, to meet standards that the Environment Agency now require. But I think members do need to sort of give serious consideration and look closely at the policy implications, the implications with regard to the neighbourhood plan and our own, with the changes that are here, and look at, we've seen a lot of the comments coming in. Certainly Councillor Dennis, myself and the planning officer, I think in the last 24 hours have received a vast number of emails, passing comment, all very similar. And I think there is that balance to look at as to improvements, changes, impact, and obviously there are planning, and obviously a lot of this is in the gift of the applicant and the landowner. But there is historic use here, and I think, I'd like members to really give some consideration to sort of all the points that have come forward, and look at one of the things that I'm surprised in, that this sort of there are 4 applications and they're all bundled together. I think it would have been far easier for members to look at them, but it is what's before us. But I will ask members to sort of give serious consideration to some questions that have come up, questions of all the presenters today, to look at this closely and give serious consideration with regard, as I said, to neighbourhood plan policy, our own policies, and the potential impact in the area, either landscape, visual, and usage, and the potential impact within the village. But I'll leave my comments. Councillor Dennis may have other points to raise, and I'll be interested to hear other members' comments during the debate on this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I do apologise, Councillor Dennis, I didn't see you creep in. So, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I think to be honest, most of what needs to be said has been said, and I think Councillor Lewis summed it up excellently. It is a complex case, and as Councillor Long referred to, there's a huge strength of feeling. I think, to be honest, if dogs could write in objections as well, then that would have tripled. I would urge councillors to consider the Bantham estate as a whole, and particularly in the context of previous applications. My primary concern is changes to the car park management, and whether car parking will be available out of hours. There is a distinction between residents and users of the beach and the footpaths and the area in general. And it's important to note, I think, that a lot of the objections have come from outside of the village, from other parts of the South Hams, so residents of members' own wards. I think without the verge parking available, there will be an impact on parking in the village and on local businesses. I appreciate, while that's not a planning consideration, that perhaps the report from Devon Highways may have been different had it had an understanding on the parking management proposed. And I'm pleased to see Richard Jackson here today to clarify a few points for us. I personally don't think it'd be unreasonable to ask for a management plan, as you are doing on the parking on the estate as a whole, as you're asking for on the new car park. And I would question, as others have done, the change, the proposed benefit to the landscape of removing that current lane side parking. I think that's all I really wanted to say. And as I said, I think it's been covered pretty well by other representatives from my ward.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there any questions from the other members for the councillors? No? Thank you very much. We will now move into the debate. Who wants to start this one? Don't all jump up at the same time. Mr. Abbott.
What we're faced with in the responses we've had to the objections is an understandable, strong feeling about the way that things should work. But I don't see that this fits within planning law. This is a private estate. We've had a very strong presentation by the case officer about the conformity with planning law, and I haven't really heard the objections which would get me to vote against it. I will be glad to hear anyone speaking about that in this debate, but otherwise, at this moment, I can do nothing but go along with the case officer's view.
Thank you very much. Would somebody else like to say something? No? Any other members like to speak? I might remind everyone that the parking by the road is not a planning issue because that is private land. So when you're making your mind up, I don't think that is a part of a planning issue. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. For me, I think it is the ability of people to make use of an area. A lot of the objections have been concerned about the loss of parking outside of the hours of closure of the car park, and I think that's appropriate. We've heard from the parish council of the concerns of the balance between is the landscaping that is being provided true mitigation, real mitigation on it, and I think the number of conditions there have been, as has been identified, issues around with the estate of conditions not being complied with and enforcement taking place. So I think I can understand why the parish council have a slight cynicism about conditions being complied with. It is an issue. There is a concern about urbanisation, about the creation of the new larger parking area, and I think everybody who saw on the site visit the scale and size of it, it is large. It will be viewed from higher elements of the footpaths in the area. Yes, you could say that the parking along the roadside is a bit messy, doesn't look that great, but we've already heard that basically there will be a fundamental sort of net loss of users parking in the area. The parking, there is no clarification before us, and I think if there had been a management plan that laid things out that itinerant or visitors, morning, evening users of the pub could park in that other car park, operated under the ANPR system, I think people would have perhaps been a little bit more silent about it. But there is the question that's come up by a lot of the comments that people have made and the parish council of the sort of urbanisation of this area and the changes that are gradually creeping in. The toilet block, yes, there is a question. I think there is no doubt the neighbourhood plan, Dalston neighbourhood plan does see the improvement of the toilet block. It is a public area. A refurbishment, a change of that would be good. The parish council have raised questions about as to whether the size and the internal showers are appropriate. That is a sort of very good question. The ANPR system coming in, yes, I think it does make sense. And if the promise of changes in some of the tariffs so that short use, pays a lower amount than the standard fee that people have to pay now, then that could be certainly beneficial, but we aren't sure about that because there is no management plan before us. I do have questions about, as I raised, about the need to run a cable across the existing car park to the rubbish bin area to install one, whether two could have been installed, farther away, so there's no need to disturb the ancient monument area, is another question. Overall, I feel extremely dissatisfied that 4 applications, and they are 4 distinct applications, were bundled together, because I think there are some that we, could almost have gone through delegated, I would have thought, if they hadn't been bundled together. The car parking issue and those changes in that landscaping are the fundamental and major issue, because if we do see, as is the concerns raised, the loss of people to be able to use and park up out of hours without blocking roads or causing issues in the area, it goes against our policies, our Better Lives for All document, and that's been used quite frequently by people, and I'm pleased to see that people are actually looking at that document and are referring to it, where we talk about access to our spectacular coastal area. And this is, the Bantham area is a very special area for people, and I think there is a genuine concern that there is loss of ability to access that site. And I can understand why people are concerned. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't feel, comfortable doing this, but I do believe that this whole application, or all the applications, could have been better worked together. I think if the owner of the estate had looked at some of the issues that came up, looked at the landscaping, I'm sure there were measures that could have been put in with regard to parking. In fact, perhaps using the roadside parking as the villager, maintaining the village car park, which has permission for those cottages along there, and utilising and maintaining that side road parking with improved landscaping in the area. I think that could have met it and still achieved and maintained what people clearly wish to see maintained. So I would have preferred to have seen 4 applications come in. They're not. That's what's before us. I don't feel comfortable with the comments of the parish council that I could support this. I can support elements of it, but it's what's before us, so I cannot support it. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move refusal of this, not on the basis that we should not see improvements. It would be good to see improvements. So it pains me to sort of have to deal with this in the way of asking for a refusal contrary to the officer, because I think there are potentially points that could have come through, and I think perhaps an expanded application, different type of application coming in with explanation of the management plan could have addressed all of those. But at the moment, I still have serious concerns about elements of it that are, to me, contrary. The officer has said that it meets the policies. I can also say to the contrary that it goes against policies, and it goes against neighbourhood plan policies and our own policies. So it doesn't give me any pleasure in moving refusal, because I think there are improvements that are needed there, and there are improvements that could be made. Sewage works improve, but the car parking, I couldn't hand on heart turn around and say, yep, I'm comfortable with it, I go with it. And this is no criticism of the officer or landscaping in their comments, because I think they've viewed it. This is an issue that I have, so I would move refusal, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. You referred to policies. Have you got policies?
Yes. I think, Mr. Chairman, looking at the policy documents, the neighbourhood plan policies initially, and I think it is TP1, which covers sort of elements of design and the natural environment, and there was a policy referred to by the chairman of the parish council as well, and I think that does apply. And I think it's Dev 23, the landscape character, Dev 24, the undeveloped coast, and obviously DEV 25, which is the protected landscape. And I think it is those elements, that are required. And I think also there is a balance there about whether it's DEV 15 supporting the rural economy because of people coming in, and not so much a policy area, but our own document with regard to Better Lives for All, where we refer to improving the ability and maintaining access for our important coastal and beach areas. And I'm sure I could, if I trawled through, I could find. I was hoping that that there would have been more explanation. I hadn't, that I would have heard more to make me, change my view. But that I think there are a significant number of policies there that we could apply to this.
David, would you like to come in?
Yes, Chairman. I mean, first of all, you identify a number of policies, but you don't say in what way the. I'm just trying to, because you haven't got to get a seconder yet.
Yes.
So I'm conscious that we need to get a seconder for
that.
Okay.
I was waiting or hoping that if I hadn't got a seconder, then I wouldn't have had to have gone through all the policies. But I'm pleased I do have a seconder. I think it is the policy areas that cover impact on the local community, impact on the highway, the impact on the landscape character of the area. Because as I say, there is a balance. The loss of existing greenfield site and for me, the sort of ability to sort of maintain the dark skies and the rural nature and character of the area by what is an urbanisation, but it is that supporting the local economy, because if we do not have people coming in, or if there is not an ability, then we will see people drift away, not wanting to use this site. So it is that rural economy, the landscape issues, the urbanisation, which will change, generally changes that area.
You okay?
I'll let it run for the minute.
Yeah. Right, we've got a proposer and a seconder. Before we move on, I'll go to Councillor Bonham for the last word. Very short word.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I didn't realise I was the last word, but I'll try and be quick. I mean, although I can't vote, I tend to have a lot of sympathy with what Councillor Long said. I think, I really, really worry about the loss of public car parking space. I totally understand the point of view of officers that the landowner can make that change by themselves. But I think what councillors would need to understand if they vote for this planning application is that we as a council are effectively blocking members of the public from access to that Bantham site in the out of hours time periods, because we have not heard that public access will be provided. I think there could be some very unfortunate consequences of that, which I leave to you to imagine. And I want to raise a point as well that hasn't been mentioned. On the 26th of July, we heard a very impassioned statement from the Newton Ferrers Parish Council that did sway us quite significantly in that case. I think we've heard a very similar story today from the Thurleston Parish Council, very strongly against this. And I believe this planning committee should take note of local views as represented by the parish council. So in addition to the points Councillor Long raised about local economy, I'm sure there's policies about access to the countryside for health and well-being and exercise that this overall application contravenes. I think we have to take the application in its entirety, and if there's some things we're not comfortable about, I feel the committee should reject it, sadly, and ask for it to be brought back in a different format. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Yes.
Although although I share a lot of Councillor Long's concerns, I am worried about the idea that we're trying to do something that we simply have no power to do, which is protect the verge parking, which is not in our gift. And I think that I mean, I regret the fact that it's not for us. I mean, we just can't protect that, and and so I'm worried about sort of stepping outside the scope of our powers, just as a matter of principle.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this?
I haven't actually spoken. I just said I'd second it, but I didn't actually give you why. I think we need something better for this area. I think that's, it's not people saying no, never no to any of it, because obviously we do need parking, and it is better if it's properly regulated and organised, and obviously with a private operator, private owner, then we have to work with the private owners. But it doesn't mean to say that the first thing that comes in the door has to be acceptable. And we have a very special area here that I think we've heard, as we, from the parish, very much that they are very concerned. They have a neighbourhood plan, which I think we not only should respect, but actually also has powers. And that has obviously been debated and deliberated very carefully by the people who live in that area. So it's about the local people. It's also about the visitor situation, and it's the wider community of this area who, loves the AONB. It's a special area, and I think if we've got the opportunity to demand something better, this is our opportunity to do so. If we say yes to this today, then there's no going back.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment?
Chairman, if I may, I understand where Councillor Hodgson's coming from, but unfortunately the application you have to consider is the one before you, and you have to decide whether it causes harm rather than if there's something better that might come forward. So you have to consider this application and this application alone. What you might want on your wish list is not on the table. It is this application. So if you are able to identify the way, at the moment there's a proposal to refuse. So what I'd be looking for is reference to the policies that have been quoted, the ways in which this proposal is said to be contrary to the policy. So if the policy requires something not to have an adverse impact, in what way does this particular proposal have that adverse impact? And that would help us with the reasons for refusal. Is that?
Can I just maybe just provide a bit more explanation then as to why I said we would perhaps hope for something better? Is because obviously we've got a lot of new members to this committee, and sometimes it doesn't feel like saying no isn't no forever. People can come back. That's the point I was trying to make. But I was also making the point, once something's Greenfield's been dug up, it's been dug up. But yes, I support what the points Councillor Long has made. I support the issues, the items he's raised through the neighbourhood plan. I think it will have an adverse impact, visual impact, because of the scale of where it's all been lumped together, as opposed to the way that at the moment that sort of gentle verge, much less kind of organised, is just much a softer impact at the moment. Although I'm not keen on the view of cars wherever they are, but I think it's comparing one against the other, and that's why I've supported this application, because I support the points that Councillor Long has raised.
Thank you very much. David, is there any clarification? Do we need to go through the conditions on this before we vote?
I'd like, if possible, just to take members through the policies that Councillor Long has identified, and then I think if you can then say what it is that this proposal, in what way this proposal doesn't meet the policy or it's contrary to policy, then we can phrase the wording of the conditions and other refusals, reasons for refusal, and everyone is clear then what they're voting on. Does that seem fair? So I think you've started, in terms of the JLP policies, I think you've started with Dev 23, and that's the one on landscape character. So development will conserve and enhance landscape, townscape and seascape character and scenic and visual quality avoiding significant and adverse landscape or visual impacts. So in terms of that opening sentence, in what way are there specific elements of the proposal that you identify as causing harm and being contrary to, as not conserving or enhancing?
I would say that if we take the car park, the new proposed car park in itself, the introduction of additional car parking space and the size and scope in what was a previous, and we have to go back to a previous greenfield site, then that change, that erodes the character, and for me it's an adverse where you have, I know we've already said it, existing parking along the roadside. We have a very minor element of parking which was granted for residents but is very minor, but it is that erosion and that extension of sort of development as such in those fields. So that for me is the adverse.
So what you're then going on to say is that the restoration of the grass verge does not mitigate the loss.
Yes.
Okay. Dev 24, the undeveloped coast, development which would have a detrimental effect on the undeveloped and unspoilt character, appearance and tranquility of the undeveloped coast will not be permitted except under exceptional circumstances. And development will only be permitted in the undeveloped coast where the development can demonstrate it requires a coastal location. It cannot be reasonably located outside the development coast. Protects, maintains and enhances the unique landscape, seascape character and special qualities of the area. I guess that is the one that you would say it doesn't do.
It doesn't do, yes.
And again, is there any particular feature that you would draw out?
I think with that, it would be the introduction, because one of the things, when we're looking at the introduction of an additional established car park area, also the sort of changes in the openings, and the introduction of additional sort of materials within the landscape, the pay machines and other elements. And we could also, sort of look at it and say, although, I support the improvements to the toilet block, the increase in the size by, what is effectively almost double, 60% increase in size, the balance is not there to say that it improves, particularly with the undeveloped coast.
And by implication, you're therefore saying there are no exceptional circumstances to justify it.
I think exceptional, there are no exceptional, but you would, it's one of those things of you could say improvements to that toilet block could be done without increasing the major size, and you could turn around and say the putting a green roof on will enhance, improve, but the increase in size, does that balance out? Although, I accept there is a need to improve the facilities.
Sorry, Chairman. And Dev 25, which is nationally protected landscapes, highest degree of protection we're given to the protected landscapes of the South Devon AONB. The LPAs will protect AONBs and national park from potentially damaging or inappropriate development located either within the protected landscapes or their settings. You presumably would therefore seek, and in part of that, you would say that you've in moving this, you've given great weight to conserving the landscape and scenic beauty in the protected landscapes. You would say that proposals don't do that.
Don't do that.
I think that's potentially enough. And I think you then identified Dev 15. And that's supporting the local economy. And I potentially see this as working two ways, but support will be given to proposals in suitable locations which seek to improve the balance of jobs within rural areas and diversify the rural economy. The following provisions apply. Appropriate expansion of appropriate existing employment sites in order to enable retention and growth of local employers. business startups and home working, small scale employment in residential and rural areas will generally be supported. Support will be given to the reuse of suitable buildings for employment uses. Trying to think.
I'd put that in because of the potential impact of sort of local, to say the sloop in, the inability to park, and you've got people, surfers could be precluded from going down there early and late, and supporting the rural economy for me is seeing people using an area, coming in and using an area. So for me, it is that diversity of use which to me strikes me as potentially, without clearance of a clear management parking plan, is removing elements of support there for the rural economy in people coming in early to use the site, late use the site, use the local pub, and elements like that.
Can I play devil's advocate and say, well, shouldn't the parking is provided by the local businesses, and if this parking disappears overnight, then they're in the same position? And it isn't the policy not so much that effectively improving the facilities here would actually improve the local economy? I'm not sure that local economy is a good one.
It's possibly not, but you can see the approach that I'm taking, and whether it's the local economy, the concern for me is the people to be able to use it. And that's why I went, it was interesting, people picked up on the, a better place for all. And it's that whole wider holistic approach to people's access to areas, the ability to walk, to surf, to come in at whatever time necessary. And at the moment, the proposals before us seem to restrict that. So whether, my idea of rural economy is the use and the ability. So whether that policy is appropriate, or whether it's more lifestyle, health, those types of policies that are more applicable than Dev 15. But I thought rural economy, as well as lifestyle, is important.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure that Dev 15 is the right.
You may be right. I was doing this on the hoof.
Can I suggest? Sorry, can I just say that maybe putting it in the terms of like additional constraints would have a detrimental effect on the local economy.
Can I also add to that? That's something that Richard Jackson said, which was that potential for traffic backing up or having to park in the village, not finding parking spaces and turning around and going home. That doesn't sound to me like it would be very beneficial for the local economy. I don't know if that would work.
I guess in terms of that response, that potentially you've already got that situation at the moment, so I'm not sure how the current proposal.
I'm just responding to something that Richard Jackson said. Yeah. So he brought it up, and he's highway. So.
Can I just pick up on a point you mentioned about the justification for the extension to the toilet block? Chloe has just reminded me that because the site is part of an ancient scheduled monument, the applicants have actually explained that it's not very easy to extend it. So in terms of the options that they can do, they are fairly limited, which is why they've gone for a new building with the cantilever.
I accept that, and I think that what they've done with cantilevering, in that area is, a very sensible thing to do. But I think it's for me, it was the increase in the scale and size of it that was a concern, and whether that was, appropriate.
Right, councillors, I think we've given us a couple of hours actually, and if everyone goes on like that, we'll be on before midnight. But we've got a proposer to refuse and a seconder. So can we take a vote on this, please, for all those who agree with refusal? Those for approval?
Against.
Against, sorry. Against, sorry. 2 against.
5 for and 2 against.
5 for, 2. 5 for refusal.
Yeah, 5 for.
2 against. So that
And 5
application
absent.
is refused. Thank you very much. Do we need to take a comfort break for 3 or 4 minutes? Yeah, make it. Yeah. Right, everyone, let's get back in place, please.
You're not going to need it.
Just the first two.
Right, thank you very much. We will resume if we may. And the next one is application 222723 HHO. And the officer, Ms. Hallett, will present her report. Please.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'm Amy Hallett, the case officer for the application at 16 Meadcombe Road in Thurston. So the site is located in the built-up area of Thurston and is amongst similarly styled large detached properties, many of which have had alterations and extensions since first constructed. As you can see from the aerial image, this highlights how the properties are set rather deep in their plots and with the primary garden space to the front rather than to the rear. There is an abundance of green infrastructure, particularly to the northern boundaries of the properties on this side of Meadcombe. The site has been subject to several planning applications in the past. Most notably, there was an appeal in 2016 which was dismissed. So to help highlight the key differences between that dismissed appeal and the application that we are discussing today, we'll review the dismissed appeal application first. So this is the dismissed appeal, the proposed front elevation. So the key issues for the appeal site in 2016 was the impact on the living conditions of the occupants of number 18 Meadcombe Road, which is located to the west, in terms of the outlook on number 18 Meadcombe. As demonstrated from the drawing, the appeal application followed the same roof structure and ridge height as the existing property. The proposed ground floor extension was also 1.8 metres from the edge of the ground floor room stroke garage, as indicated on the drawing. Whilst the planning inspector concluded the removal of the balcony adjacent to number 18 could improve the living conditions, overall it was determined that this would not outweigh the key issue of the application, particularly when compared to planning policies. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight that the appeal was dismissed 7 years ago and measured against policies that are no longer used by South Hants District Council. We have since had the joint local plan adopted, as well as the supplementary planning document and the Thurston neighbourhood plan. All of these documents have gone through a robust assessment and have been concluded to be sound, and it is these three policies that the new application has been measured against. So moving on to the proposed scheme. So the overall gap between the built form of both properties, when I say both properties, number 16 and number 18, will be 5.8 metres approximately, compared to the 5.4 metre gap from the 2016 appeal. The ridge height has also been reduced to help the proposed extension read as an extension within the street scene. In addition to this, the extension has been pulled back. The image on the screen indicates the extent of the 2016 dismissed appeal with the blue dotted line, and you can see now that the extension is set back by approximately 1 metre. So when assessing this application, officers concluded that there will be 3 key issues to review, which is potential overbearing, neighbour amenity, and loss of visual gap within the street scene. So the picture on the screen highlights how pronounced the stagger is. Oh. Okay. Picture highlights how pronounced the stagger in the building line is between the application site, seen there with the glazed balcony on the right, and number 18 on the left. The extension above the garage will commence where the rear wall of number 18 ceases. I think I'm on the... yeah, sorry, that's the picture. So yes, the extension will commence where the rear wall of number 18 ceases, which is a significant improvement on the dismissed appeal in terms of any potential overbearing on number 18. There is also dense infrastructure, which is not shown by this picture, and it has grown significantly since the appeal was dismissed and is now 6 metres tall between the application site and number 18. The hedge provides natural screening between the two properties, and it has been conditioned that this is to remain and be retained to both the west, which is the side, and the north, which is the rear elevation. It's been conditioned also that no windows are to be inserted into the side elevation, and that the remaining flat roof area cannot be used for amenity purposes. It is felt that these conditions, alongside the changes to the design, have ameliorated concerns of overbearing on number 18 Meadcombe Road. Okay. There's also been an increase in the gap between the boundary of, so the dismissed appeal was 2.8 metres from the boundary with number 18. That has been increased to 3.2 metres. This increase in the gap from the boundary, as well as the step in the building line, mitigates any concerns of overbearing. The planning inspector from the 2016 appeal concluded that the main amenity space in the street scene is to the front, and therefore the small rear gardens are modest. The private amenity space of number 18 has been preserved by the increase in distance from the boundary, as well as the way in which the extension has been significantly stepped back when compared to the 2016 appeal. So the loss of visual gap. In the dismissed appeal from 2016, the planning inspector concluded that Meadcombe is somewhat characterised by large spaces between the properties. The image shows that number 18 and the application site to the right. The extent of the balcony is demonstrable of the proposed extension, although the extension will not be as wide as the balcony. So it gives a clear image there of what the street scene will look like if this application is approved today.
Could I ask the officer to speak a bit nearer to the microphone, because
Oh,
I'm losing some of what you're saying.
Sorry. So the image on the screen shows the balcony, which is demonstrable of the extent of the proposed extension, although it will not be as wide as the balcony. So just to give ward members an indication there. And the extension is above the garage. It will encroach on this perceived visual gap slightly. It is an extension over an existing built form, and the gap between the boundary of the properties is 3.2 metres. In addition to the space from the extension to the boundary, there is a further 2.6 metres from the boundary to the wall of number 18. Therefore, the total gap is approximately 5.8 metres between the built form of both properties. This is a generous space between the properties, and the visual gap characteristic of the street scene will be conserved. The proposed conditions have been carefully considered to ensure that neighbour amenity and the appearance of the street scene is preserved, whilst allowing a policy compliant scheme to be approved. The glaze into the balcony will be obscure. There are no additional windows to the side elevation. The remaining flat roof to the west of the extension will not be used as a terrace, and there is a landscaping condition to retain the mature tall shrubbery to both the west and north boundaries, both of which are in the ownership of the applicant. It's felt that the conversion of the garage space back to a garage, alongside the removal of the balcony adjacent to number 18, is betterment for both neighbour amenity and visual amenity, and officers are confident that these conditions are sufficient to allow for a recommended approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harrat. Members, any questions for?
Sorry, just one last thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry.
Sorry, ward members. One thing that I needed to mention is we have had a letter of representation come in since my officer report was published online, but it hasn't raised any new material considerations.
Thank you once again. Questions, members, to the officer? Councillor Long.
Just one, obviously there have been some objections from neighbours to the rear about, and I think it's where they say it's overbearing and dominant. I know you addressed that in your report, but if you can cover the sort of that aspect from, it's obviously the in Mead Lane 11 and 13 have passed comment, and you didn't mention that element.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Long. Just to give people, sorry, I'm just having a moment. What was the question again? Sorry. It was the
the property to the rear from Mead Lane.
Yes. The property does have, the proposal does include an extension to the rear. The extension brings the rear of the application site a minimum of 1.6 metres from the boundary up to 3.2 metres, just to do with the way the boundary line is cut. But there is a 6 metre rear hedge. I measured built form to built form from the application site and number 13 Mead Lane. There is a gap of 26 metres.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Ms. Hallett. Just for clarification, the drawings that you showed, which appear to say south elevation, were in fact of the west elevation.
What I can do for clarity is I do have the drawings. If members would like to see the drawings,
I've got them on my screen. It's just it sort of borrows. They flashed up on the screen saying south. That one is the west elevation.
yes, that's a mistake made by the draftsman, but that is the west elevation. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, please, for the officer? If not, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Ms. Hallett. The objector, Mark Hodges. Thank you. When you're all ready to go, sir, you've got 3 minutes, and at the end of that 3 minutes, you will get a buzz. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Michael Hodges, owner and permanent resident, 11 Mead Lane, speaking on behalf of residents of 18 Meadcombe, 13 Mead and 11 Mead Lane, who directly border the property. We all objected to the planning proposal, and as was mentioned, the objection of 18 has only been loaded to the site this morning. I draw the committee's attention to 3 previous similar planning submissions at 16 Meadcombe, which were all dismissed on appeal, particularly as the dismissal of appeal was not mentioned in the application report. I draw particular attention to 2498-16, the most recent. The extension is similar in width as the current proposal. However, critically, the proposed extension this time goes far further back by more than 50% than that which was rejected on appeal in 2017. Specifically, I draw attention to what was written in the appeal report, paragraph 8 of the inspector's report, as this. Residential amenity DP 210 clearly states that the acceptable impact on living conditions for the occupiers of nearby properties will be, and this is important bit, judged against the level of amenity generally accepted within the locality and could result from overbearing and dominant impact. This is now exact words of TP 1.1 neighbourhood plan. Further, in paragraph 9, accordingly, whilst a similar development in more urban area and even more tightly knitted suburban area might be acceptable, I consider that because of the spacious character and rural setting of Mead Lane estate, the Mead estate, the level of amenity might reasonably be expected by its residents to be somewhat higher than in other locations. Thus, overall, I conclude that the proposal would have an unacceptable, harmful effect on the living conditions for the adjoining properties of 18 Meadcombe Road. The estate is south-facing, and very specifically, large spaces are maintained between the properties, and even our boundary hedges are controlled by covenants and deeds to be less than 8 feet high, to ensure good light space to all properties, and thus ensures a very high level of amenity for the properties. If the gaps of the properties are blocked, as in the current proposal, there is a dramatic impact on light to the properties to the side and north of the blocking, as indicated by the inspector in dismissing the appeal in 2017. Such blocking contravenes the neighbourhood plan TP 1.1. We as neighbours can thus not understand what has so changed in the current proposal that it's acceptable, whereas the proposal in 2016 was not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, please, for Mr. Hodges? No? So, yeah, thank you. Could you make microphone up, please? Could you? Thank you.
Can I just raise a point of clarification? It's just you indicated that the officer report didn't make reference to the dismissed appeal. So just looking at the details on the planning file on the website, the officer report that's been uploaded isn't the committee item. So I don't know which report you were looking at, but in terms of the agenda that members would have seen, the correct report is within that pack, and section 4.0 within the analysis does include it's section specific on the comparisons with the previous scheme. Just wanted to raise that.
Thank you. No, that's fine. I mean, you don't need. You just needed to explain to you where we were coming from. To be honest, you weren't looking for a reply. No, just clarification. Okay. Thank you. Right, now we call on the supporter, Mr. Peter Thomas, who has slides as well, I believe. You've heard me say all this before, but you have 3 minutes to make your report, and then the buzzer will go. Okay? Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, members. My name is Peter Thomas from Bell Cornwell Planning Consultants, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant Cy Wharton, who couldn't be here today. I just want a quick point of clarification. There haven't been 3 dismissed appeals on this site. The last application was actually withdrawn. We are delighted that officers are supporting this application and considered opinion that the application complies with policy TP1 of the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan. We would ask members to note that the proposal is to provide an extension to enable the applicant's elderly parents to live with them and thus encourages and facilitates sustainable living. The main consideration relates to impact on neighbouring amenity, and we'd ask members to note that historically it has been determined by a planning inspector when considering a larger extension in 2016 that for both 16 and Meadcombe Road that most of the private amenity space is located to the front. Whilst ultimately the appeal was dismissed, the decision was made on balance. In responding to the comments of the Parish Council and the Inspector, the revised application and the site itself is materially different to those proposals and has been designed in a way to overcome the amenity concerns that have been previously raised. In photos 1 and 2, in terms of the height, it has deliberately been designed to be hipped away from the neighbour at number 18 to the west. This reduces the mass and appearance of the side elevation. It is also positioned away from the boundary and setting away from the neighbour, thereby increasing the distance over the previous proposals. We'll move to photos 3 and 4. In terms of the depth, there is a substantial high hedge boundary to the rear and side and serves to screen the development from the neighbouring properties. The screening has grown significantly since the previous proposals and represents a further change in the characteristics of the sites in previous applications. The hedging will screen the rear of the proposal from the neighbour and can be retained through planning condition. And to the rear, next photo, the neighbours behind the site are in an elevated position and look over the dwellings below. Given the scale of the extension, the roof design, the distance between the dwellings, the presence of the high hedgerows and the levels, there will not be any amenity impact upon the property to the rear. We note there are comments regarding the original design of the estate, but this has not prevented extension to other properties within this setting. In summary, the applicant has listened to the concerns that have been raised and sought to address them directly to enable their elderly parents to be able to reside with them. The extension has a hip roof, is well screened, and will be over an existing external balcony. These changes are materially different to the previous applications, which through its design and the nature of the existing site would not result in any harmful impact upon neighbouring amenity. The proposal therefore accords with policy TP1 of the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan, which requires consideration given to neighbouring impact. I therefore urge you to support the recommendation of your officer and approve the proposals before you.
Thank you very much. Good timing as well. Questions, please? No questions? No. Everybody's happy, sir. You make the microphone off, please. Can you make? Thanks. All right, lovely job. We'll move on now to Thurlestone Parish Council, which is Councillor Stone. Please. He's sharing a load today, I see. Yeah, we don't. I won't have to go through it because you know you've heard it all before this morning. So you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for putting this. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, this application, as you've heard, in various forms, has been submitted several times and has been refused several times, both by SHDC, yourselves, and also by appeal. The consistent agreement throughout has been that it is impossible to develop this part of 16 Meadcombe without having an effect on amenity, and the effect that would have on the living conditions of neighbouring properties at number 18 Meadcombe Road and 11 and 13 Mead Lane, which is behind them. It's interesting to see that none of the other photographs shown actually photograph the back garden, where the implication is greatest. Several versions of this proposal have been made previously, as I've said, and on appeal were dismissed being contrary to DEV 1 and NP, the Neighbourhood Policy TP1 residential amenity, because it was judged to be against the accepted level of amenity within the locality. Having done a site visit, the PC saw for ourselves the dominant impact on their neighbours of number 18 made already after the previous development, and because the land slopes and also the houses are set one in front of the other, the impact in the back garden is immense. As you can see from the photographs, you can see the screening that runs down the side of the house in the middle picture at the top. The existing development at number 16 looms over you in the garden of number 18. This latest proposal would be even worse, as it would be a solid brick wall, the height of the two-storey house, the length of the boundary of number 18. The planner claims that this would be no different from how it is now, if only that were true. Although this application has been adjusted slightly, the width of the first floor extension having been reduced against the previous submission, it is now identical to that of the application refused on appeal on the 17th of the 2nd, 2017, as overbearing. This will without doubt be more overbearing and dominant than previous applications, impacting the houses of not only the immediate neighbour at number 18, but also the north boundary, Mead Lane, creating a feeling of being plunged into a hole in the ground in the back garden. Members of the PC find it impossible to understand how the planning officer can claim that this development would not be overbearing and dominant, both within the plot and to its neighbours, as having visited the garden at number 18, we can only assume the planning officer may not have gone round the back. Currently, immediately you walk into the back garden, you feel overlooked with the presence of number 16 towering over you, as you can see in the photos. I would doubt any of us would want this in our rear garden. Loss of amenity is contrary to the principles of the Mead Estate development, which upholds the agreement that any developments on the Mead Estate will maintain and retain, and I quote, open environment with good light at all times of the year for all residents on the estate. Thurlestone Parish Council believes this application must be rejected outright. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Stone? Yes. Yeah, okay, Amy.
Yeah, I'd just like to address a few points made. You said there was the rear amenity hasn't been considered. In the report by the Planning Inspectorate, it was concluded that the private amenity space for the properties on Meadcombe Road is at the front of the property, not the rear of the property, and therefore the private amenity has been preserved because it's at the front of the property. And it is a material consideration what is there already. The property is already overlooked. There is potential impact on noise amenity by the presence of a balcony, and this is seen as betterment by having an extension as opposed to a balcony.
No, I appreciate that the planning officer talked about the amenity being in the front garden, but the house does have a back garden, and I don't think it's for us to determine who uses which bit of their space as to whether something is overbearing or not.
As an officer, we have to assess where the private amenity space is, and when we're assessing impact on private amenity, we assess that it was at the front of the property, which means that in the rear, you're not subject to necessarily the same level of privacy because it's not your primary space of amenity.
I accept that, but I think actually the owner of the house was the one who put the latest application in, and surely it's for them to determine whether that space is what they use or not.
I think that the officers answered the question. to be honest, and I don't think it's up to us to argue that point. So, thank you. Any further questions? No? Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I now move on to Councillor Long, the ward member for Thurlestone?
Thank you, Chairman. I brought this to committee because of the objections that are coming from neighbours, and want the committee to consider the questions over the Thurlestone Neighbourhood Plan policy and neighbour amenity potential impact and the comments there. I think you've heard quite clearly from Mr Hodges, Mr Thomas and Councillor Stone. I think they've laid out their views very well. The officer has laid out the details and responded as well. So at that point, I don't think I have anything more to say. You've seen the, you have the report. You've seen the various images that have been put up by the various, supporter, objector, and the parish council, and I pass it to the committee to consider this application as to whether, it is acceptable under the terms of the officer, or whether you feel that it is contrary to that, and the implications that the parish council has said and the neighbours. So I leave it to other members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We move into the debate. Have I got anybody that would like to start this one? Your panel.
I'd just like to say something. I haven't decided how to vote on this, but I do bear in mind that we have seen a number of appeals against our decisions in the last year or so in Thurlestone and Bigbury, where we as a committee, and indeed the planning authority, has deemed that development has been an extension has been too overbearing or too dominant and affecting people's privacy. And in a number of those cases, the applicants have won on appeal. So I think we just, as we discuss it, we need to be very careful in thinking about the officer's advice and where we stand if we reject it. I think we need to bear in mind where the planning inspectorate is coming from in terms of deciding what is overbearing and what isn't.
Thank you very much. If you could guess what the planning inspector is going to say, I will give you a lot of money. Any further comments in the debate, please? No. So do we have a proposal for this one, please? Nobody wants it. Come on.
Chairman, this one, there are obviously the questions there, and I am conscious of the parish council's comments. I'm conscious of the neighbours' comments, and also previous inspectors' comments, and I am torn on this one, and I honestly don't know where to sort of move with this one, because the officer makes some valid points about potentially the extension being a betterment rather than balcony, which I hadn't actually sort of considered. And we have a previous inspector's decision which gives us a steer. So I had hoped to see some other comments and views from other members before a vote was taken on this, because I think it's fair that we and the parish and the neighbours hear some of the views held by other members, rather than it being led by myself, who brought this for members to consider policy implications. Chairman.
All right, we've got Councillor Allen would like to say something now. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I suppose is that it's clearly overbearing. I fail to see how a wall could be better in terms of loss of light and visual impact. But it's hard to know how to vote in terms of inspectors, which is this sort of swords of Damocles hanging over everybody all the time with these kind of things. So I suppose that's why there aren't comments being made, because it's clearly overbearing. But in terms of possible appeals, if we're going against officer recommendation, it's difficult. I think that's where I'm coming from. That's I don't know how to vote. Basically, it's quite difficult. Thank you.
No, I don't think we're in a position to guess what the inspector might come up with. We got to look at what we got on in front of us and make a decision on that one. Councillor Panel.
Well, in view of members' reluctance to do anything, I'm prepared to, with some reservations, but I will propose acceptance of this application in line with the officer's recommendation.
Do we have a seconder on this one? Okay. Yes, please. Yeah, that's, sorry.
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'm asked for a seconder first. So we haven't got a seconder on that one, eh? So.
I mean, yeah, I think it is a really difficult one, this, and having been around the block a few times with this one in my time as on the planning committee, it is difficult. But I do think that Councillor Panel makes a fair point about appeals. And while I don't think pester power should necessarily be applied here, because obviously you keep coming back, and in the end we kind of go, oh, okay. I do think this one probably actually would comply, because I look at the list of how the officers set it out very well, which policies it complies with. I don't think we've got a huge amount to stand on if it went to appeal, and this applicant has clearly gone to appeal before. So I feel that we need to perhaps bite the bullet now, actually, and just approve. So I am prepared on those, but I didn't want to just say second it and then not say anything. I just wanted to clarify. So I do second Councillor Panel's vote of approval on this, because I don't think we would get through an appeal on it, and I don't think that's doing our public service very well, much as I don't like it, to be frank.
Thank you very much. Do we go to the vote now, yeah? Yeah, no other comments. Right, right, we've got a proposer for approval and a seconder for approval. Could I have a vote, please? Okay. All those against? You're against. So that application is approved. Thank you all very much. At this point, I stand down and pass back to the chairman. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. If we can now move on to item 6C, which is 193323 HHO Seahaven at Ringmore Drive, Bigbury-on-Sea. The case officer is Alexis Wilson, and we're just waiting for the transfer over and the presentation to be set up. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, I'll be happy for you to start your presentation. Thank you.
So I'm Alexis Wilson. I'm the case officer for this application, Sea Haven Ringmore Drive in Bigbury-on-Sea. The property itself is a detached property. As you can see from the location plan there, it's in the built form of Bigbury-on-Sea. Got quite a large garden which it sits to the front of the road it relates to and comes off of is the road to the northeast in that image. So that's just an aerial image. It's the second property from the top left-hand corner. The garden spans all the way down to the road at the bottom, Marine Drive. So this is an image of the rear. It's set within the built form of Bigbury-on-Sea. It's in the South Hams Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty and the Heritage Coast. It is a detached arts and crafts style property, one of the original properties of Bigbury-on-Sea dating back to 1912. It's noted in the Bigbury Neighbourhood Plan as being a non-designated heritage asset and something which they wish to protect. It's undergone a number of unsympathetic additions and extensions over its lifetime. As you can see, that sort of glazed balcony on the rear, and it's got some extensions around the other side that have been added over the lifetime. It's in a bit of a state of disrepair now, and the applicants want to modernise it and extend it. So it's quite a complicated application. It's got lots of different elements that relate to varying parts of the property, as we saw from our site visit on Monday. So I've just sort of listed them to make it a bit easier to understand. The main house, they were looking at raising the ridge height by 330 mil. The reasoning for this is to include strengthened timbers, which would take the slate tiles they want to put onto the roof in the place of the current concrete ones, and to be able to insert insulation. Reinstatement of that central first floor balcony that we saw in the last image that was glazed. Replacement of the left-hand dormer in that last image. Just go back to that, and a new dormer on the right-hand side of that central dormer to match. So the rear wall, bringing that out into the garden further to provide more internal space. Renovating and partial restoration of the veranda which surrounds the property, which is an original feature. Removal of the side conservatory extension on the northeast elevation, and a front extension to provide utility and plant rooms. Removal of a number of redundant garden stores and sheds that are presently in the garden on the northwest elevation. Construction of a detached games room. Replacement of the existing single garage with a double garage. Increase in the off-road parking space with an impermeable surface. And then the installation of an air source heat pump and solar panels on the roof of the main house and the games room. So this is the third time this application has come in. Each time the applicant has withdrawn to address issues raised by respondents. However, we've had, off the top of my head, I think it's of 16 objections have come in, one letter of support, and there was one additional letter of representation that's come in since the committee report, but it doesn't raise any new issues which aren't already being considered within this presentation. So key issues that have been raised, the scale of the garage and the impact of that on the street scene, being as it's to the front of the property. The planting scheme that's been proposed to the front of the property by the applicant. It was raised that there was inadequate parking and turning space being provided. The scale of overlooking of and from the games room, which is going to be to the rear in the garden of the property. Overlooking from the new dormer that's being created and the reinstated balcony. The raising of the ridge height with regards to views from other properties and the overdominance and the overall increase in footprint. So if I take the issues one at a time, because there's a few there to cover. So we'll start with the issues regarding the garage. So this is an image taken from the street. We're looking at the area where the new proposed garage will be built. You can't see it, but behind there's a slight back of a blue car you can see there. That's backed up to the existing garage. So there's a little single garage in there with a parking space in front at the moment. So the applicant is proposing to drop the site level down and create a new garage there. The new garage will measure 8.1 metres by 7.8 metres with an eaves height of 2.4 metres and a ridge height of 4.4 metres. So from the previous application, there's been a reduction of 250mm on the ridge height. It's the lowest, apparently, that it can be now, whilst being able to retain slates. It relates well in terms of its design to the property that's there. It's quite reflective of the style. The topography in the site mean that the applicant is able to excavate down. You can't see it, but where the grass ends in front of the house is quite a drop at the moment, and the applicant intends to use that change in the topography and drop down the garage so that it's sitting quite a lot lower. If we have a look at the plan of the garage, so the red line there denotes where the surface of the ground is at the moment. So to the left of that top image would be the house, and then you would come round and drive into the driveway from the other side. So that red line denotes where that grass slope was at the moment. The resultant fact of that is that from road level, although it's 4.4 metres above the surface level of the driveway, it's only actually 2.3 metres above the level of the road. So looking at that image, it will be 2.3 metres at that height. It's been reduced in size quite a lot since previous applications, and that bottom image is showing you how it will look from the road. Again, the red line showing the height at the moment drop down. To the right of that image is the existing hedge between the property and Seadrift next door. So this is just showing some of the local street scene and the changes. It's a very varied street scene. There's a couple of the original properties, the application property in Seadrift next door, but there's been a lot of changes over the years, and frontal development wise, the top left picture, that's the garage next door relating to Seadrift, which sits higher than the hedge line, whereas this garage will sit at the hedge line or slightly below. Second image is a property 2 down with a garage to the front. And then you've got a couple of properties at the bottom, just to sort of indicate what the street scene is there, that there's not really a design across the whole street scene. So that's an overview of the garage. So now we're looking at an aerial image. So to the top of the picture where that green line comes down, that is the boundary with the road. So you've got the garage and then the house beyond to the south, and then that shows indicative new driveway, which will be coming in the other end of the garden and coming round. So we're going to address the issue raised about the front boundary. So on the plans supplied, the applicant indicated a planting scheme to alleviate issues that were raised in the past about the impact of the proposed garage on the street scene. So an indicative planting scheme has been suggested. There's been concern in objections about the height of the levels of the hedge being mentioned. 2 metres was mentioned, and that this is against policy in the neighbourhood plan about frontages. It's only an indicative planting scheme. All the planting scheme would be subject to a condition, which would be agreed prior to the garage being developed. So the planting scheme was offered to allay the concerns originally. It's very much open to negotiation, and it would have to be agreed in writing prior to any development of the garage. In honesty, with the variation of the street scene and the dropping down of the garage and the materials it's going to be finished in to match the dwelling, even without the planting scheme there, it's my consideration that it would be acceptable without a planting scheme, bearing in mind the impact of the 2.3 metres over the road. So a planting scheme would be beneficial, but it wouldn't be essential. But that would all be agreed with the applicant prior to any permission being granted. There was also concern from Bigbury Parish Council regarding the amount of parking spaces that are available in this scheme. So we're showing 3 spaces in that. There was concern that that wouldn't allow any turning space, but there's no policy within either the local plan or the neighbourhood plan which would demand that turning space was required. The road is not it's not a classified road. So from Highways point of view, and Highways have said there's no Highways implications, there's no requirement to leave the property in a forward gear. And at the moment, there's 1 small garage and 1.5 parking spaces in front of that. So even without classing the 2 spaces within the garage, you've still got an uplift in the amount of off-road parking, which I know somewhere like Bigbury-on-Sea is critical because there is no on-road parking and it's very congested. So looking at the next key issue, which was the concern regarding the proposed games room. So the games room is in the rear garden to the southwest of the property. It's measuring 6.2 metres by 8.7 metres, eaves height of 2.3 metres and a ridge height maximum of 3.8 metres. It comprises 1 room with full height patio doors towards the garden and a small shower room. It's been reduced in size since previous applications by removing the surrounding veranda that was around it, and it's been moved closer to the host dwelling and away from the boundary of Craigivar. You can see from the bottom picture, that's how it relates to the dwelling itself. So top right hand corner is the edge of the veranda and the raised patio relating to the main dwelling, and then you've got the games room to the left. So bearing in mind the extent of the garden that we saw in the first couple of slides from that aerial shot, it is very close to the property itself, and it's the officer's concerned that it relates well to that and it's not being put down at the far end of the garden, it's being kept with the built development. It also replaces, there's currently a small summer house and a couple of storage sheds in that area which will be removed, and an area of sort of patio. So it does sort of consolidate the development that's already there into one building. It has windows only to the front, looking over its own garden. So the nearest neighbour to that elevation is Clarna Cottage, which is 36 metres distant. There's 1 small garden. There's 1 small window to the northeast elevation, but that only accesses the shower room, so would likely be obscure glazed anyway, and there's no windows to the other elevations which are closest to the neighbours, so there's not deemed to be any neighbour impact from that from a lack of privacy point of view. So as a visual, this top photograph shows you where the games room is proposed for, sort of tucking into that corner where that mature boundary there is. You can see to the right of that top image one of the summer houses that will be removed when this is constructed. The bottom image is taken from Seadrift next door. You can see the application dwelling to the left of the photograph, which sits at 6.7 metres, and the games room will be behind that hedge and measure the maximum of 3.8 metres to the top. So that gives you an idea of the sort of minimal effect on the outlook from sea drift. So now we'll come to the development of the house itself and the concerns about that. So one of the issues that's been raised is overlooking from the new dormers and the central balcony. Previous plans had included a full width balcony that went between all the dormers, but that has been reduced down. Now looking at reinstating that glazed box that was on that first image of the property we looked at, originally was a balcony, and this is sort of reinstating that. And then on the left-hand dormer, at the moment that dormer is there. It's going to be redesigned to work in harmony better with the lines of the roof and the property itself. At the moment it has a side window to the left which looks out across Seadrift and Craigivar, which is being removed from this. We've got a new dormer going in on the right-hand side off of bedroom 5, and then the central bedroom reinstating that balcony. I mentioned earlier the rear wall of the house is proposed to be brought out slightly to increase the internal accommodation. If you see the red dotted line on the plan there, that shows you where the current external wall is and where the balcony comes now. There has been concern that that balcony will provide overlooking, especially to Klarna Cottage, due to its being relocated and opened up as a balcony. So as a visual, top left-hand picture shows you the dormer at the moment, the central dormer with the glazed box on the front, and that left-hand dormer with the side glazed unit in it. So that would be removed, which would provide increase in privacy for the two properties to that side. The second photograph shows you Seahaven in the foreground and in the background Klarna Cottage, so you can see the relationship between the two of them, with Seahaven sitting back on the plot slightly, Klarna Cottage in front. So you can see where the glazed box at the moment is in relation to that property. Bottom left photograph, not great because the sun was shining directly in the window, but that is taken from the glazed enclosed balcony at the moment. So that is where your view is at the moment, looking out from that. And then bottom right is taken from Klarna Cottage from their raised deck behind the house, and looking up in the background to Seahaven. So the photographs give you a sort of idea for any potential overlooking and how the two buildings relate to each other. It's considered that due to the staggering of them and the positioning, the way they look, the overlooking wouldn't be increased to a detrimental effect. So this shows you the elevations of the property. The red line on it that you can see, that's the property at the moment, and how it relates to the redesign scheme. So the ridge height raising, you can see from the red line, there's going to be a raise of 330 mil to accommodate the strengthened roof timbers, the insulation and the natural slate tiles. Bearing in mind the size of the property and the distance from the neighbouring properties, it's not deemed to be an overbearing change. The property is still very much there. It's not swallowing up the original, even with those increases. It's deemed that the design is still very much sympathetic to the original. There's been concern about loss of views due to the increase in the roof height, especially from the property the 19th, which is set to the northeast. So This is taken from the garden of the 19th, looking towards Sea Haven and beyond to the sea. Officers don't deem that adding 330 mil at this sort of distance to a property of that size would be overly overbearing. It wouldn't overly change the outlook from that dwelling. And it wouldn't have an unacceptable impact. So proposed site plan, you can see there the red line is what's there at the moment, including the sort of squares that are on the outside of various sheds, additions, outhouses that have been erected over the years set for removal. So the overall footprint of the dwelling, with the wall coming out at the back, the extensions at the side are being removed. There's an additional extension at the front. It's difficult to work out, but it's approximately 48 metres square of additional internal floor space, which isn't on a property this size deemed overbearing. Proposed conditions, which are mentioned in my officer report to ameliorate any issues and concerns raised. Construction management plan, it's a difficult site. At the moment, it doesn't have a lot of space off the road. The road itself is very narrow and constricted. So in order to limit any impact on neighbour amenity, any problems on the road, a construction management plan would have to be agreed prior to commencement of any works. Ecological mitigation measures in line with the report submitted. Games room would be for incidental use only. It couldn't be leased, let or sold. There'd be no overnight accommodation. It would be limited. And due to its proximity to the main dwelling, it would be difficult to use it in any other way other than ancillary. The garage, again, to be maintained for parking in perpetuity. Again, no overnight accommodation. Must be kept for the parking of motor vehicles. A landscaping strategy to be agreed with the local planning authority before the garage building works commence. Boundary planting to be maintained within the site itself to protect any neighbour amenity from the construction of the garden room. Surface water drainage scheme, no additional openings, so no windows and doors additional in the garage and the games room to protect neighbour privacy. No external lighting, which was called for in the ecological survey, and natural slate only to be used to respect the age and character of the property. So that's just a summary. Additions and alterations to the main house are considered to be sympathetic to the scale and design of the host. Alterations to the ridge height enabling the thermal improvement of the property in line with the climate emergency statement. Impact of dormers in the balcony or neighbour amenity not significantly greater than at present. The visual impact of the garage is considered negligible when taking into account the varied street scene and also the fact that it's being dropped down, so it's only 2.3 metres above that road level. The parking provision meets policy requirements both in the local and the neighbourhood plan. Planting scheme to be agreed prior to construction, so concerns regarding 2 metre, 3 metre high hedges to the front would all be addressed within that. Games room considered acceptable. Conditions will be attached to mitigate any potential impacts and concerns. And on planning balance, the scheme as a whole is considered to meet the overarching requirements of the policies and is therefore recommended for conditional approval. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Questions? Councillor Panel?
Thank you. Could you go to the picture of the garage, the elevation of the garage, please? And that's a double garage, because that door, the dimensions of that, which I presume is the door, seem very strange for a double garage. If that's a double garage, judging by my own double garage, that is going to be high enough for quite a large commercial vehicle to drive in. Can you clarify that?
that image isn't necessarily to scale, it's being cut and edited onto the slide to give an approximation. The plans themselves, I have a copy of here, but the garage itself meets space standards for a double garage as contained within the local plan. So it's measuring 8.1 metres by 7.8 metres, which meets the scale for a double garage. And the eaves height is at 4.4 metres. So it may just be that because it's been cut and pasted, it's not to scale.
Can you show me the floor plan of the garage then, please?
We haven't got floor plan on the slides. I have a copy here, should you wish to have a look at it.
I thought on the well, I've probably got it here myself. I'll have a look.
Yeah, it's probably in your plan.
Yeah, it's just that that seemed very strange for a double garage. Okay, thank you. The other question refers to the games room. I don't suppose it's usual. I don't suppose it's not unheard of, but it seems to me slightly unusual to have an ensuite shower room. I'm not quite sure what sort of games they're intended to play. But I just wondered if the planning officers have any view on the incorporation of an ensuite shower and toilet into a games room.
Obviously, it's the applicants what they wish to use it for, but at a guess, it could be used for coming in off the beach, children with sandy feet, surfing, wetsuits. You know, it's meters from the beach. I would imagine that's the sort of use.
And you talked about it being restricted to ancillary use.
No, incidental rather than
yeah, because you actually said ancillary during your presentation, I think. But incident, that was the word I was going to ask that you used on Monday.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you just explain what incidental means?
So it means no overnight accommodation. So it can't be used as an annex, a granny annex, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned about the new roof being slates instead of concrete. Now, is that for sure, or could it be asbestos? And if it is asbestos, can we put a condition in to make sure that it is removed legally?
In terms of removal, I'm sure that would need to do that under building regs. I'm not sure we could necessarily put a condition on. Ali, if you
would
got a view?
It come under the construction management plan?
Sorry, it was in terms of the removal of this asbestos roof, if it is on the main house, and whether we can condition the safe removal. I was just saying, I'm sure that would be covered under separate legislation.
Those elements, from my perspective, certainly would come under the relevant elements of the building regulations that they would need to deal with, as well as the wider legislation associated with the removal of asbestos. If there were specific concerns, a construction management plan could be used, but for a scale and nature of a project of this size, I think the other legislation would be appropriately be able to deal with it unless members had a different viewpoint.
Up to us to get them tested to see if it is asbestos or whether it is concrete.
Again, I imagine that falls under building regs and.
Yeah, it would. In relation to matters like that, but in terms of the planning considerations, those matters, certainly from my perspective, would fall outside of those elements. It would be something that is covered by the separate legislation associated with asbestos, which would be for the applicants to be dealing with, and any of those matters which fell under the building regulations process, which whether it is under a building notice or a full plans application, they would need to be done with those elements as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. Councillor Nix.
Yeah, it's just a quick question about the planting at the front. I understand exactly what you're saying about how and why and what. I'm just a bit concerned that obviously some quite old trees, etc., across there, and it's quite a large amount of green space across the front of there. So is there anywhere that I don't think that even if you put a hedge in there, that would sort of be comparable? So has there been anything put in place to replace that or to support extra environmental, sorry, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, mitigate mitigate that.
I mean, there are a number of trees on the site, as you can see from this photo here, but nothing's protected, and it's probably nothing that's something our tree officer would want to protect. I mean, I see no reason, you know, it's a fairly big site, you know, why we couldn't get some mitigation across the site, even if it wasn't just concentrated to the front here. I'm sure that could be dealt with through a condition.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I realise that the trees weren't protected. It's just it's quite a big area to be losing all of that. That's all.
Yeah, that could be dealt with through the landscape conditions.
Any other questions of the officer? Councillor Rake.
Just quickly, Chairman, can you give us some idea of the distance between the boundary line and the retaining wall below the road, between the road boundary and the retaining wall that will be created, or the boundary wall of the garage?
With regards to the distance of the side of the garage wall from the road surface, that's 2 metres.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If no further questions, can we move to the supporter, Richard Baird? Yes, no objectors. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Richard Baird, the owner of the beautiful property that Seahaven is. Our application has a clear planning objective, and that's to restore Seahaven to its former glory while making it suitable and sustainable for modern living. Due to the history of the property, it's one of the oldest in the village. Its plot size and layout with 11 bordering or over-the-road properties, it is completely understandable that neighbours and other villagers have shown a strong interest in our proposals. And we were hugely mindful of this as we prepared and submitted the application. When we first saw Seahaven, we loved the arts and craft style and its heritage value. As Ms Wilson's report highlights, however, much of the original charm has unfortunately been lost over time through unsympathetic alterations and additions. We've worked hard over the past couple of years with openness and integrity, and we've shared our plans with the Parish Council, our neighbours, and obtained important feedback from them. Taken this on board and made numerous changes, although as you'll appreciate, we couldn't address every single comment. We've also taken on board comments from Ms Wilson and have amended the scheme to reflect the relevant planning policy and design requirements, as very clearly set out in her report. These are just a few examples of how we've responded to that feedback. We've reduced the pitch of the garage and games room to the lowest level recommended for exposed properties. We've reduced the scale and ridge height of the garage by removing the veranda. We've reduced the scale of the games room by removing verandas on both sides while moving the games room over 1.5 metres from neighbouring properties. We've removed 2 of the proposed balconies to the main property to address perceived overlooking concerns, and we've provided clarity that the requisite number of car parking spaces are provided. However, as I said earlier, we've not been able to address every comment received. For example, the proposed central balcony is a reinstatement of the original balcony and reflects our commitment to restore the look and style of the original property, an example of the design uplift as Ms Wilson's report calls out. The recommendation for approval in Ms Wilson's report is based on her professional expertise as a qualified town planner. Accordingly, her recommendation carries significant weight, as it would do if her recommendation was one of refusal. In her professional judgment, the scheme would, and I quote, would not be overbearing, would create symmetry, which the rear elevation is currently lacking, will have a visually unobtrusive balcony, which removes an incongruous feature, would enhance the overall appearance of the property, and includes a garage development, which would have limited impact and would not be harmful to neighbours in terms of views. I appreciate that you will have read her report, but I repeat these excerpts because they show that your officer has fully considered all the issues raised by the Parish Council, neighbours and others in the village. She's been meticulous in doing so, and using her professional judgment has concluded that the scheme is not only acceptable in planning terms, but is to be welcomed as providing a new lease of life for this valued property. In conclusion, as you consider the scheme today, my family and I would ask that you keep the officer's detailed analysis at the forefront of your minds. The scheme may not be endorsed by everyone, and we understand that, but in land use planning terms, which is really what the local planning authority can lawfully take into account, it meets and frequently exceeds the council's planning policy requirements and therefore should be granted permission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Any questions of Mr. Baird? No, there's none. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we now move on to Councillor Scott, Bigbury Parish Council? When you're ready, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, it's Valerie Scott and I'm here to represent the Parish Council. The proposed garage, this is the main concern of the Parish Council in terms of its overall size and height and its siting so close to the road, resulting in it being overly dominant on the street scene, impacting on the setting of this locally listed building and harming the outlook from neighbouring properties. The case officer refers to the garage being only slightly larger than the minimum size required to meet current space standards as set out in the SPD, but fails to mention that the SPD does not require a garage of any size. The proposal shows a double garage, which is certainly not required. The SPD states that the internal space standard should be 6.5 metres by 3.5 metres. The proposed garage is 7.5 metres deep and 7 metres wide, so considerably larger than the space standards. The officer states that to further reduce the impact of the garage on the street scene, a planting scheme is proposed for the front elevation. She has failed to take into account the fact that there is no space left for any planting between the garage and the verge. The Parish Council suggests a flat green roof would overcome the impact of the garage in terms of its dominance and would improve biodiversity. This could still be considered. The officer stated in relation to previous proposals that the height and scale of the garage was considered overly dominant, especially with regard to the roof pitch and proximity to the road. She now states it would have limited impact on the street scene or neighbouring dwellings. However, the siting remains the same and the height has only been reduced by 25 centimetres. Overlooking the proposed central dormer and balcony on the rear roof slope have been brought forward by approximately 2.5 metres, resulting in overlooking of Cannock Cottage. Games room. The northern elevation of the games room has not been moved closer to the host property. It has moved further away from Craigievar to the southwest, but the position in relation to Seadrift to the northwest is just the same. In conclusion, I would request the members to refuse the grant of planning permission on grounds of its overall size, height and siting of the proposed garage, resulting in an unduly dominant impact on the street scene, harm to the setting of this locally listed building and harm to the outlook of residents living in neighbouring properties. In addition, the application should be refused on grounds of the harmful impact on the amenity of neighbours in relation to the size and location of the games room and the overlooking from the central dormer and balcony to the main terrace of Cannock Cottage. The neighbourhood plan policies, BP72, height, scale and density of development does not reflect the character
Councillor Scott, could you conclude?
Okay, of development in the surrounding area. BP76, loss of residential amenity, and BP23, harm to setting non-designated heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Any questions of Councillor Scott? No questions? Thank you, Councillor Scott. Thank you. We now move on to the Ward Councillor, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just got to repeat really what Councillor Scott said about the overbearing, because this is the reason that I brought it to committee, because of the concerns of the neighbours on the close proximity, probably to the access road, because within that verge lies several communication cables and drains, which would mean then that I think it's 1.5, 1.6 meters should be clear before they start doing anything. And then to put it, they're a bit too close to that access road. That's what I'm saying. This garage, and it is rather large. But I'm not going to go too far into that because Councillor Scott's already covered most of it, and I will wait to hear what the rest of you guys got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Any questions of Councillor Taylor? If not, we'll move on to debate. Thank you. Councillor Panel.
Yes, I think there are two issues. I'm very happy with the plans for the house and the games room. I think it's a sympathetic adaptation of a historic property to modern times, compared with some of the amazing extensions we've seen permitted in Salcombe, either by ourselves or more likely on appeal. I think it's quite modest, and I'd support that. I support the plans for the extension. I think it's sympathetic. I don't think the overlooking from the rear is. I think it has been addressed, as the officer says. My concern, and I haven't made a decision on this, is the impact of that garage. I don't think it's a huge impact visually from above, but there are obviously concerns about how close to the road it is and the size of it, and the height of the roof. We are given those drawings, those elevations, and that's what we pass. So to be told that that elevation of the garage is not necessarily how it will be, I think is rather worrying. I think we need to be assured exactly what scale and size the garage will be as it appears, not be told that that may not be an accurate drawing. So I have concerns about that.
Ms Hall, can you?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify in terms of the garage elevation. So obviously, as Alexis has said, the plans that were shown during the presentation weren't necessarily the correct ones, or they had been modified slightly. The correct plans are showing on the with the details of the application on the council's website, and the drawing references ACL.125.210 revision C. And as you will see, it does show a double garage with the floor plans and a lot of other information, including distance to boundaries. And yeah, so again, this is a block plan, a proposed site plan. And you will see on the drawing that that does show a double garage. So just wanted to confirm that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Panel. Any other questions? Councillor Abbott. No, sorry, apologies. Councillor Abbott.
I think the house is fine. I think the garage is intriguing because it does appear massive. But we were offered a view from the northern property, and we were offered that view complete with a plank of wood, which was placed as far as the resident could judge at the point of the apex of the roof, because it is unusual, this garage, in that the gable is sitting towards the road, so you sort of, I get the impression you're going in from the side, but so you're looking at the highest point, and so the ridge lines up with the ridges of the extensions in the roof. There is a view currently. We were down at ground level. We weren't at the height of being in the room of that northern property. And we could see from that low level the Pilchard Inn, which I suppose is a nice view to have. Not protected under law, no right to a view, but pleasant. And where the plank was being held, it didn't coincide with that at all. It coincided with a tree, which if left to grow, perfectly acceptable under our, the way we manage our own gardens. That will be more of a height and a breadth than it seems to me the apex of the garage will be. So it was an interesting demonstration, and I'm afraid for me it just thought, well, there's not a problem here then, and therefore actually what are the words? I propose to go along with the officer's recommendation. I got it right this time.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. You are proposing. I recognise that we've had a limited number of the members pass comment, but do we have a seconder? Councillor Rake, thank you. Are there any other comments on the application? Councillor Hodgson.
I do think it's very difficult to come in on a property that's over 100 years old and has very significant character and also significant history. For anybody to want to try and modernise, but also to bring in things like better insulation and sort of try and undo some of the, you know, sort of less appropriate modernisations that have happened without sort of doing further damage and trying to pick up. And I think from what I've seen, I think actually they've done a pretty good job, to be fair. I do pick up what's been said about the size of the garage, and I'm looking at the garage drawings on the website at the moment. And it is a huge garage, and it could be used for an articulated lorry, perhaps, but I doubt it, especially on that slope. But maybe the slope in itself, of course, is part of the problem, because if you're coming in on quite a steep slope, you do need that higher space to come in on. But nevertheless, I'm happy to support this as well, because I think it's you know, we do need to be able to look after some of these old buildings and at the same time bring them into modern standards. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Taylor.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Well, I think you can roughly work out which way this is going to go. I still want to, my concerns are really with the overbearing and the dominant visual impact of all the neighbours. Now that's why it's come, because I've had a lot of complaints and objections simply because of that. And you know, I did request, or I did ask if it was possible to have a flat green roof. But I think the applicant was decided that they'd done enough adjusting, and they didn't want to do that. So, you know, from that, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Any other comments? Councillor Rake.
Just quickly, I don't see, even though we've got the luxury of a double garage, I don't see any provision for EV charging. Is it possible to chuck that in by condition? Or I might be missing something.
Just going to check the proposed conditions. 1 second. Yeah, we can add that in as conditions.
Thank you. While we're seeking some clarification, any other comments? No other comments?
Yeah, just to say, I've looked at those plans, and the garage, yes, looks a lot more like a double garage on these plans than it did on what we were showing on the screen.
Sorry, just getting some legal advice. So we can add the condition regarding the EV charging point, but David has advised that it would be helpful to have a revised plan. So we'll cross that.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, I will take this. Your Abbott, you have a.
Well, doesn't that undermine what we can do? I thought we agreed plans. We can have a new plan. How can we agree, go with one?
So if you want to approve it, effectively delegate it to the head of planning, head of development management, subject to receipt of a revised plan showing the electrical charging point.
Thank you. Now we have that point clarified. We have a proposer, seconder. I'd like to take this to the vote. Can I have all those in favour, please? That is unanimous. So that no, sorry, pardon. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Thank you.
Against.
You're against. Okay. Thank you.
Not unanimous.
That application is approved. That concludes this morning's business. Apologies for the sort of length of time that's taken. Just to clarify, we were due to recommence at 2 o'clock. Can we? Right, just to confirm that we will reconvene at 2:15. If we can all be back here at 2:15, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Development Management Committee on this day, the 13th of September. Welcome to everybody in the chamber and members who are returning for the second part, and for those viewing online. Some housekeeping for those who are in the room. We're not due a fire drill, so in the case of the fire alarm going off, please exit the doors and the building through the main entrances and make your way to the far end of the car park. There are toilets outside the door on the left, water is available outside the door on the right. Reminder, this is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. A reminder that we are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when speaking. And can I ask that all mobile phones are switched off while in the room, because we don't wish to see any distraction. In terms of how items are presented, I know some of you here have attended previously. The case officer will present their report, the objector will speak, any supporter will speak. We'll then have the parish council representative who will speak. The ward member or members will then speak, and committee members will be able to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity. Then we would move into debate on the application, and at the conclusion of the debate of each application, members will vote and come to a decision. Introduce myself. I'm Mark Long, Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the Development Management Committee. If I can ask the officers on the top table just to introduce themselves as well, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Taylor and I am Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer and Legal Advice to the committee this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Whitehead, Principal Planning Officer.
Claire Stewart, Principal Planning Officer.
Thank you. If we can now move into agenda item 6D, and this is for planning application number 399322 FUL, Bry Hill Farm, Court Road, Newton Ferrers. The case officer is Ms Stewart, and the recommendation is refusal. If I can ask Ms Stewart for your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Application for extension to existing holiday park comprising construction of 10 holiday lodges and associated drive access, parking and landscaping, including new native tree and shrub planting, creation of extensive wildflower meadow and related biodiversity enhancements, together with provision of 2 new publicly accessible electric vehicle fast charging points, addition of solar panels to existing outbuilding, and resiting of gas tanks. So the application site is hashed in red on the plan in front of you. Just points to draw to your attention. So the red line is in this format because the red line as a procedure requirement needs to adjoin the public highway. So the red line is shown coming up the access through the existing holiday lodge site, which is around this area, and then on into the field where the development that you are considering is proposed to take place. And then just to give you the aerial photo for a bit more context, you can see this aerial photograph shows the existing lodge site, and there's the route coming up through from the public highway on Court Road, which is down here. We are right on the edge of the village of Newton Ferrers. The application site is this parcel of land here, with additional land in the same ownership, and relating to the landscaping details is up here. This plan is the submitted red line site location plan, showing the application site outlined in red and adjoining land in the same ownership outlined in blue. Again, you can see the existing lodges here And then the main part of the proposal site is up here. And this next plan gives you an indication of where the proposed new lodges would be sited, with reference to the landscape design that also forms part of the application. And here is a more detailed plan showing the site plan as proposed, with the position and size of the lodges, with references to tree, route exclusion zones and landscaping details. And the next plan showing details of the proposed lodge units and how they would sit within the site. Just to come back to this one for a second, you will notice here there's quite a few contour lines on the site plan here. The site and the sort of land beyond is quite steeply sloping, which you'll see a bit more in a bit more detail with some photographs to follow later on in the presentation. But that's why you can see the land. Actually, the land is rising up in the section details that have been provided. The lodge design is quite sort of simple in form. It's quite similar to the lodges on the existing site and those that can be found on other similar holiday lodge park type sites within the wider Devon area. This is one of the more detailed landscaping plans that forms part of the current application, so you can see the position of the lodges within the site and the proposed additional landscaping details up here. And this plan goes further to the north of the site with the landscaping details beyond the proposed lodges that form part of this application. And for your information, that's the drainage plan that's been submitted with the application. So, as is detailed within the officer report, the key issues really in this case are the principle of development and the justification for the development proposed in this location and the associated landscape impacts around that, given that the site is located within the South Devon AONB and the undeveloped coast policy area. So in addition to the joint local plan policies that are applicable across the South Hams, in this particular area we also have the Newton and Noss neighbourhood plan, which forms part of the development plan for this parish area. The Newton and Noss neighbourhood plan defines a clear settlement boundary around the village, and the text at the top of the screen details what that policy says in terms of what development, how development will be considered if it's outside the settlement boundary. Also of relevance in this case, as I've said, is the site is within the undeveloped coast policy area, which is a sort of an additional area of policy complexity, and development can only be supported here where it can demonstrate that it requires a coastal location and cannot reasonably be located outside the undeveloped coast. Just for your information and understanding, this plan is taken directly from the Newton and Noss neighbourhood plan. The black line, as you can see from the key, defines the settlement boundary of Newton Ferrers. The application site is literally just outside. And also a point to note, so is the existing campsite. The settlement boundary has been drawn sort of quite tightly around the existing residential properties along Court Road in this area. And then the AONB washes over this entire landscape, but the undeveloped coast in this location follows the line of the settlement boundary. So again, the site is just within, but within the undeveloped coast policy area, where the policy framework is generally more resistant. Another point to draw attention to from the Newton and Noss neighbour plan that was mentioned in the report, but I've just drawn it out into the presentation. Some commentary about the existing holiday park site and then in particular, I wanted to draw your attention to the last sentence here, which states that it's not anticipated that any new developments of commercial holiday properties will be acceptable in the AONB and undeveloped coast designated countryside. So just to kind of conclude the sort of the general policy starting point, we are in a location where development can only be supported in exceptional circumstances where a particular local need has been clearly identified. Some photos just to give you some context of the site, as we haven't done a site visit on this occasion. This photograph is taken from the bottom of the site looking up. That's the existing barn building that you will have seen on the plans. That's a photograph from the bottom of the application, the main part of the application site, looking back down towards the existing lodge site. As you can see, sort of the ground is sloping down in that direction. Just for a bit of context, that's a photo from within the existing lodge site, just so you can see what it looks like. Again, you'll sort of note the land is rising up that way. And then this is a photograph looking up the field of the application site. So you'll note the land is sort of sloping quite steeply in that direction. This photograph is taken sort of from further up the site, looking back down, so you can see the steepness of the slope of the hill, and then the village of Newton Ferrers, and then Noss in the further distance. This photograph and image was taken directly from the landscape and visual impact assessment that was submitted with this application in support of the proposals. But it's just quite, I think it's quite a useful photograph to give you the sort of the context of the site and where it sits in the landscape. It's in there. You know, they've done a little sort of this. It's quite often how it's done in LVIA documents. They sort of show this is where it is, but it's sort of it's in that bit there. So one of the issues that we members need to understand in this case, there's a distinct difference in planning policy terms and in terms of interpretation of the joint local plan policies with respect to demand versus need. The policies explicitly require a need for development to be established in these kinds of situations. The high-level strategic policies of the joint local plan are generally supportive of growth of existing rural businesses, and in this case we are talking about an extension to an established holiday lodge site. The issue that we have is that when you're assessing an application, you don't just look at the high-level strategic policies, you need to look at all of the policies in the round and come to a conclusion. And in this case, the site circumstances are such that sort of in addition to the joint local plan policies, we have in addition the neighbourhood plan policies that has clearly defined a settlement boundary that says if development is outside of that boundary, you need to demonstrate an exceptional circumstances case for why that development needs to take place. And that's sort of the biggest issue to grapple with, I think, in this particular situation. As I said, the case does relate to an existing rural business that is seeking to expand, and there is a viability argument has been put forward within the application. I do have an additional statement that's been provided by the agent, which I will now read out for you. So sort of in the 11 months to 28th of February 2023, the company made only a small provisional profit from the operation of the existing 23 lodges within the existing site. This profit for this period is slightly skewed as it related to the sale of lodges, which is not a continuous source of income, as is only received on the changing of owners. It is noted that more typically, the year to the 25th of March 2022 did not record any profit and incurred a degree of loss. Over the last few years, the market has become much more demanding in terms of expectation of services required on the site, including, for example, enhanced landscaping and related management, fibre broadband, bike hire, etc. and the overheads on the site are expected to have increased faster than the site fees are contractually allowed to be raised. Also, increasing interest rates have substantially increased the monthly outgoings against a relatively fixed income line. To enable the business to generate at least a reasonable level of return, the company needs to utilise its resources to increase the scale of operations to produce more income against its relatively large fixed costs. The additional lodges will allow the business to produce a more sustainable profit, which can be reinvested to improve the site facilities and environment. As is evidenced in the planning application, there is considerable demand for further plots to be made available. The existing commercial holiday site makes a valuable contribution to local businesses and the local economy, and this application will unequivocally help the business become more financially viable and secure a long-term sustainable future for it. So whilst that does need to be taken into consideration, officers don't feel that it changes the overall conclusions that are set out in the officer report in terms of the balance of considerations in this case. Whilst, as I said, there is sort of high-level strategic support for local businesses and supporting existing businesses, in this particular case there are a number of other quite significant constraints to new development coming forward. And on the balance of considerations, officers don't feel the exceptional circumstances tests within the policies have been met in this case. As you'll also noted in the officer report, there's a notable landscape consultation response, which is not raising objections subject to conditions, but that is on the basis that the proposal meets the tests in terms of an exceptional circumstances case being put forward. And so in conclusion, that's why officers have decided to recommend refusal of the application. Happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Hodgson?
If I understood correctly, when you were speaking earlier, you said that a number of the lodges have already been sold. Is that right? In the last few years. So, in other words, if they're building new ones, is there any way that we would be able to prevent them then just being sold? So, in other words, you know, sort of like developer progress, as it were, through the back door. But did I understand correctly that some have already been sold? And in which case, how many?
Yes, you did understand that correctly. The agent is registered to speak as well, so you might want to put that question to him as well to get some further clarity. But sort of in general response, yeah, it is quite common for these types of holiday lodge sites, as I understand it, that whilst there's an overall sort of landowner who has management responsibilities for it, the individual lodges themselves are quite often sold off, and there's not anything that the council could do to stop that from happening.
Councillor Pallin?
Thank you. In your report, you state that there's a couple of things that the applicant hasn't done. One is the undertaking for contribution to the European Marine Site, Plymouth Sound and estuaries, and the other is the surface water drainage scheme. It sort of suggested that those might come forward. Are we any nearer those? Because I'm a bit concerned that to see how we could approve this if those have not been finalised.
The second, third, and fourth reasons are what we would sort of describe as sort of technical holding reasons for refusal, which are capable of being overcome, subject to completion of a fairly standard contribution to the European Marine Site legal agreement and the satisfactory drainage details. In the event that the members of the committee are minded not to agree with officers with respect to the principal policy considerations in this case, specifically in relation to the need for it and sort of justification for development in the sensitive landscape, then we would suggest that the members decide to delegate to officers to seek to resolve those other matters prior to a formal decision being issued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Rake.
The correspondence from the agent that you read out, is that available anywhere so that we can refer back to it during the debate if necessary?
It's not on the website, but I've got it here. If you need me to repeat any of it, then I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Can we go back to the photograph I was questioning earlier, and then there's another one about 6 or something earlier than that. So where you put the cursor appeared to be on the dark green. I don't know which direction we're looking in, but the land appears to rise to the north. I don't quite get that relationship if it's in the dark green. Although perhaps we're, I don't know.
Yeah, the land does rise north. If I go back to I'll find the best one to. It's because of the way the plans are orientated. So on this plan, I'm just trying to look for the key that says north. The sort of north is that way. So the land, so the wider land that's in the same ownership rises up much higher than where the application site and where the development that's now proposed would be situated. So where they're actually proposing to develop is sort of in broader context, sort of not as far up the slope as it could have been, bearing in mind how much land they've actually got. Yeah. So it's looking north.
So it wouldn't be on the dark green then, it would be rising up towards the lighter green?
Well, hang on, I'll see if I can zoom in a bit more.
You can't see the building. And
You can't, I think that's you can't really see the existing lodges in that photo.
Can I just ask, is that taken from the other side of the estuary?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Abbott, do you wish to follow up any further with that? Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, sorry, just a further question. One of the slides showed where the bark, which was showing the existing barn, the land there has got an awful lot of rubble on it. Has it been used for construction waste or something? And is it supposed to be currently just a green field?
It's not been used for construction as far as I'm aware. Again, that's a question you might want to put to the agent. It's land that's within the same ownership as the rest of the
Construction waste, I said, not construction.
I would suggest you put that question to the agent.
Any further questions of the officer? If not, we'll move on to the objector, Mr. Forrester. Mr. Forrester, you have 3 minutes. I'll let you settle in and start when you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Robin Forrester. I'm speaking today on behalf of the River Yarmouth District Association, RYDA. Firstly, the RYDA sees no issues with Briar Hill's location or size. The concern here is the proposal's expansion outside of the Newton and Noss Neighbourhood Plan village settlement boundary. Whilst the decision to oppose the application was not an easy one, it's important to protect the integrity of the neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan was supported by an overwhelming majority of the people of Newton and Noss at referendum, and this is the first policy contained within the plan, and therefore should be accepted as the most important of those policies. The policy states, as we've seen, outside the settlement boundaries, development will only be permitted in exceptional circumstances, and where it will meet an essential local need which cannot otherwise be met, including securing a viable long-term future for a valued local asset which would otherwise be lost. The application here states that the Briar Hill Farm is an existing, highly successful business. There is therefore no justification on grounds of viability of the business for this proposed extension. The application fails to demonstrate any exceptional circumstances and essential local need. Whilst the application claims that the expansion will ensure future viability of the business, there's no evidence for this provided, or any evidence as to what circumstances have changed since the viability of the current size of 24 lodges were presumably assessed as a viable entity and developed into this highly successful business. If there is a need to expand on grounds of future viability, then what evidence is there as to the continued viability of the business into the future? Will there be a need for further expansion in, say, 5, 10 or 20 years' time? An essential local need cannot include local holiday premises, but should include local services such as medical or education facilities, or the need for affordable homes and possibly additional car parking. The boundary was first established in predecessor district planning policies 30 years before the neighbourhood plan and was amended as part of that plan's development process. Whilst it may be that the boundary will be amended as part of the current plan review, that should be decided by the people of Newton and Noss within the review process and not by allowing this breach of an important policy which is intended to protect against sprawl into the countryside. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Any questions, Mr. Forrester? No questions. Thank you, sir. Can we now move on to Mr. Evans, supporter for the application? And you know the form, Mr. Evans.
Before I start my 3 minutes, would you like me to answer there were 3 separate questions I thought needed clarification from me. Do you want me to do that first or afterwards?
If you can do your presentation first and then answer.
Great, okay. Members, in my professional view, this application is extremely unique, as whilst it relates to an existing well-established rural holiday lodge business whose occupants are proven to make a very valuable contribution to the local economy. It is one which unusually sits immediately on but outside the village's settlement boundary. Regrettably, despite its considerable officer-reported merits, the application has initial recommendation of refusal based on a simple technical point regarding the fact that it is situated outside a settlement boundary and therefore is technically, as a point of fact, within designated countryside and an undeveloped coast. The related policies quite rightly seek to protect the undeveloped nature of such sites and the visual landscape contribution these make when viewed from public aspects. In seeking to protect any such undeveloped character and public landscape value, I would firstly ask members to recognise that an approved substantial and very prominent 2-storey storage building and a gas tank storage building serving the existing lodge site already exists at one end of this application site. The site is therefore not truly undeveloped. I would also ask you that you acknowledge the comments of your own professional landscape specialist who concurs that the proposals respond appropriately to the surrounding landscape context, and specifically that the proposed deliberate limited siting of the new lodges to the lower, non-visible part of the site means that there will be very little change to the overall nature of public views. Your landscape specialist also agrees that the proposed new orchard, native tree planting, open meadow areas in the more prominent northern part of the site, which does slope up, will make a very positive contribution to the appearance of the landscape setting of the village. So members, in reality, the proposed development is not physically adversely affecting any landscape character that the related policies seek to protect. In fact, it will offer a landscape enhancement of greater perceptible visual benefit to the public. Turning to the wider considerable benefits and need for this development to support the existing holiday lodge business, a very clear demand and need for the 10 additional lodges has been provided to the council, both in the form of professional letters from existing local and national holiday letting agents, supporting letters from many of the village's existing businesses, and of direct and critical importance to this existing rural business from the applicant's accountant and business advisor, which clarifies that due to a number of factors, the 24 existing lodges do not make a viable business according to the accounts. In order to be able to continue into the future as a more sustainable and financially viable business, does this existing rural business need this particular site to do so? Yes, no other site is available to it. So in conclusion, without any support from you today, the business will continue to fail to generate a reasonable level of return, and this places its longer-term future as a sustainable and viable local business and the related valuable contribution it makes to the local economy in jeopardy. So members, I hope you will be able to recognise that despite the technical constraint caused by its siting just outside of settlement, that you do follow your own economic policies in support of existing sustainable rural businesses and on planning balance, support this application today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Good, good timing. I'm not sure whether the questions that you wanted to answer were answered in your presentation, but if I can take members' questions, they may come up. If not, right. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. I'm a little confused because we've got sort of Schrodinger's viability issue here. How can you explain to us how this won't just become bigger but no more viable?
A greater quantum of lettable holiday units, because basically there is a going back to a question of are some of these lodges sold? Yes, they are, but they at least 16 or 17 of the existing 23 or 24 lodges are used for short-term holiday letting throughout the year by their owners. We would propose through a planning condition that 100% of any new lodges are all made available for a minimum of a 6-month period for short-term holiday letting, so that they don't just become yet another second home, that they are genuinely a short-term holiday let that contributes to the economy. So the baseline is that it is an accountant's letter and details that have been obviously commercially sensitive, hence why they haven't been made public on the website, but there are accountant's details provided to your officers that demonstrate how the current lodge site has operated and why it's financially why financially position is as it is, and how the additional quantum of lodges would help it then, as a bigger development and an enterprise, be more sustainable into the future.
Sorry, if I may, Chair. Just so you're saying that essentially that letting is more financially viable than selling with presumably management fees, etc.
No, well, not necessarily. No, I mean, I think they would get sold off. The agreement, as far as I'm aware, and the applicant is here today, so he can answer this directly if I'm saying an incorrect point here. But as far as I'm aware, they are sold off. But the use of those lodges is as short-term holiday lets. So, for example, like an Airbnb basis, they're let out each week for a short term all through the year. So it's not just a summer period, which helps then extend their contribution they make to the local businesses.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, can I ask, is this not a development rather than an increase in size? It sounds like to me it's a development for sale rather than, because if you sell the family silver, then you can't forever go on drawing out fees from it.
They basically the ground rent. There's a ground rent position basically. So the lodge itself is sold, but the ground on which it sits is not. So it's still able to be managed by the applicant as a commercial short-term holiday letting site. So hence there is control over how they're used, how they're landscaped, how they appear, and critically that they are then used for short-term holiday lets and not as permanent homes.
Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you. Thank you. I raised the question earlier about the site, the slide that we saw, which had the existing barn and what looked like a lot of construction waste on the site. I thought it was a greenfield site, so it looks like it's being currently used for something else. I just wondered if you could explain that.
Councillor Hodgson. Yes, the material that's on the site, planning permission was granted and the 3 houses have been built at the entrance to the site. There were 3 very substantial new dwellings built there, and they were resulting from the demolition of the existing buildings on the site. So knowing that there was a future aspiration to make an expansion to try and improve the existing business, rather than the materials of the buildings that were demolished being completely removed from the site, and then if they did get consent or do get consent today, then needing materials such as that for use in the compacted bases, because they could basically create hard bases for each lodge to sit on. It seemed very inefficient from an energy perspective to take all that material off to then have to bring material back in. So at the moment it's holding there on the aspiration that they could be used as material so it's a sustainable way of using existing materials from the site into the new bases for the lodges.
So was there a construction management plan for the demolition of the other buildings, which allowed for that, or did you seek a variation?
Right. So sorry. At the time that application was granted, that construction management plans weren't requested. So I'm not aware there is a construction management plan on that site. Obviously, there would be on this current site because that's the current policy position of the council. But at the time, it was several years ago. Construction management plans weren't as importantly scrutinised as they are today.
Councillor Allen.
Just to come back to the selling off of the lodges again. I mean, you say that they're not allowed to be occupied for more than or less than 6 months, more than 6 months. That basically qualifies it as a second home, though, because second home by nature are not lived in, I would have thought, for more than 6 months. So you could own one of those lodges and come down twice a year as your second home, and there's nothing to stop that happening, is there? So I'm not quite sure how you can actually guarantee it'll be used as a commercial business rather than just your second home. Thank you.
Obviously, the income that the landowner gets from the ground rent is part of the valuable contribution that comes in financially. In terms of the contribution it makes to the economy and how you can guarantee the short-term letting, our suggestion is at the moment that a minimum of 6 months a year of each lodge, of 100% of the new lodges, would have to be used for short-term holiday letting. Now, if members don't think 6 months is a suitable period, then obviously it's open to members to suggest a longer period of time, but that was the time period at the moment that has been suggested to the planning officer. Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Evans? I think the questions that you were going to answer have been asked, and I think you've been able to answer them.
Chair, just through you, there is one question. Councillor Abbott asked the question on the visual from the LVIA. Claire, is it possible for you to just pull it up, please, just so I can answer the question? So this visual is looking from the Noss side of the village, so that is looking in a roughly northerly direction. The green area is basically the existing lodges are behind that buffer of green. So behind the dark green. So hence in this image, this is one of the main public views that we were trying to get. And again, Red Bay, you've probably come across before, are very critical on making sure they give an unbiased assessment on any landscape. So this was the best landscape view they could get of the existing lodge site. Great, I was just about to ask if Claire could scan in. So in that shot, just to the right, you can just about make out the roof of the existing barn, but other than that, you cannot see, or it's very, very difficult to see the existing lodges on the site. And so, as you'll have seen through one of the sectional details that Claire showed earlier on, our siting in consultation with your own landscape officer has been deliberately set below the ridge of the barn, so you will not see from this view the new lodges in the site. So hence why that is, it's quite key that you understand that. So we didn't, as Claire said, the site goes much wider up to the right, slight to the north of that picture, and that is where the tree planting is being proposed, but there is no development in any part of that aspect that you can see there. It's orchard in the lower section and then tree planting above it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No other questions for Mr. Evans? No? Thank you. We now move on to Parish Councillor Mr. Hincliffe. You know the score as previous. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak. Newton and Noss Parish Council invited the Ward Councillor to call the Briar Hill application into the DMC because the Parish Council was unable to reach a clear position on this application. We're grateful for the attention that the planning officers always give to the Newton and Noss Neighbourhood Plan, which is of course our primary guidance as the Parish Council. In this case, we particularly note the considerable support that the application, if approved, offers to local businesses, not only to Briar Hill itself, but by providing increased footfall, it would also bring increased custom to the local shops and pubs. The site is within walking distance of many of the local businesses, pubs and cafe. This will be achieved without any impact on the local housing stock. As a parish council, we're struggling to find suitable locations for electric vehicle charging, and therefore the proposed provision of 2 public charging points is to be welcomed. However, the site is outside but adjacent to the settlement boundary and inside the undeveloped coast, both of which have considerable protective measures. Your decision would seem to depend upon whether the applicant has proved exceptional or essential local need to override the safeguards provided by the undeveloped coast. We note that 19 letters of support have been provided and 12 letters of objection, demonstrating that the community is somewhat divided on this issue, a factor that the Parish Council has taken into account in its discussion. we look forward to your debate on this matter. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hincliffe. Any questions, please? Councillor Rake.
Afternoon, Mr. Hinchcliffe. Were you involved in drawing up the neighbourhood plan?
No, I wasn't.
Are you aware if there was any specific discussion as to where to run the settlement boundary with regard to presumably the campsite existed already when the neighbourhood plan was drawn up?
The campsite existed. I was not involved from the
Sure,
parish council point of view.
okay.
But coincidentally, we are about to review the parish plan, the neighbourhood plan, and therefore, and one of the things I think we'll have to take into account is the settlement boundaries. So my presumption is that when that discussion took place on the original plan, that the settlement boundary was very firmly part of that discussion. I hope that helps.
Yes, I just wondered if it was part of that discussion with specific reference to whether it should run to the south of the campsite or to the north.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Hello. So, did I miss it? Did you express an opinion on from the parish council?
No, the parish council was aware of this imbalance. You know, on the one hand, we are enjoined to support local businesses, which we're very keen to do. On the other hand, as you've heard from the quotation you saw on the screen, we're also very mindful of the protective measures on the various areas, such as the undeveloped coast. So the parish council did not feel it could take a decision, which was the main driving force for inviting the ward councillor to pass it on to you for a decision.
So, you see some advantages, like nowhere else to put an electric charging point except in this area. We're presented with something which doesn't affect the view, at least from this particular location, because it must be in a dip or something behind some trees. You've got no problems on housing. Well, there's plenty of problems on housing. And this development could be a supportive supply of temporary housing within a town which is under pressure for housing. I'm doing all the leading questions here. Have you got any new building going on in the town?
Well, you're aware because I've sat here before and discussed a major development which is about to happen just outside the village of Collerton. And of course, there is the usual steady flow of enhancements to existing buildings going on at the moment. I'm not quite sure that there was a question in the...
Well, I was wondering if you're going to have a new 500 house estate on your borders within this area, but Collerton's going to be the nearest it's going to get, I suppose, is your answer.
Yeah, Collerton is 120 something. I do not envisage a major development happening anywhere in our vicinity because there is no other available land. This is one of our big problems.
Councillor Abbott, I can look at you, you are not satisfied, but I can see you still pondering.
Well, anyway, I'm confused if you like it, but I don't know.
I think if you can, we're into questions, if you can hold that. I'll do Councillor Allen and then Councillor Hodgson.
Hi. I understand the sort of the concerns about precedent, so sort of breaking the neighbourhood plan settlement boundary would lead to other developments being able to do the same thing. If there is a review of the neighbourhood plan, has there been suggestions which would mean that the caravan park is subsumed into settlement boundary, which would mean the idea of precedent would maybe go? Is that something that the parish council is looking at? Thank you.
We're always told that there's no precedent in planning, and that's certainly something I always tell the parish council in these discussions. Sorry, can you repeat the essence of the question?
Yes, there's no precedent, but people do use, as you know. when you mentioned that the neighbourhood plan was about to be reviewed and that potentially the settlement boundary would also be reviewed, has there been discussion, or can you see a way forward to sort of subsume the caravan park, the lodge park, within the settlement boundary? So therefore, there wouldn't be any question of people being able to use it as an example, as an excuse to build more.
So yeah, I'd love to answer that question, but it's coming too soon in the process.
Councillor, I think, not to put you into a difficult situation, I don't think it's something that you can answer at this time, because you'll be preempting any discussions on the neighbourhood plan.
Correct.
So, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. It might be a slightly pedantic point, this. I'm just looking through on our case officer's report here, and I can't see when those, it's current list here goes back to 2004. So neighbourhood plans didn't exist before 2004. So therefore, the neighbourhood plan and the settlement boundary that's been put in there must have actually recognised and accommodated those holiday lodges as being outside of the settlement boundary, and assume that they were there. So on that basement boundary that's there, it's objecting actually to more of these, because they've already kind of accepted it. They didn't put the settlement boundary around that bit, they went within it. So they obviously saw it in a different light or made a mistake. I know it's not for me to comment either way, but I don't think the neighbourhood plan argument and the settlement boundary actually comes into it. So I see your conundrum, your quandary. So my question is, would you agree with that?
Chair, I think I must pick up the excuse you gave me before, because one, I wasn't there, and two, we have just had the first steering committee for the new review, which I chair, but we have not had a technical discussion yet from the various committees that will be set up, so I can't answer your question.
That's Incliffe, I think.
Sorry, if I can just say, so you're agreeing with the point that but lodges must have been built before the settlement boundary was established by the neighbourhood plan. That's really the point I was trying to make, because I can't see when they came in, and it must have been there potentially before 2004.
I assume you're correct.
Thank you. If there are any other questions, Councillor Incliffe? If not, thank you, sir. Parish Councillor Hincliffe to the ward member, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, Mr. Evans in his speech described this as unique, and it is unique procedurally in the sense that you have an unusual position where you have the Chairman of the Parish Council and indeed the ward member coming to you and asking for advice, because the reality is that we are looking at two things that weigh against one another. You've heard from the objectors around the fact that this is not within inside the settlement boundary. You've heard from Mr. Evans as the agent talking about his justification for the need and the viability of the business. I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down today to a political decision in this room, where you are going to have to weigh those two different aspects of the neighbourhood plan. You know, the N3P 13, supporting sustainable local businesses, as against N3P1, which talks about the settlement boundary. I'm not sure that I know a definitive answer that is right or wrong. I mean, I think the reality is it exists already outside the settlement boundary, but does that mean it should be added to? I don't know. We've heard that it requires further support to make it viable, and you might well consider that to be a good reason to allow it. I don't know. I mean, I think what's probably most unhelpful is the timing for us, in the sense that Councillor Hinchcliffe just talked about the neighbourhood plan being reviewed, and of course, were the neighbourhood plan to be reviewed and the settlement boundary to have been extended, that would have made a much easier decision for officers as well. So I'm afraid I don't live in Newton Ferrers. I am the ward member for Newton Ferrers. I didn't vote on the neighbourhood plan. I'm not a parish councillor. I'm doing my ward duty in coming here to give members of this committee the opportunity to make what is a tough decision, because I know that the applicant is genuine through his viability assessment in telling you that it's needed, and I know that the RYDA and those members of the community that object are genuine in their concerns, you know, to protect the heritage coast and development outside the settlement boundary. So I'm not going to say anything more than that, other than to say that I have faith that you will make the right decision, because you will consider it. You will consider it, and whatever decision you come to will be the right decision because it's the one you've made. There is no easy answer, and for that, councillors, I apologise.
Thank you, councillor.
I'll wait in case there are questions. But could I just add, and I have been pulled by committee on this before, Chairman, so I'm going to make it perfectly clear. If I haven't made it clear already, I am not here to make a determination, because if I was, it would have been determined before it came to committee. So I'm not prepared now to say whether I'm for or against. It is here because I would like DM to make a determination.
Appreciate that, councillor Thomas. Any questions, councillor Thomas? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. So the parish council passed it on to you, councillor Thomas, and you're passing it on to us, which is perfectly acceptable, except I note that it's actually the head of development management who's passed it on to you. So did you pass it on to him first and then he's passed it on to us? Or?
There was a procedural anomaly, councillor Rake, that necessitated the head of DM calling it in. But the reality is I had always wanted it called because I saw very much that there was a clear fundamental clash between the purposes of the neighbourhood plan. Because the neighbourhood plan does exactly what a neighbourhood plan should do. I was at last at this committee extolling its virtues and the people of Newton and Noss as having a decent neighbourhood plan. But as with any document, anyone who's ever written legislation will know you cannot foresee all eventualities. And this is one of those situations. You know, I would champion the neighbourhood plan in its defence of the settlement boundary of the parish and the protection of the undeveloped coast. But I would equally champion it in its concern and its consideration for going concerns, because you know we are not just the custodians of a beautiful part of the world. We're also the custodians of a beautiful part of the world that involves people who have to live and earn, and so therein lies the problem. But no, the parish council passed it on to me, but that was quite right, and I defend the parish council in so doing for the reasons I've detailed, because it is a difficult balance.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I probably should have asked this one to the parish councillor really, but is the access to Noss only by highways? Because they haven't got any objections because nobody's been killed or injured, which always seems a bit of a strange one. But is there a footway in from this site to the village?
Well, if you drive into Newton Ferris, councillor Taylor, I mean the road that leads off of Parsonage Road into the campsite, as far as I'm aware, and I'm looking, that is the way in and the way out. Yes, the applicant is nodding. So there's one way in, one way out, off of the public highway.
No other questions? Thank you, councillor Thomas. That concludes everyone. We now move into the debate. Do I have somebody to start? Councillor Nix.
Yes, it might be a bit of a strange place to sit, but I've been sitting here listening to everybody, and I was listening to what Councillor Allen said about 6 months. Are we setting this up for holiday lets to encourage a business and to support the local economy, or are we setting this up for a second home? Another second home ranch, which is already a problem in that area. And I don't know, this is probably a question for Ms. Stewart, in that, can we condition that it is a longer period of time that those buildings, those holiday lets are able to be holiday lets during the year rather than the 6 months that's been suggested?
Yes, you could. The offer that's been sort of put on the table, as it were, and as is detailed in the officer report, is to hang on, I'll just turn to the page. Is that they would be available for a minimum of 6 months throughout each year for short-term holiday letting, if members were so minded, because that's a condition. We could extend that to a longer period. I suppose the only point that I would make is that we can condition it so that they are made available for holiday letting for a period of time throughout the year. The issue that you need to bear in mind is just because they're being made available doesn't necessarily mean that individual holiday lodge owners would actually let them out. because they can make them available and then decline to actually take the bookings, and that's not something that the applicant even necessarily or the council could do anything about.
Brilliant, thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Abbott.
So it's interesting, isn't it? So Councillor Hodgson makes a good observation that the holiday homes were there before the settling of the boundary, so they knew what they were doing. I wonder if the boundary did include them, that we then would just end up with houses, or maybe we want to end up with houses. Whereas the lodges have been put there, were accepted there, with a boundary drawn to not include them. So is that a judgment in the eyes of the parishioners at the time? But the consequence of extending the boundary might be that then they become houses, because there's houses we can see on Google Earth, brand new houses being built right up to the entrance. Where the Google Earth camera, the Street View camera has gone along the highway, he or she has gone as far as the road end where there are houses being built. Oh, I've forgotten my point. Oh, yes. Thank you. But the other thing is, if the parish is working on a review of its neighbourhood plan, and if they want to keep the neighbourhood plan sacrosanct, then why don't we just go along with the refusal and let them change their plan with whatever implications that has, and the application can come back. I am not sure. In fact, you might, with your greater experience and understanding of the law, you might say to me, what's it got to do with us whether a business is viable or not? Now, that's pretty harsh, but it's not a planning issue, surely. So it is. No, I'm being disagreed with left, right and centre.
Very good.
It's all about local business, especially.
No, I don't agree.
Do you not agree?
Yeah. Oh. But you are in the majority currently.
Apologies, I was actually looking at the Newton and Noss neighbourhood plan because I actually wanted to see what it said about the settlement boundaries, because obviously that is the framework within which you are to determine the application, or as part of the framework, and understanding policies and what they mean is an important part of your determination. So I hadn't quite got to the right part, but the bit that I got says that to establish a clear overall context, more detailed policies, the general approach towards ensuring only appropriate sustainable development in Newton and Noss is set out in the following policies. N3P1 for the village settlement boundaries, and then it continues, the plan defines and shows a boundary for the villages Newton Ferrers and Noss Mayo, within which sustainable development would generally be acceptable. Outside the village settlement boundaries, development will be tightly controlled and only permissible where it is essential in order to meet housing, agricultural, forestry or other small-scale needs which cannot be met within the villages, for example, exception sites. Now, that is not the policy itself, that is simply the plan explaining the explanatory text, if you like. So I'm just going to go on through until I find the policy. Bear with me a minute. Because unfortunately I searched boundaries and it's getting a lot of text but not the actual policy. So here we are. So N3P1 policy actually says the development will be permitted within the settlement boundaries shown on the proposals map. So that's not relevant here because the development proposed is outside. B goes on to say outside of the settlement boundaries, development will only be permitted in exceptional circumstances and where it will meet an essential local need which cannot otherwise be met, including securing a viable long-term future for a valued local asset which would otherwise be lost and it complies with the relevant strategic policies of the JLP. So that also now brings into play the policies of the JLP relating to the undeveloped coast and the protection of the air and landscape. So you need to consider those. The scale, density and character of any development permitted under paragraphs A and B shall be in keeping with its site and the surroundings and cause no significant adverse harm on natural or historic assets, important views, skylines, amenity, traffic parking or safety. So that is the policy that you're being required to consider. And it's now for you whether you give weight to that policy or give weight to the policy which encourages the local economy. What the take from this is obviously the boundary is where it is. The policy is clear in its terms, and the exceptions to that policy are exceptional, and the proposal must otherwise comply with the JLP. So I think the starting point is not whether or not the boundary is going to be moved in 6 months' time. You don't know. You have to apply the ordinary wording, meaning, and the meaning of that ordinary wording in the plan as it stands today. Does that help or not?
Thank you, David. Does that address, because one of the things, that says policy requires essential local need and in exceptional circumstances, and you've got to look at it, is this an exceptional circumstance and is this an essential local need? Councillor Hodgson.
We've looked a little bit and heard a little bit about the economic benefits, and I think that's fair to understand. We've heard a bit of an economic assessment, and we've also heard in terms of reflecting outside of that on the the value to the village, and I think that's fair enough. And I think we've also looked at whether second homes would come into it. But the other thing is just to think about what exceptional refers to. Exceptional could also refer to, or be applied, I would say, to whether or not what we're seeing here is a good demonstration of new buildings that are actually meeting new needs in terms of what we have for the carbon footprint and the real sustainability. And I can't see anything here that gives me any hope that there's anything particularly outstanding about these buildings in terms of being anything other than business as usual. In other words, they've got high sustainability credits. Is there solar panels on them? I haven't really heard anything much about them, maybe because it's been refused, so that wasn't focused on. But it doesn't seem to me that this is anything other than just a sort of, just something that's kind of a bit sort of, I can understand why somebody would do it, but I can't see that it's adding anything really beneficial that would be something of a good model going forward for other businesses applying real sustainability, given that this council has declared a climate and ecological emergency. So, to be frank, I am minded to propose refusal in alignment with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Do we have a?
I'm not seconding. Can I make another point?
Can I see whether there is a seconder? Councillor Panel, are you seconding? Okay, you second. Thank you.
If I may, just looked also at the other policy that I asked you, or you said that you should be considering, which was the business policy. Policy N3P13 is headed business premises. And it says, paragraph A, new business premises, business units, storage facilities, yards, or including diversification, expansion of established businesses will be supported throughout the parish, providing they comply with N3P1 section B. And if you recall,
most of it is.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, of course. That's right.
Thank you. I suppose my consideration comes down to this viable long-term future for a valued local asset. And normally, if you're looking at a development outside local boundaries, it would be a new development. Therefore, you couldn't say it was a local asset. This is this is already in a secured business, so therefore it can be seen as a local asset. Hard to know whether it's valued or not. I imagine it is because there's quite a lot of representation from local businesses. So that's the unusual thing for me, is that in a way it'd be like supporting a farm or supporting some other business which is already established outside. So therefore that seems to make sense to me, that it's a valued local asset. So therefore it is in that sense an exception rather. So does that make sense within the law, would you say?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any other comments? Councillor Panel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm struggling to. I've seconded a refusal. It might be a desirable local need. I struggle to see how it's exceptional or essential. And we spend so much time encouraging and applauding local communities which put together a neighbourhood plan, and we give so much more weight to the protection of those communities once they've got a plan, that I think we're in a difficult position, because if we then go against what the plan says, we're not setting a precedent, because we don't do that, but we are putting ourselves in a difficult position in trying to enforce and hold up the strength of neighbourhood plans in deciding what is allowed. I have a lot of sympathy with this application. I can see that the actual site, it does sort of fit in quite well, and it's got the trees planted, but as Councillor Hodgson has said, there's no indication of any real look at the environmental and the insulation or the other critical things that we might like to see in terms of a development. I think because we have our policies and neighbourhood plans, that's why I am seconding refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Any other comments on Councillor Rake first? Then
Sorry, I'm confused by what Councillor Pennell's just said, because we've heard from the parish council and the ward member that their view is that whichever way we decide, it will go somewhat against some aspect of the neighbourhood plans. I think to base it solely on that is, we can't say that we are undermining the neighbourhood plan, or ultimately we'll come out of this undermining one aspect or other of the neighbourhood plan.
Can I respond to that? But only to say that one of the strongest elements of any neighbourhood plan is the settlement boundary. And I know that what's there is outside it, but this is a further extension outside the settlement boundary, and I think that's really important.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Allen? You don't? Okay. Councillor Hodgson?
Well, what most communities, when they put together their neighbourhood plan, consider is what works in favour and what works to detriment of the local area. And yeah, as I said earlier, we have thought about the economic elements, and I have huge sympathy for that. But I'm not sure whether somebody effectively, slowly, potentially producing second homes is, supporting the local businesses, because second home owners are different to holiday home users. So that's not necessarily something that could be protected. But the other side of it is a sprawl, which is going from 24 to 34 lodges, which, with the best will in the world, in my view, the slide we saw of the pic of them wasn't really the most stimulating, beautiful housing development. I think that actually works to the detriment of this, the area that this is set in. It is an extraordinary setting, and it actually will have more of an impact, albeit that view that was taken, where they would be tucked down. There's a public footpath up behind, as far as I can make out, and there's other places that people will see these, and ultimately it will, if it was something outstanding with lots of, architectural merit and sustainability merits, it could be something really worth looking at. But I'm not sure that this is really, and you had a photograph as well somewhere, Claire. Photograph. I mean, is that what we want, sort of like multiplied up? That's it. Yeah. I mean, that's if it's more of that, is what I understand would be coming
Because
forward.
the pictures haven't been represented what it looks like.
Excuse me, sir, can you please?
Sorry, I'm going now. I'll better go. Sorry, I apologise.
So that's the point I wanted to make. It's like if we look at housing development sites of, say, up to 34 houses, we would look at quite a lot in terms of the landscaping and everything. And my understanding is that it would just be an extension. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we have a proposer and seconder. I'd like to take that to the vote. Can I have all those in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation of refusal? Those against? On this occasion, I have to use my casting vote, and my casting vote goes with the officer's recommendation of refusal. I think it is a difficult one, it is balanced, but I think it's the fair decision. Thank you, everybody. That concludes that application, which is refused. We will now change officers for the next application. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can return. Ms. Payne, are you ready to? Right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can have quiet, please. Thank you. We now move on to agenda item 6E, which is planning application 221523, FUL Western Barn, Manorick Farm, Hoo Lane, Staddiscombe. Case officer is Ms. Payne. The recommendation is refusal. Ms. Payne, can I ask you to give your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is an application for conversion of barn to a dwelling, including the rebuild of stone wall, part retrospectively at Western Barn in Staddiscombe. Since my officer's report was published, we've had further 8 more letters of representation submitted, broadly covering the same aspects that were referred to in my report, although there were some particular comments made about other barn conversions within the within the district that have gained approval, and a specific case referred to in Down Thomas. Obviously, the merits of that case aren't sort of beyond the scope of this presentation. So here's the application site. It's on the west of Staddiscombe along Hoe Lane. It's within the AONB and the undeveloped coast. It's separate from Staddiscombe itself, the settlement, and in terms of planning policy is within the open countryside. The aerial view, you can see that it's separated by the agricultural field. The site is within an agricultural field itself. The groundworks that are visible from this aerial photograph are in relation to construction vehicle tracks and that has been created owing to the sort of construction work that's been taking place following a previous application. I would just like to go over the details of the previous application because it's relevant to this subsequent application that's been made. A previous permission was granted for the conversion of a barn into a dwelling. Here are the first and ground floor plans for that approval. The permission included the replacement of the timber roof structure and slate covering, one window, roof light window, and the infilling of the open side of along the lean-to extension, which is this section here. This section here was originally open, and the permission granted the sort of infilling of that elevation there. It was supported by a structural survey which concluded that we consider that the barn is suitable for conversion for this use. The existing stone walling can be retained and preserved within a conservation scheme. And it went on to say that apart from crack repairs and rebedding, the walls as viewed do not require major rebuilding works. Based on the remedial works as assessed, an allowance of 2% of stonework reinstatement repair should be made as a whole. So on that basis, the previous officer acknowledged that the site was not a location where new market housing would normally be supported, but considered that the existing barn was of architectural and historical character, that it could be considered as a non-designated heritage asset. And in considering paragraphs 29 of the NPPF and our Joint Local Plan Policy TTV 26, which support the reuse of redundant buildings, the officer concluded that, on balance, a sympathetic conversion to residential use would represent the optimal viable use of the heritage asset. That taking into account that the minimum amount of works that would be required to actually convert the building and the retention of the majority of the fabric of the building. This image is the clearest one I could get of the original barn prior to the conversion. It's quite old, it's from 2011, but it kind of was the clearest image I could find. During the conversion of the barn, it was discovered that the walls were structurally unsound, and subsequently they were dismantled and rebuilt. And this application therefore seeks retrospective permission to rebuild all but one of the original walls of the barn. On the slide now you can see the floor plans of the current proposal shown on the right, and that shows the extent of the rebuilding in comparison to the approval, which is the floor plan shown on the left. As you can see on the proposed floor plan, this elevation here on the northeast of the building, which fronts the road, the thickness of the wall in light grey there that's the original stone wall, and then all the other walls are being replaced with blockwork and stone facing. So there's only one wall that's actually been retained. The extent of the rebuild goes beyond that approved by the previous permission, and therefore that permission can no longer be implemented. So there's no extant permission for a dwelling currently on this site. And it's important to note that the historical integrity of the building has been lost with the dismantling of the external walls, and it can no longer be said that there is a non-designated heritage asset on the site as it currently is. Members will be aware of our traditional farm buildings design guide, which describes that a successful conversion should conserve the authenticity of the barn, and that can only be achieved through preserving the original fabric of the building and maintaining the essential characteristics of the original barn. It goes on to say that if a large part of a building's fabric has to be replaced to make it suitable for reuse through demolition or rebuilding, then it's likely that the scheme being proposed would be considered as not as a conversion of an existing building, but as a construction of a new one. And given the extent of rebuilding work that's taken place and that's needed, officers are of the opinion that the proposal now amounts to a new building, and the securing of or the reuse of a traditional stone building no longer can be used to justify the proposal. This slide shows the current circumstance of the building on the site. It's largely hidden by scaffolding on most of its sides, but you can see to the right-hand side that there's the block work has replaced the original stone wall, and then on the left-hand side, some of the stone is being used to just face the front of that elevation. This is the northeast elevation that's been retained, the only original wall of the barn that's still standing. As you can see, it's been sort of structurally reinforced across the centre. And this is the lean-to section of the barn, which has been wholly replaced. With this proposal, if I go back to my floor plan, you can see that there are some design changes as part of the rebuilding of the barn. The lean-to in itself has been sort of increased slightly in footprint and sort of made into a more regular and rectangular shape, and sort of losing its vernacular shape there. Here are the floor plans. I've given the previous approval for sort of a bit of context. So the current proposal along the bottom, you can see that there's some ground that's been removed from adjacent to the building to sort of reveal more of the side elevation of the building, and you can put in and to allow space for more domestic scaled and designed window fenestration to go in. You can also see here that the narrow slit windows, which have been replicated on the building, would be actually set down lower to sort of respond to the two-storey internal configuration that's being proposed. So the key issues for the application is that the former barn has been dismantled and rebuilt, and the previous permission is no longer extant. And owing to the majority of the barn being dismantled, there's no longer any historical value to the site. Open market housing wouldn't be supported within this location. It's contrary to the policies within the joint local plan, which steers development towards a hierarchy of settlements and seeks to protect the open countryside, which this particular site is within. The site has poor accessibility, as occupiers would need to walk along an unlit road that doesn't have any footpaths or sort of protection for pedestrians to access the few facilities that are in status quo itself. And officers consider that occupiers would be reliant on the car. There's no historical gain or benefit from providing a dwelling or any other building on this site to sort of counterbalance the fact that the proposal would be contrary to the strategic policies of the local plan. In addition to the above, drainage officers have also objected to the scheme due to a lack of information in regards to how surface water drainage would be managed, and therefore it's also contrary to policy Dev 35 of the joint local plan. And so in summary, officers' recommendation is to refuse the application.
Thank you, Ms Payne. Any questions? Yes. Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. It's obviously referring in your report, and you've mentioned it as well, that a structural survey was carried out afterwards which found that the walls were unsound. Presumably that would have been considered in the first instance, and so is it that as they started works that, you know, they were found that just the walls, because they were mud and stone, possibly something fell down when they didn't expect it, and that sort of started the problem? Or is it that they didn't have an adequate structural survey in the first place? Because I can imagine being caught between the devil and the deep blue sea on this one if you were actually doing the works. And I just wonder exactly how that happened. I mean, I accept that obviously it's a slightly different design and all those elements as well, but that it seems to be quite a critical part of this story.
Well, the structural survey was submitted as part of the previous permission, and the permission was conditioned that any work should be done in accordance with that structural survey. The actual finer details of what has happened over the course of the conversion, I'm not fully aware of. I just know that there's been complications on site during the conversion works. It's been alluded to that there's been a number of structural surveys, but I've only had one structural survey submitted as part of this application, and that has made reference to issues with the foundations of the building being built on a slope, and therefore the internal base of the wall being set down lower and acting as a retaining wall and a structural wall for the building itself. At what point that came to light, I'm not aware of.
So are you saying then that the where they've cut it away further down, as you said, to make it more of that's actually been part of the contributing problem, and that wasn't originally planned for anyway?
I'm not sure if pulling the earth away from the building itself has caused the problem, or whether it's just the fact that there were issues arising once the conversion works took place. From within the structural survey, there is reference to a number of options that could have been tried to actually strengthen the wall structure, to sort of like try and retain the existing fabric of the building during the conversion. And the applicant was advised or made a decision that actually dismantling the wall was the best route to go.
Councillor Rake. So, just so that I understand the sort of planning principle of this, if we give planning permission, as was the case here, to a building because of its historic value, and then at some point during the building process, laying aside the issues of structural, there's a catastrophic event that causes that building to collapse in some way, we turn around and say, "Ah, got you can't have it anymore."
Well, I wouldn't say, haha, got you, but no, the planning balance was taken with the previous application. That we have policies that support the reuse of traditional buildings within the open countryside. We have policies that try and steer new dwellings towards main settlements and into more sustainable locations. In this view, the historical value of the building was deemed to sort of make acceptable the location of a dwelling in this particular on this particular site. So it all really crucially hangs on the fact that it's preserving the character and integrity of the original dwelling. That's what we sought to conserve and maintain when that permission was granted. So once that building has gone, then there's very little to sort of justify a dwelling in this site.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, I just want to go back to the drainage on the site. I don't know where I've seen it, but I'm sure I saw something about drainage and surface water, etc. So has that not been addressed, or has that come forward to you already, or have we got some more information about the drainage?
There was a drainage plan submitted as part of the application, and the drainage officer considered the plans and the submitted information that was detailing soakaway testing, and they just felt that there wasn't enough evidence to for them to be satisfied that the proposed soakaway was of a suitable size and in the right location. I'm not a drainage expert, so I possibly couldn't say much more than that. So, but other that they needed further information to in terms of soakaway testing on the actual site where the soakaway is going to be located.
Okay, so could that not be done as part of the plan going forward? As sometimes it is, you know, we say, oh, we'll accept this, but this needs to be done prior to building works commencing.
So the on the previous permission, there was a condition that requested additional information in regards to surface drainage before works commenced above slab level, I believe, from the top of my head. Obviously, we've already gone past that point because the works have started. The surface water drainage information from memory wasn't discharged and has subsequently been a new strategy has been submitted as part of this scheme. So we're kind of, in terms of drainage, we're kind of starting afresh. It's not following on from the previous permission. So we're not being overly cautious. We're kind of trying to assess the drainage scheme anew, completely in a different location.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you very much. Liz, could you please clarify the difference between a barn conversion and a rebuild? Because we've seen several of these barns over the period on planning, and very often you can't get a real visual of the foundation levels until you've actually started excavating. And I think in this case that seems to what happened, because you probably got 2 foot of soil underneath the wall instead of foundations, and it always confuses me a little bit on the difference between a rebuild, which is actually done with the original stone. I know it's concrete blocks on the inside. So that was my question really, is what's the difference?
I guess the difference hangs on the amount of demolition or rebuild that's actually taking place, and the amount or percentage of existing fabric that's actually being retained and being conserved as it is. Once you've sort of dismantled something, and then that's where rebuilding and sort of new tantamount to being a new dwelling becomes a consideration as opposed to a conversion.
Have we got a policy on percentage for the barn to be left? Because I know some of this was before it becomes a new rebuild.
No, we don't have a fixed percentage or ratio that we refer to. Traditional Farm Buildings Guide will give us an indication of design principles for how conversion should be undertaken, and that would include, I guess, the level of rebuild and also the level of how work to the existing fabric of building should be undertaken. So it kind of, the thrust of it is that you're trying to conserve and protect the features that are there. The actual phraseology within the Traditional Farm Buildings Design Guide just refers to if a large part of a building's fabric is to be replaced to make it structurally sound, then that would be determined to be a new build rather than a conversion.
Please, yeah, because it looks as if on the screen they've done their very best by putting steel trusses in to retain the gable wall, which is a fair part of that building in actual fact. But I'll wait till the debate until I come back on that. All right.
Councillor Allen.
So similar question actually. I mean, if they had rebuilt and they had done it in a much more sort of traditional style, dry stone walling or lime, plaster, or whatever, would that have been deemed acceptable even if it had been rebuilt? Still not.
Any further questions? I think we've had a fair number. Thank you. We will now move on. We do not have an objector. We have a supporter, Miss Veal. You have 3 minutes. Let you settle in and then start when you're ready. Thank you.
My family have farmed in Stadiscombe for over 100 years. Following the tragic death of both parents, I've retained this barn and the adjoining 36 acres, my last foothold on the family farm. Planning permission for conversion was granted in 2019 as it was considered a heritage asset worth keeping. The 2018 structural report found defects of bowing and cracking to the walls but excluded foundation inspections. Yet this was positive enough for Southampton to permit conversion. I have endeavoured to adhere to all guidelines, but despite the use of water tanks and internal supports, I have some photos, some of the walls collapsed. 3 additional structural reports were conducted. All confirmed there were no foundations with cracking, leaning, collapsing sections of wall which were unsafe for a dwelling. In 2022, South Hounds were informed of these structural issues and a request was made to remove condition 14, but it was declined. My planning consultant has advised that there are very few barn conversions in South Hams that have not had walls rebuilt. Therefore, my situation is not unusual. The enforcement officer advised submission of a full planning application to regularise the repaired and replaced walls. This application is to include rebuilding sections not identified in 2019. Planning have now advised my application is not supported due to being outside of the built-up settlement. However, the barn is within the village, a short walk to the bus stop on a road I have walked for 45 years, a mile from 3 shops, and within 70 yards of 3 other houses. I would debate if this is now deemed a new build when the north gable end has been retained with 6 metal supports. Since 1984, the south gable was of block construction and this was in the process of being reinstated and faced with traditional lime, stone and mortar. The asbestos roof is still in position to be replaced with slate. Overall, the traditional appearance of the barn will be retained, but in better condition than permitted in 2019, which it would have been evident during a possible site visit. Queries to the garden and drainage size have been answered in August. The ground is very free draining and both areas can be made larger if necessary. This application includes several energy saving techniques to mitigate climate emergency measures which provide a more environmentally sustainable home. The barn will be my forever home and it's not being deliberately demolished. Neither am I a developer seeking to gain profit, just a local person wishing to live and farm in the village where I grew up. The question is whether you allow this redundant barn to collapse once the supports are removed or allow the works to continue to make it both structurally safe and sustainable for my lifetime and a further 100 years. I hope you can support my application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Veal. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to Wembury Parish Council and there's a statement to be read out.
Thank you, Chair.
Aye. Make microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Right, just going to read out a statement from Wembury Parish Council. Following responses from our councillors, a summary of the reason for them not objecting to the planning application is: Wembury Parish Council did not see any reason to object as it would not have any impact on any of the neighbours. The conversion is in keeping with its surroundings and the conversion will safeguard and restore the fabric of the building. Wembury Parish Council can also not see any material considerations to justify an objection.
Obviously nobody's present, so we can't ask any questions. We'll move on to the ward councillor, Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you. I actually am on the parish council, so I was present at that time, but obviously abstained from all the conversations that were going on. I live within that part of the parish, so I actually drive past this building most days on my way around in the area. I'm a bit confused about some of the inconsistencies in the previous report and this one. Obviously, some of those have been explained today. But in 2019, the property was seen as not isolated, but we're saying now it's isolated. It's within the confines of Old Stadiscombe Village, and yes, only 3 of the buildings in the small hamlet, if you can call it that, of 30 odd houses are on the opposite side of the road and in South Hams, and the rest are actually in Plymouth City, but they're still in that built up area, not built up area, but you know, with the houses nearby. Wembury Parish Council haven't got a local plan as yet. We're working on it, but we haven't got there yet. However, I know they support wholeheartedly the bringing back of buildings, particularly with a local connection. They want local people to live in the local area, and more this is becoming a problem, a bit like the previous in Noss and Newton. We've got this problem in this area of sort of Down Thomas and Wembury. Although the whole building isn't a heritage asset, as the officer states that she doesn't think it is, it still is. It's a landmark. People know where it is. The picture you chose from 2011 of the local area, it's much more green than that now. The hedges are much higher, and actually you can't see as much of the building. You can see the end stone wall, but you can't see as much of the building from the road as you could in those pictures. We're talking about, we had a discussion earlier today about the local economy, and local people being able to run businesses. And again, I think as Ms. Field touched on herself, you know, this is going to be run by a local farming family as a farming practice. At the moment, I believe that it's got not a tenant farmer, but somebody farming the land. But the overall thing, when that house comes back, if it comes back into use, that it will be part of a farming small holding. And that will actually be farming back on the site, which is within the rural economy. Some remedial work has been completed for structural purposes, because obviously that end gable wall would fall into the road if it hadn't been. But there have been lots of upgrades in mind. I think with the looking at sort of ecological reports and the solar panels and the heating pumps and stuff that are going in for the environmental. 2 of the walls were open anyway, so they haven't been knocked down, etc. And all the local, you know, all the stone from the site is being reused. I know we talked earlier again about, I've written here somewhere on my notes, you know, we don't look at precedents, but we do look at, you do look at other sites in the area, and there's something very close by there that has been knocked down accidentally, where the walls, as part of the planning permission, had to be kept. And I note that actually when it's been rebuilt, they haven't even used the stone from the site. It's been used, but that's still up and running and not going to be lived in by the person who built it. It's going to be sold on. So that's a bit of concern for me. Again, like I said, the local parish council want to encourage local business and want to encourage the local economy. There is quite a good bus service in the area, so you don't have to walk very far. And I know it is along the dark country lanes, but it's something that locally we do. You know, you put the right stuff on and you walk down the lanes. It's not that far. So although it's useful to have that access for the cars, it's not necessary to do so. There are other local amenities in the area, and I think the barn in itself although there are concerns about it structurally at the moment and the changes that have been made, is still a historical asset to the area. And I think we should be encouraging people to use these buildings, to not build plastic houses. Environmental concerns and the ecology of that area are being kept up. So I think we should look at all these things when we make our decision. We're looking at delivering sustainable developments in thriving towns and villages, and that's what we're doing here. We're meeting a local housing need for somebody who at the moment is displaced because they're not able to live in the barn that they're converting. And we want to deliver high quality housing, which I believe from the plans, this is what we've got. So yeah, that's what I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Nix. Any questions?
Well, just to say, would you accept that we're not conditioning this is for local occupancy or that one person is going to live in it? If we grant permission, it's going to be an open market house that could be sold on. Just that it's not a significant factor in it. The wish may be there, but we have no control over what happens to this building after we've made our decision.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, Councillor Nix? If not, that's concluded the sort of presentations. We'll move into the debate. Anybody wish to Councillor Rake first, and then Councillor Rake first, and Councillor Panel.
Thank you, Chair. As a newbie, I'm a little surprised about this planning rule because I think I see perils to it at either end. On the one hand, you're putting people who want to preserve historic buildings at greater risk and peril because they could invest a considerable amount in doing so only for the failure or the need to rebuild to beyond some arbitrary threshold would cause them to lose all permission whatsoever. And admittedly, on the other hand, you're exposing yourself to the risk that nefarious types will deliberately cause a building to collapse and abuse the thing that way. So I think it's an odd thing. I think in this case, I would tend to feel that an essence of the historical is being retained, and I'm surprised that we're knocking over the entire permission despite that.
Councillor Panel.
I've got a question for our legal advisor, really. Very often when we come to these difficult decisions, as we saw in the last one, it was a balance between what does the policy say. On the one hand, it says so and so. On the other hand, you've got another issue to consider. Here, the officer is clearly saying the policy says it's fallen down, you can't rebuild it with that permission. I'm just wondering, because I do have some sympathy with with the applicant, what is the other on the other hand, if there is one, please?
Well, as you know, you are to determine planning applications having regard to the development plan, and where you have to have regard to the development plan, then you determine an application in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations suggest otherwise. So in this case, you might take the fact that there's a previous grant of planning permission. Yes, it was in respect of, at the time the building was regarded as being isolated because policy TTV 26 applied to it, but an exception was found to TTV 26 because of the reuse of the redundant agricultural building and the fact it is of historic interest. So please correct me if I'm wrong. you've got you've got a grant of planning permission, which is a material consideration. You can give, and it's in balancing the development plan with the other material considerations. It's a question of weight, and you can decide in a particular circumstances that actually that previous grant of planning permission carries significant weight, such that it outweighs the development plan policies. So if you can identify enough material considerations that are cause there to be a difference, so there's a greater weight on that side of the scale, then you can go ahead and grant planning permission. That makes sense.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. This is a funny one, but to me, if you're going to preserve a building that of architectural value, and you found partway through that there's no foundation, surely it makes sense to put those foundations and stabilise that building to retain the character of it, which I think has been done. There's some things in the officer's report that suggest about walking and the distance, but that hasn't altered since the first application. That's exactly the same now as it was then. So I can't see that would be any reason for us to turn it down, because it's the same as it was on the first application. I was going to build a new road and put a dual carriageway through or something like that. It's still a country lane, and that's not going to alter. So the access by foot is just not changed. So the plan officer and I will differ on this one. It is within the parish boundary or the hamlet boundary, and the bus stop is not that far away. So, sort of, if I could, I would like to propose approval on this one.
I was just about to say, do we have a seconder? So we have approval, recommendation of approval, seconded, and do we have the policy reasons for approval against the officer's recommendation?
I have a couple. Sorry, which I didn't read out because it was. Yep, sorry.
Yeah,
prefer. Yep.
Sorry, you've done it for me. Good chairman. We're preserving a building there with architectural value, which we don't want to disappear, because I'm sure if this was refused, then it would be allowed to tumble down, because you couldn't expect the applicants to put a load of finance to back this one up, and then still it'll fall down. I mean, there's no two ways about that. So you're losing one of these, and it's been there for the best part of 100 years, this building. And I mean, we always work hard to try to preserve any buildings of architectural value. And the other thing is, I think because we had a previous planning approval, and very little as that's changed, apart from the fact that this was desperately in need of foundations, because otherwise it would tumble down anyway. So that would be my reasons.
At this point, I'll bring in Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify things. I think what's being proposed is a delegated approval on the basis that the principle of development in this location has been previously agreed, and that the development of itself doesn't cause material harm. I think that's what members are saying. So it needs to be a delegated approval to the head of development management on a conditional basis. There will need to be a unilateral undertaking with regard to the Tamar estuary contribution. And I think we will also need to make it subject to receipt of information about the drainage scheme. I think that's the other thing that's outstanding, and that was the other reason for refusal. So if members are happy, I think we can probably frame a resolution along those lines. But I think that's what members are proposing.
Can I did have Councillor Hodgson did wish to comment, so I'll bring you in.
Should just be adding to the clamour to keep this going, because I think it's actually, I can really understand how difficult this could be, having been involved personally in a barn conversion where the cowshed, which is like the barn as opposed to the main house, very different structure, far looser, far less expected to be so wobbly. And when Concord went over, it was pretty scary because it all wobbled, you know. So it's like, you know, they can be less stable than you expect, especially if it's been not used for some while. I mean, obviously the old barn had quite a good roof by the look of it, but if you had water ingress, you can actually get quite a lot of movement of the mud, and suddenly you can find something a little less stable than you expect it to be. So I'm very sympathetic. I mean, I absolutely accept the reasons it's come here with a refusal because of the integrity, and I think it's really important that we do stick to that as best we can. But looking at what's the original barn and the current barn and the view from the road, okay, there's a lot of scaffolding up at the moment, but you know, the integrity of what's being looked at in terms of the visual impact from the road, which is where most people would be appreciating it from, that is still there. And I think it's as for all the reasons that have been said, it's really important to keep these buildings going rather than abandoned. And it would be a horrible, messy abandonment actually, because it'd be half blocks and half this and half that. And as you say, you know, to put more money in, and I would suspect a lot of money's already gone into this because stabilising those buildings is really difficult. So in that end gables are generally stronger, and the coins with them are stronger than the actual fill walls, because often they can be, like, as we know, often like a linny with just posts. So I think, yes, I'm really pleased to hear people are willing to support this. I would suggest maybe we take away permitted development rights as part of this as well. I don't know if that's appropriate to do that, but it strikes me that if it's gone beyond kind of what they originally were granted, then that's an appropriate response from us as well. That's what I wanted to say, and yes, I will be supporting this in terms of against officer recommendation.
I was going to say you could make the subject of conditions to be agreed with chairman and vice chairman. That suits.
Okay, we have had the discussion. We have a proposer and seconder for approval, contrary to the officer's recommendation. I'd like to take this to the vote. Those in favour of approval, show your hands, please. That is unanimous. That this application is therefore approved with conditions and delegated decision and conditions.
And unilateral undertaking.
And the unilateral undertaking.
I want a little break before,
right.
When you change over.
We'll just have a small break while we change over officers before moving on to the final application of the day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can recommence, please. Silence, please. We now move on to agenda item 6F, which is application number 152223 FUL, land at SX 776496, Higher Pool Farm, East Allington. The case officer is Charlotte Harrahane. The recommendation is conditional approval subject to section 106 to prevent current permission being implemented, as well as the new permission. Ms. Harrahane, are you ready for your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is an area of agricultural land on the outskirts of East Allington. Just an aerial view here. So this is the building in question. You can see just where my cursor is. So just as a bit of background to explain why we're here, in October 2020, planning permission was granted for the construction of an agricultural barn in the northwestern corner of the field. The barn was subsequently built in the northeastern side of the field, as you can see here. And so this is a retrospective application to regularise the location of the building. So just to demonstrate here to members, the building itself is not changing significantly. As you can see, just internally, the number of bays has been changed.
Please continue.
Yeah. So the size of the building, the footprint is the same, the height is marginally increased, and there are some additional roof lights. The size of the holding has also stayed the same. So members that were on the site visit on Monday did see the building, but just for those who weren't there and as a refresher, it's a fairly standard agricultural looking building. And here it is in context. So then we've got views to the south. Views looking to the west. So you can see just down here, just for reference, as a shepherd's hut. So this is the corner where the building was originally approved. And then that's just the views, lack of views really, looking east. So on site, members did ask about public footpaths. So the star up here is where the building is. And then there are some public footpaths around, but they're quite some distance from the site. This is East Allington down here for reference. But that's just a question that members asked, so just for some information. So the key issues, the application's been brought to committee for two reasons. The first was whether or not there's an agricultural need for the building. So as I've said, there's 3.65 acres of pasture land, and the applicant currently has a number of different animals. The original application from 2020 was reviewed by the council's agricultural consultant, who was satisfied that there was an agricultural need for the building, and he quoted it's needed for husbandry requirements and welfare management of livestock on site. He noted that the exposed location of the site and the potential for extreme weather justified the need for the building, along with the agricultural activities on site. Interestingly, he was supportive of the need for the building and noted that the siting would be better closer to the access, which is where it is actually now being built. So in terms of agricultural need, as I say, the size of the holding, the size of the building are all the same as what was previously approved. So officers are satisfied that the agricultural need has been demonstrated and previously approved by this council. The second reason the application was brought to committee was due to concerns about visual impact. As you've seen, the building is a modern agricultural character, sort of fairly typical of those that we see dotted around the district. We could see others even from the site visit. It's a fairly typical structure within an agricultural setting. It is sited alongside boundary hedging to the north, which reduces the impact. The green colour, setting it beside a fairly substantial hedge, does help minimise visual impact. Conditions are recommended and can control the use of the building so that it is only used for agricultural purposes. Also conditions preventing any external lighting, which would further minimise the impact. And in terms of topography, the site's not significantly more elevated than the approved location. So in summary, the principle of the building and that there is an agricultural need for it has already been established, and nothing materially has changed since that was established. The new location is more in keeping with the advice received from the agricultural consultant, who would prefer it to be closer to the access as it is now. Given the use of the building, the design is acceptable, and as I've said, conditions can restrict use and landscape impact. So the permission that was approved in 2020 is actually still extant for another month or so. So in theory, if permission was granted here, two buildings could be built. The applicant has agreed to enter into a section 106, which ensures that the other building that was approved in the northwestern corner won't be built, so that only one building remains on the site. And subject to this, the application is recommended for conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Harahane. Any members have questions? I'll take Councillor Taylor first, then Councillor Pannell. Councillor
Can you clarify that the original conditions are still carried forward from the original building to this, and it includes the building being removed if it's non-agricultural?
Yeah, so there's one condition on the original approval that's no longer relevant because it was about preventing an access track going all the way down the field. Obviously, because this is now closer to the access, that's not relevant, so that condition hasn't been brought forward. But yes, other than that, we've got agricultural use only and requiring the building to be removed if no longer required for the purposes of agriculture.
And this means that all relevant applications are not viable, yeah? I mean, as in sort of change of use and all the rest of it?
Yeah, so one of the implications of putting those conditions on would mean that in future the building wouldn't benefit from any permitted development changes of use, so under Class R or Class Q. The building wouldn't benefit from those through the imposition of the conditions recommended.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pannell.
Thank you, Chair. Is there an explanation why the number of roof lights has changed so dramatically from 2 to 18? I think that was part of the question, my first question.
Not from me, but the applicant will be speaking, so you could always ask them.
And it does, I know it's got the agricultural consultant's backing, but it does seem a very large building for a 3.5 acre holding. Is there any particular reason why in this case that's felt to be appropriate where it might not be elsewhere?
I think one of the things that the agricultural consultant noted, and members may have noticed on site, it is quite an elevated, exposed location. As I've said, the agricultural consultant visited the site, reviewed the business and the activities, and he's much more knowledgeable than me. So if he says there's a need, then I tend to believe him.
And yeah, there was some debate on the site visit, but he actually put in writing that this would be a better site for it.
Yeah, so his consultation response for the 2020 application did say I would normally expect these buildings to be closer to the access.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, forgive my inexperience, but how widely is agricultural use drawn? I mean, would it, for instance, include buying in of grapes from somewhere else and turning them into wine, which would be an agricultural activity if done on site where they're grown?
So with grapes is quite a specific one. If you didn't notice any grapes on the site, it was mainly pigs and sheep. But if you grow your own grapes and deal with them on site, then that's agriculture. If they're brought in from anywhere else, then it becomes more of a manufacturing use. So that would be a change of use. Yeah, so it would just be restricted to the normal definition of agriculture.
Sorry, I was unaware that there was a normal definition of agriculture. So I suppose that was my question, is just things that agriculture is what we would call agriculture. Okay.
Yeah, there's no sort of special plan. It would just be the ordinary definition. Do you want to say it? But yeah, basically, and it would need to be stuff that was grown or farmed within the site. They couldn't, if they started bringing things in from other locations, and as I say, that becomes more of a storage or a manufacturing use, which would differ from what would be permitted through this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, and nightclubs don't come under that umbrella. Not agricultural. Could you bring up the stocking rates again, please? Stocking rates? I saw the, yeah, 42 sheep on 3 acres. Perhaps they take a lot of outside keep, but we could ask that in a minute, couldn't we? Okay.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Harrowhang. We'll move on to, we do not have an objector. We have Ms. Parsons, the supporter. You have 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you settle yourself in. Thank you.
Dear Committee, when we bought the land, we were not aware until winter how exposed to the elements it was. We regularly have very high winds and sideways rain. After keeping pigs that were outdoor reared in these sometimes extreme weather conditions, it quickly became apparent that we need a barn for winter housing, food, bedding, hay and machinery storage. We put our first planning application in 4 years ago now and have been battling this issue ever since. We now currently have a half-built barn that is sitting in limbo. To our knowledge, we complied with all the planning, drawings and drainage tests, etc., as well as a detailed description of what the barn was needed for. We have submitted multiple planning applications and have had dealings with various different council planners, as well as an agricultural evaluator, and I've been left feeling very confused about this whole situation. When all the planning objection and discrepancy arose, we decided we need to bring in somebody qualified in planning, namely Louis Dulling, to help us with this planning issue. We have never tried to set up a farm before and have never had to do a planning application, and our emails and requests for callbacks to discuss went unanswered. We acknowledge this is mostly around the COVID pandemic, but we did try on multiple occasions to contact planners for help and to advise us of the best way forward. I acknowledge some mistakes have been made on our side, but we have received minimal help or advice. During this period of time, we have also been dealing with some personal issues. I know this has no bearing on our planning application, but during this time of submitting planning applications and building the barn, I have suffered several miscarriages and had to go through multiple surgeries. We're not looking for sympathy, but I hope that we will understand the monumental amount of stress this is put upon us and maybe some of the reasons mistakes may have been made on our part. We are now on our 4th application, having to spend money we had to finish the barn on trying to get planning permission sorted for something we believed we already had planning for. We believe that after Seamus, the agriculture evaluator, visited our land and put forward his report that planning permission was granted, he was the one who advises that the barn should be built on the near side of the field near the road and not the far side as in the original application. It's on the same hedge line, faces the same direction and is the same size and design as on the planning application. Having the barn this last year has been such a relief and although unfinished has made our lives so much easier. The 2 previous years were very difficult and having the space to house the pigs has been very beneficial. So they were not out in foot-deep mud, which they do not enjoy and makes animal welfare very hard. Avian bird flu would have also been very difficult without the barn, and luckily we were able to bring them into this epidemic. The storm last year that came through with 100 mile per hour winds meant we had to bring all 64 sheep, now not 42, into the dry barn. We pride ourselves on a high standard of animal welfare, and this was not achievable without the barn. We also need the barn for storage of hay, straw and feed, as well as keeping our machinery out of the sometimes extreme weather conditions. Unfortunately, the storage part of the barn has not been completed due to this planning issue, but we do still store many things in the barn. Hay and straw are very expensive and we would have nowhere to store it without the barn. Before we had the barn, we had to store hay and straw in the field under a tarpaulin. This would regularly get soaked in the rain and wind and would be useless to us and cost us money to replace. Food bins would also previously have to be stored outside that were full of corn and barley. Again, the rain would soak through the lids and ruin hundreds of pounds of animal feed. The barn is also needed to provide storage and provide a clean, dry place for lambing and parturition of the various animals that we keep. It also provides a dry, covered area to separate any ill or injured animals to receive treatment. We feel we have done everything that has been asked of us, including instructing our own planner to help sort out this confusing situation. I would like to take the time to thank you for hearing us today and hope that we can sort this out as swiftly as possible.
Thank you. If you'd like to stay there, any questions of Ms. Parsons? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I brought it up just now about your stocking rates, because as a retired farmer, I know a little about stocking rates, and normally on this sort of area you would keep 30 maybe, and you were saying about keeping, do you take outside keep?
Yeah, they're outside most of the year, unless there's extreme weather conditions like storm.
No, put the microphone on.
Unless there's any sort of extreme weather conditions. They're hardy sheep, so they're Shetlands. So most of the time they come out, but then obviously lambing and things like that, we do have issues, especially if they
When
get
I
caught.
said when I said outside, I meant keep from other farms.
No, they're all ours. They're all ours. And we feed them a lot of hay.
Numbers do fluctuate.
Sorry. I got no problem with the barn whatsoever, because you need cover for them, and I would have been to the nightmare in the middle of the field trying to catch a sheep to lamb.
Like,
I
yeah.
understand that, but
Yeah.
the stocking rate to me is high. Because you've got pigs and everything else that's running around there. I mean, there wasn't a lot of grass when we were there the other day, and it's summertime now, so that's what my concern is. You say you got 60 odd sheep now, not 42. So that would be my concern, but that's fine. Thank you for the answer.
Any?
Can I just answer that?
Could I-
I say no. Any other questions? Councillor Powell.
I was just going to repeat my question about the roof lights. It's gone up dramatically from 2 to 18. Is there a specific reason?
We have two sort of mezzanine levels that are for housing chickens in the winter, because as you know, chickens in the winter can destroy a piece of land and churn it out completely. So we do have two on either end, sort of two little mezzanine levels that are for housing chickens in the winter, and it was for the pandemic as well. So that was our thought. So without the lights in it, they would have been very much.
So that provides them natural light?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Parsons? If not, thank you. We don't have any comment from East Allington Parish Council. No. Okay, we'll move on to the ward member, Councillor Lawford. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to thank you all for coming to the site visit. It's much appreciated by the community. The parish council were really concerned with the application. They were opposed to the last application anyway, as they felt the barn was too big for the landholding. But I appreciate that that the particular view has been superseded by the approval. It continues to disturb the parish council, but they're also concerned with the visual impact due to the new position of the barn. That is the reason really why I brought it to committee. The new position is on higher ground, and it lacks screening of the mature hedge, which is like down in where the other original bit was. I saw on a site visit that a bund has been erected to the rear of the barn with sympathetic planting that may mitigate the visual impact to some extent. I'd like to raise 2 points in the officer's report. I'm afraid I do not agree with, although I accept to some extent they are subjective calls. The first is the report states it's not considered an isolated development. And if you look back to the previous one and the isolated development, so this was not considered an isolated development, but the previous application, like the one of the barn, that was, but it's actually I feel that it's not, it lacks consistency maybe. And then the development is so far away from any properties that it won't have any effect on them. I believe those two observations they contradict themselves, I think. The second is the report states where the building is in the corner of the field reduces its visual impact. I think it's hard to argue that the new site reduced the visual impact than the approved scheme, but I do accept that another position in the field may be worse. Finally, if members of the committee are minded to support the scheme, maybe we could ask that 2 conditions are added: that an enforcement officer should visit the site, and because there's lots of other buildings on the site, there are loads of sheds and it's probably 6 or something other buildings. So maybe, maybe there could be something put in place to get rid of them because the barn's so big. You see what I mean? Secondly, and I may have missed it, but I can see no landscape management plan. Maybe there should be one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Lawford. Any questions? If no questions, Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could switch off, that's great. That concludes the various presentations. We now move into the debate. I have a question of the officer on this before we move into debate, because obviously there's a recommendation of conditional approval. There are 2 points that were raised there with regard to landscape plan and the various number of sheds and removal of some of those. I'm assuming that we can have some sort of inventory of the existing sheds that, you know, are allowed on the site and those that are removal, and a question on landscaping, because obviously the visual impact, there was that sort of bund bank at the back with planting that could be included as well.
So in terms of the other buildings on the site, I think for those that were at the site visit on Monday, I did make comment that they aren't within the red line for the application and they're not part of the development proposed. So obviously this application and this committee is looking at whether that barn is acceptable. If members have concerns about the other buildings and whether they, whether they need planning permission or any kind of prior approval, that could be looked at separately, but it is not part of this application because, as I say, they're not included in the development description or within the red line. So approval of this application would not by default approve anything else that is on the site, whatever the status of that building might be. In terms of landscaping, yes, I personally didn't think that a condition about landscaping was required. I thought that preventing exterior lighting was sufficient. But obviously, if members feel that landscaping would make the condition would make the application more acceptable, then obviously they could add that as a condition.
Thank you for the clarification on those points. Members, comments, please. Councillor Taylor first.
Yeah, so a question back on the question about conditions. What you're saying is we cannot condition the removal of some of these huts that are around the field on the view of the landscape and everything else that goes with it. No?
Well, can I give you my word that they'll come down?
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, through you, there's two issues with the structures on site. At least several of them we saw at the site visit are on skids, so it's debatable whether they are buildings or chattels, so they're not necessarily development, provided they're being used for agricultural purposes. With regard to the sheds, they are within the blue land, which is still land owned by the applicant, as I understand it. It is within your gift to impose a condition to seek to remove those. If the applicant would be happy with that, and obviously we could impose such a condition within a set period of time that X buildings will be removed. So the wording of the condition could be worked out with the chairman's agreement, but such a condition is certainly within your gift to impose. Thank you.
I think I feel that possibly is, but I'll let the other comments come through. Councillor Pannell.
Well, I think we've lost some of our discretion by the way the agricultural consultant has suggested that this would be a better location for the barn. It makes it very difficult for us to oppose it. I think if we were to turn it down and it went to appeal, I think the first thing the inspector would look at would be the reports, and one from the agricultural consultant would say this is a better place for it. I think with the conditions that have been suggested on landscaping to shield it and to remove the fixed outbuildings, I'm prepared to propose approval.
We have a seconder as well. Yep, thank you. I'll take further comments before we move to vote. I think I had Councillor Nix first. Did you, or were you just no?
No, I was going to second
Okay.
it. No.
Councillor Rake.
Well, I certainly support approval. I also think it's just important to note in passing that this has been a difficult experience for the applicants. I don't think that contributes to my reasons for supporting approval, and I know that our officers do their best and do very well in reducing difficulties for applicants. But I think we should never forget that making the process easier for everybody involved is part of our role and duties. And so when we get feedback like that, I think we need to hear it.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Any other comments? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I support this actually being approved as it is. I can really understand how challenging it can be, the planning process, and especially over the last few years with COVID, it hasn't been that easy. Sometimes for a lot of people, just a face-to-face sitting over a bit of paper, can really help. Whereas doing it all online or phone calls, and it can seem really overwhelming. I think when you're the applicant, I mean, it's one thing for us to sit here, but I've done my own planning application in recent years, and it's like suddenly you go, oh, actually, what's this, what's that, and that, we all sitting here it should be just as easy as anything. So I think that's a really understandable thing, and I think okay, it was a bit wild that it actually ended up in the wrong corner of the field, but I mean there has been a fairly reasonable explanation given, which is, as we all accept, maybe that wasn't so helpful from the person who gave the comment, but maybe in the long run it's the best outcome anyway. So I support it, and I think it's quite correct as has been suggested by the case officer that we should just make sure that 106 goes through to make sure we don't get two big barns on one small field. But I think we really need to be supporting young people, young families wanting to, invest in rural purposes. I mean, without that, we're going to end up with more big housing developments and fewer people actually producing, agricultural products from our own land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other comments? If there aren't, can I just make sort of sure confirmation before we take it to the vote as to the sort of elements, because there was a condition, looking at the condition about removal of buildings, excessive buildings, but it's how we work out which ones, are to be removed, and landscaping, and how that's going to be handled.
I mean, with landscaping, we could just require submission of a landscape plan within, say, 3 months. I think is a fairly standard. Obviously, because it's retrospective, we can't require it prior to commencement or anything like that. In terms of the buildings, we were just wondering this ourselves.
Well, my understanding from the site visit was that the applicant was happy to remove all buildings.
I can take down the two that are right there. They were just the old chicken still there, and the pigsties that were on to the left of the property, they will all come down. Can we have confirmation of all the various buildings which will come down? Because I don't feel comfortable sort of. We need that confirmation. I think as long as that's worked through. The other thing is the section 106 to ensure that second building isn't applied yet.
So the section 106 is in progress. It's with legal at the moment, and the applicant has submitted everything they need to submit for that. So that's just waiting for legal. I wonder, in terms of condition, whether we ask the applicant to provide a plan of the existing buildings on site, and then the trouble is finding something that we can enforce. So if the applicant can provide a plan of the existing buildings on site, and then we could say these the buildings shown on this will be removed within X amount of time.
Thank you. I feel slightly more comfortable with that if we can move in that direction. If there's no other comments.
I would have one comment. Yeah, because I mean, it's obvious this building is needed, but I don't know what authority we got over buildings on wheels and skids, because they're temporary. So they could have 50 of them out there and we couldn't do anything about it.
But yeah, that's. I mean, I'm sure we've said before, we can only worry about what we've got control over.
There's enough anyway without that. If we're happy with that, can I move to the vote, please, on this? We have a proposer and a seconder. Can I move to the vote, please, for conditional approval? Thank you. That is approved. Can we now move on to agenda item 7?
Lucy, get up here first.
We just have an officer changeover. And this is the update on planning appeals. If I can ask whichever officer is going to start, because I think this is split between, there are a number of them, so it's split between the two officers. It's all Mr. Whitehead, so if you can please start as an...
Michael first?
Yes.
Whichever.
Okay, in no particular order. So we're doing the appeals update, is that correct? Okay, so yeah, in no particular order. So the first one is 257922 HHO, which was a householder application for a garage conversion to enable a larger self-contained annex at Red Gables, Cliff Road in Wembury. The application was refused as per the officer recommendation, and the decision was upheld, so the appeal was allowed. There were 3 main issues that the inspector picked up on. So firstly, the location, because of its countryside location, whether it was an appropriate development. The key policy that the inspector picked up on referencing this was Dev 10. 0.5, I think it is, which requires annexes to be clearly ancillary to the host dwelling via a functional link with no separate demarcational boundary. The inspector acknowledged that there wasn't a functional link, but in this instance, he felt it didn't matter. It was irrelevant because the annex was already existing. They weren't creating a new one, so there was no policy conflict. In considering whether it was appropriate to enlarge the annex, the inspector acknowledged that it would result in quite a large building with all facilities for self-contained living, but that was as existing, so there was no concerns there. I think the council had raised some concerns that it could be used to generate additional income, potentially as a holiday let. The inspector felt this could be controlled via a condition. In terms of the design, impact on the character and appearance, inspector felt it was small scale. There was a bit of a difference in height between the existing annex and the extension, and it would be taller. In its context, the inspector felt this was acceptable. I think one of the reasons for refusal was lack of information on drainage. Again, on the basis it was a modest extension within a residential plot, no particular drainage concerns, so he felt that the additional provision could be made and controlled by a condition. The second one is 135. Sorry, is there any questions on that, or I'm literally rushing through them? Thank you. So the second one is 135322 HHO. So this is another householder application for a proposed roof extension at 13 Spring Hill Road in Totnes. This was a non-determination appeal, and it was dismissed. So essentially, fairly short statement. Existing bungalows detached. The inspector felt it was a modest scale building in an area characterised by bungalows of modest scale, and that was one of the defining characteristics. I think the word modest was used quite a lot. Overall, the inspector felt that some elements of the design were acceptable, but ultimately dismissed it because of the fact that there would be an overall increase in the height of the dwelling, which within the area, which would stand out within the area, and it would detract from that modest scale of bungalows and result in harm. Any questions on that one?
The appeal was for non-determination,
Yes, I believe so.
which means we hadn't given a
So-
we hadn't given a decision, but the inspector's given one for us.
Yeah, basically we hadn't determined it in time, and the applicant appealed it on the basis that we hadn't determined it. So yes, that's what that means. The third one is 118722 OPA. So this was an outline application with some matters reserved for a self-build dwelling. The applicant had a number of health issues, so it was for a safe and functional home. And a plot of land to the south of an existing care home in Stokenham. So the application was officer recommendation refusal, and it was refused, and the appeal was dismissed. And again, a number of issues came out. In terms of the location, inspector felt it was in a unsustainable countryside location. The site was fairly close to the edge of the settlement, but it was separated from it, and therefore fell within the countryside, and it wasn't very well connected to the settlement. So the inspector felt that there would be a reliance on private vehicles. There was an interesting comment. So there was a comment made in terms of I think the applicant had argued that it could be, an outstanding and innovative design, but the inspector actually gave that very limited weight on the basis it was an outline application, so with a number of matters were reserved. So ultimately there was no mechanism to ensure that what they proposed in the outline stage would be delivered, because they were indicative drawings and they could change. Second reason, there was character and appearance, essentially a greenfield site in the AONB. And the inspector felt that introducing a permanent residential development on an undeveloped parcel of land would have an urbanising effect, eroding the undisturbed and established greenfield, and within its context, it would appear out of place. The third matter was highway safety. I think there was some concerns from the council as to whether they could provide a visibility display. The inspector was satisfied that they could provide a visibility display, but ultimately he was concerned that the entrance would be on a very steep, narrow and unlit section of road, and there was also limited visibility at the mini roundabout. So there was some highways concerns raised, and there was also concerns raised in terms of pedestrian access into the village. So overall, he felt that there would be a harmful impact on highway safety. One of the council's reasons for refusal was regarding biodiversity, and that there was no measurable net gain. The inspector was satisfied that there was scope to provide enhancements on site, so we felt that this could be conditioned, but the appeal was ultimately dismissed. Any questions on that one? Yep.
You said it was to the south of an existing care home. Is that how Carehouse Cross got its name?
Potentially, I don't know.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm nearly done. The fourth one is 331820 FUL. This was an application for the conversion of a redundant barn and the associated yard to provide a dwelling in Beeson. The officer recommendation was refusal, and the application was dismissed. And again, there were two main reasons. The first one was in terms of the location. So the inspector acknowledged in terms of its location, unsustainable countryside location with poor access to services and facilities, reliance on the car, but recognised that in this particular instance, because we were looking at a historic barn, which he was satisfied met the tests of being a non-designated heritage asset, there was that policy hook to allow for its conversion into residential. There were two issues he'd raised with that. So the inspector was concerned that because of all of the domestic changes that were being proposed, windows, roof lights, introduction of parking area, that ultimately the barn would have a domestic appearance, which he felt was uncharacteristic and wouldn't protect the character of the historic asset or its setting. The proposal also included 2 detached single-storey buildings, and the inspector was concerned because of their location and the relationship with the main barn that there would be a bit of a contrived living arrangement, but also because the proposal relied on these two single-storey buildings in order to provide the living accommodation. The inspector felt that actually, in terms of the extent of new build that was being proposed, it was quite a significant change and alteration going beyond a conversion, and it was contrary to policy. In terms of the second matter, the character and appearance, so it was recognised that it's in an AONB, unsustainable, undeveloped coast, isolated site, which meant that it was a very tranquil character, dark skies. The inspector pointed was a valued attribute. So as part of the application, the applicant had set out how they were going to limit light spill with louvers, anti-reflective windows, finish on the windows. The inspector was satisfied that the measures that were proposed would reduce light spill, but he didn't feel that what was proposed would eliminate light spill. And because of its isolated and remote location, the inspector felt that that by allowing the proposal would lead to light spill in what he described as a remote rural enclave in the AONB. So ultimately, it wouldn't maintain the AONB dark skies, and it would result in harm. There was also something interesting pulled out within the conclusions. So the inspector obviously dismissed it. Within our policies, it talks about barn conversions and being acceptable when they represent the optimum viable use. And often people jump to residential. And in this particular instance, the inspector felt because of the way that they were looking to convert it, that actually residential would result in the most intrusive form of potential reuse. So in this particular instance, the inspector was not satisfied that this represented the most optimum viable use of the building. Any comments on that before I get on with the last one? Yep.
How does this fit in with the officer's reasons? Because obviously the officer had reasons to refuse.
Yep.
Yep. And does the inspector follow the officer's reasons?
I think broadly, yes.
I don't want to push you into all that.
No, I think broadly, yes. There may have been some other comments which the inspector felt could be conditioned, but yeah, broadly in terms of the reasons it was refused is why it was dismissed. Yeah. And the last one is 353422, which is a householder for extensions and alterations at Loring Cottage in Salcombe. The officer recommendation was refusal, and the appeal was dismissed. So there were 2 main reasons here. The first was the character and appearance, number of flat roof extensions at ground and first floor. The inspector felt that what was being proposed was quite bulky in dominant within the existing modest sized plot, and it was poorly related to the existing dwelling. So felt that the design was unacceptable. The inspector did point out, I'm saying he, I don't know whether it was man or lady. The inspector did point out that that you couldn't actually see it for any public vantage points. So on that particular basis, he was satisfied there was no conflict with policy Dev 23, which is our landscape character policy. And also at the end, in his summary, he also felt that there was no impact on the AUMB. And the second reason, I'm nearly done. The second reason was living conditions. Regarding amenity, overall, the inspector felt that the combination of the doors, the scale of the extension, the proximity to the rear properties, creation of a sitting out area, that overall it had an uncomfortable relationship with the neighbours and would increase overlooking to an acceptable level. I think so. Another concern, I think, in terms of our reasons for refusal, there were also biodiversity and low carbon measures and Holden objection refusal reasons. The inspector felt that these matters could be addressed by a condition, but ultimately in this instance, the application was dismissed. Any questions?
If not,
no.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Over to you, Peter.
Thank you. Halfway through. I'll keep it as brief as I can. So, yeah, number 6. So, Rose Cottage in Bickley, application for a single-storey lodge for holiday accommodation, including wheelchair access, was an officer delegated refusal. The inspector, noted that it was holiday accommodation in an isolated rural location, ill-served by and ill-located in relation to sustainable modes of transport, and therefore likely to rely upon private car use. Agreed, therefore, with the officers, the council, that the application was contrary to SBT 1, 2, TTV 1, TTV 26, and DEV 15, the usual suspects for applications like this, and the framework in general, which seeks, amongst other things, to promote sustainable development across the plan area. And there was a second reason for refusal on design grounds, regarding the poor design of the unit, which the inspector agreed was boxy and flat-roofed and would fail the requirements of the framework that development is visually attractive as a result of good architecture and be sympathetic to local character, therefore dismissed as per on both grounds as per the officer's recommendation. Second one, Steam Packet Inn in Kingswear, application for a retractable canopy structure on an existing flat roof with glazing to the front elevation. So effectively then this comprised a flat roofed canopy structure, a first floor canopy structure on a flat roof situated between the inn and an adjoining building, so that the flat roof could then be used as outdoor seating in inclement weather. The main issue here was whether the development would preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the Kingswear conservation area in which the site is situated. This was an officer member delegated decision. The inspector again concurred with the council, finding that the proposed canopy structure would include a substantial degree of framework of a height and bulk that would erode the visually attractive gap between the buildings that provides them with their characterful vertical emphasis and sense of openness. And he also agreed that a large window proposed to the front elevation of the pub would be at odds with the narrow vertical emphasis of existing windows. So overall, he found that the proposal will be contrary to policy DEV 21, which is the Heritage Assets Policy, and policy K6 of the Neighbourhood Plan, which together seek to retain local character and distinctiveness by conserving and, where appropriate, enhancing the historic environment. Therefore, appeal dismissed. Third one, which is erection of 6 new dwellings at Dennings in Kingsbridge. This was a application that came to committee with a recommendation of approval. Committee overturned it and refused the application. The main issue in this case was whether the development would provide a suitable housing mix to meet identified needs as per DEV 8 and SPT 2. The reason for refusal by the committee, by the council, notes that the development does not deliver a mix of housing sizes and types, and as such fails to contribute to the range of housing, so broadening choice for existing and future residents, and in particular fails to make adequate provision for housing solutions suitable for young families. Thus then, the housing mix was not deemed to be tailored to meet local needs. think it's important to note in this sense that this was a resubmission and a similar scheme had been refused by the council and dismissed on appeal, albeit not for reasons relating to the housing mix. And in that case, the same housing mix, 4 3-bed houses and 2 4-bed houses, was proposed. In the appeal, the inspector reviews the different data, the strategic housing market needs assessment, which shows housing needs across the district, wider district, which identifies a future housing need where appropriately half of the new properties should be 1 or 2 bed, and the other half made up from 3 or 4 or more beds, and the NDP housing needs assessment, so at a more local focus level, which identifies that approximately 57% of new homes by 2034 should be 3 or 4 beds, and that there is actually an oversupply of 1-bed homes. So there's data pulling in different directions on this, but the neighbourhood plan data was in favour of larger properties. And he also importantly gave substantial weight to the earlier appeal decision and to the views of the earlier inspector, who found the same mix to be acceptable. So overall, he concluded that 67% of the scheme, 4 units, would include smaller than 4-bed units, which would, in his view, ensure that there was a range of housing in the local area that could be suitable for expanding and working families, and that the proposed development would provide a suitable housing mix to meet identified needs. Therefore concluding that it did meet the requirements of policies DEV 8 and SPT 2. He allowed the appeal on that basis. Also, I would note, though, because of the decision and the earlier appeal, I think, the appellants put in a costs application as well at the same time, and the inspector did conclude that the council had behaved unreasonably by in effect introducing a new reason for refusal which contradicts with the conclusions of the earlier inspector, who would find the same mix to be acceptable. He concluded, I find that the council has persisted in objecting to a scheme that an inspector has previously indicated to be acceptable. Therefore, unnecessary and wasted expense has been incurred by the applicant having to pay an agent to prepare and submit an appeal and prepare this application for costs. Allowed the costs application as well as the appeal. Moving on, next one was Applefoot in Kingsbridge, which was an application for the erection of a replacement dwelling and garage. And the appeal related to a condition in this case, which we had imposed on the decision. It was a delegated decision by officers, and we had imposed a condition which removed PD rights, which the appellant or the applicant took offence to and appealed that decision. And therefore, the consideration of the appeal hinged upon the reasonableness of removing permitted development rights by condition. Again, in terms of background, planning permission had already been granted for the erection of a replacement dwelling on the site, and an application was then made for a revised design of dwelling, and the council approved it subject to conditions, one of which, as I say, removed PD rights. On appeal, the council asserted that the condition was reasonable, so removing PD rights, and necessary to protect the character and appearance of the area, and in particular the South Devon area of outstanding natural beauty in which the site was situated. The appellant's response that no such condition was imposed upon the previous consent and circumstances had not been demonstrated to justify the condition. The inspector noted, on the one hand, guidance in the JLP SPD that refers to the need to remove PD rights for replacement dwellings to ensure that the size of the dwelling does not materially alter once it's been completed, and policy TTV 29 as well, which again says similar. And on the other hand, paragraph 54 of the NPPF that states planning conditions should not be used to restrict national PD rights unless there is a clear justification for doing so. He was also mindful that the original dwelling, which we had approved, the original dwelling on the site, which existed obviously then, had not had its PD rights removed, and that the council had not imposed such a condition removing PD rights on the first application to replace it. So given these factors, and indeed the fact that the earlier permission we had granted could alternatively still be implemented, it was still a live permission, he was not persuaded that the condition was reasonable and thus allowed the appeal. Yep.
Because we do that quite often, taking away PD rights. Are we
Yes.
like to find ourselves in a bind in that many of these where we've been doing this, we're going to find we're not going to be able to enforce that?
I think, Councillor, it's a case of each case on its own merits. If the replacement dwelling is of a greater size or of equal size, or certainly of a greater size than the dwelling that is on the site originally, I think there is a justification for removing PD rights because they've already had greater quantum of development. I think in a situation like this, where we've already approved one application without removing that condition, we leave ourselves vulnerable to this kind of appeal, because obviously we are tasked with making consistent decisions. It was a particular case, but yes, as I pointed out, we do have guidance in the SPD that advises us to remove PD rights, and a policy as well. And obviously we have a responsibility to protect the AONB. So it's a reasonable condition, but I think we just have to be careful about the circumstances and the nature of the application before us. So it is a case, each one on its merits, really. Final one from me is an annex. Sorry, I didn't write the address down. Hold on, let's see if I can get it. Is it Cedar House? It's the last one. Sorry. Yep. Thanks very much. Cedar House. Application for the construction of a detached annex. The three issues here. Principal issues are the design of the building and impact upon trees. There was also a question of whether it was an annex or was a dwelling house in its own right. With regard to the issue of whether it was an annex or not, the inspector was of a view that it was a bona fide annex. It was situated within the garden of the property. It had a functional link with the dwelling, so he was satisfied it was an annex, and could have dealt with it by condition if he'd been mindful to allow the appeal if necessary. But there were two other issues, as I say, principal issues also, design of the building and impact upon trees. And with regard to the design of the building, the inspector agreed with the council that the box-like shape of the building would be at odds with the prevailing built form, and that it would be incongruous in an open, verdant setting against the backdrop of the adjacent woodland. And he was also concerned that the siting of the building in close proximity to trees, indeed within the root protection area of at least one, would be harmful and result in pressure to prune or fell the tree in the future. So all in all, he agreed with the council that the building would be harmful to the AONB and therefore contrary to DEV 25 and TTV 29, and therefore dismissed the appeal. That's me completed, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. If there are no further questions on that, move to item 8, which is an update on the undetermined major applications. Members have those before them, and it's standard form that if there were any questions or are any questions, that they would be directed to the officers beforehand. Not aware of any questions, so therefore they're primarily for members to note those, unless anybody has any questions currently.
Did I see them?
Microphone, Jackie.
The application that came in was for the redevelopment of Brimhay site, which was originally 18 semi-detached bungalows from the Elmhurst time, which were lovingly insulated with straw and semi-asbestos roofs and floor tiles, etc. Very small, but they were around a lovely space, community space that had public footpaths, with the green in the middle. It was, it's very much loved by everybody. And South Devon Rural Housing decided to redevelop the site, and they have done that now. So it ended up with 36 houses, I think, is on site, plus there's a big rock building there. And within that, there's only 12 affordable out of the original 18, and those 12 are 2 blocks of flats with very little open space. So some long-term members might remember it ended up in the judicial review because of the lack of open space, and which for the 12 buildings is actually the size of 2 car parking spaces. So it's not great. But anyway, because the parish council was very concerned about the application that had come in, they submitted their own application, which was based on a pro bono, community-based, local community-based support for this being very differently developed, and it would also not have interfered with the wildlife areas. So there's lots of pluses. So the parish council submitted their planning application. South Devon Rural Housing refused to accept that, plundered on ahead, or bludgeoned on ahead, whatever you like to call it, with their own, and have developed their own. So it left the parish council plan redundant, basically. But it was kind of left there because it was, it was left as the parish council. I think it was quite proud of themselves to have got that and done that, and it was like a good model. And so it's they created a statement which I was thinking was sent to Pat Weimer, which set out that little bit potted history and said how they regretted that actually it was very difficult for the parish council's application to go through because there was lots of sort of what they saw as hiccups along the way, which really slowed it up from being actually delivered. It could have gone. There was a year between when the judicial review went through. Sorry, not the JR that went through, which upheld in High Court, in the court in London. There was a year there where that application could have come through and maybe saved the day and saved a lot of wildlife and improved the whole quality. I mean, for example, at the moment, there's all the market houses, they've all got bright lights straight into the wildlife area. That was all part of the enforcement that should have happened. And I've tried to get South Devon Rural to modify that. It's very difficult, and it's really a shame what's been lost there.
Thank you for that
Yes,
update.
another tearful story of Dartington.
Thank you for that update. If that are all the questions, that concludes our business today. Thank you for bearing with us through today. At this point, I will officially close the meeting.